nights if I lose myself. Spend a couple days with nobody else, holding in my breath just to see if I can find you in my dreams. Oh, I'm getting tired of losing faith in everything I see. The beauty in the stars above have lost their hold on me. 'Cause I'm a sinner, I'm not a saint, a heart of a winner. So why do I turn away? Somewhere in the deepest blue I will find you. 'Cause I'm a sinner, and God knows I'm born this way. Looking at myself like I'm someone else. I can't feel my pulse, better get some help. God, I feel so tired, I can't keep covering up my mental health. No, I'm getting tired of losing faith in everything I see. The beauty in the stars above have lost their hold on me. 'Cause I'm a sinner, I'm not a saint, a heart of a winner. So why do I turn away? Somewhere in the deepest blue I will find you. 'Cause I'm a sinner, and God knows I'm born this way.
To another flow.
What you want?
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
What you want?
Show me the sign. Show me the sign.
Get it poppin', put it.
contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, the competition continues and only 4 teams remain. The playoffs are here, and Sunday's grand final is fast approaching. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 6, for those of you who don't know Spanish, of Masters coming at you from the UOB live here in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm Golden Boy here with my co-pilots, people I love working the desk with. We got Kukuka and Mimi here today, and feels like we're right back where we started at Champs last year. So it's good to be back with you guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a while. You've missed some actions, but we got the best of the best waiting for you, Alex.
It was great to just sit on my couch, watch the games, chill out, you know, have a cool bevy or two. It was a vibe. Mimi, it's nice to see you, though.
Yeah, same to you. Things are heating up now. I was down in... We're on like the 6th floor of a mall in the venue. First floor, they had like a whole night market thing with a bunch of Valorant-themed activations, which is pretty cool. And now we've got some of the best games to come. It's very exciting stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here in Bangkok, Thailand. If you have not had a chance to come out to an international event, by the way, you probably should. Because it's really fun. There's a lot of things that you can do here, and I'm sure we'll show them to you throughout the weekend. But let's go ahead, though, and recap what we saw the previous week, because we had the Swiss stage, and we had 2 elimination matches as well. Let's talk about Day 5, all the things that went down. T1 and DRX, as well as G2 and Team Liquid.
This is a huge disappointment for DRX. I think it's not a big ask to say that they kind of choked this game. They looked shaky in their match. They were making individual mistakes. They were missing trips. And while all that was going on, T1 leveled up, played with the utmost confidence, played together, and are somehow in the playoffs.
Absolutely, as you're saying, with a lot of confidence. And then on the second part, we had G2 versus Team Liquid. I know that it was a while ago, but we saw a little bit more of the G2 that we were expecting to see in the tournament. It was a much more evened out match, but in the end, they made it to the
Listen, I'm a G2 stan, so your boy was...
You literally pretted them like every game they've played, I think, for the last 2 years.
And baby, it ain't gonna change.
He's been right for the entire year so far.
I will tell you this much, though. I was sweating bullets, and I sweat normally, so you know it was like really crazy. G2, you're giving me a couple heart attacks over here. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what we got in store for us in this double elimination bracket. It's very important to note here as we have our final 4 teams. The losers of these games are not out of the competition yet. They have another opportunity to punch their ticket to the grand finals, but these are going to be the matchups on the docket today. You couldn't ask for a better showing of international talent across all 4 regions in our sport. EDG, T1, and then on the other side you have Vitality versus G2. Yes!
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's cool how, what, 5 years into this game, we still have such regional parity where 4 teams are in the top 4. They're all from a different
unique
international
identities.
league.
It's like a freaking anime come to life. It's so cool.
But there's also been some evolving, right? Like at some point, China was not making out of groups, and now they're on top. Like it's so good to see. It doesn't matter where you come from, you're gonna have someone to support.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. But you know, let's actually. I think you have a game that you want to play.
Yes,
right?
so since you weren't here, Alex, and I did not want you to miss out on the fun, I actually wanted to test you a little bit. You said that you've been sweating bullets, right? So you've been watching. And
that means you're very up-to-date and knowledgeable, and you're going to crush this quiz, right?
Yes,
oh,
exactly.
guys, I'm going to be so good. Yep.
We have a small quiz. It's a segment that we've done in the past. It is time for 2 truths and 1 lie. I'm gonna give you guys 3 categories, right? Within those categories, there will be 3 statements, and one of them will be an absolute lie. If you're watching from home, if you're watch partying, please play along and let's see if you can win this game. Nobody has ever won. This time, I've been a little bit more benevolent. No, the maximum that somebody has gotten is 1 right, and I think it was you.
I'm the greatest of all time.
One as well. I make them a little bit tricky, but it's good because it gives us some context, and I think it's a fun way to do a recap. So if we bring up the categories, please. Alex, I'm going to let you choose first. We have wise investing. That agent is OP, and I want that bracelet.
Let's do that agent is OP.
Okay, that agent is OP. Okay, let's see.
I'm excited.
The first statement is every single initiator has been played already. Okay, think of it, Mimi. The second one, Killjoy, has only been picked once in the entire tournament.
Okay.
And for the last one, we have every team has played Tejo in at least one map.
All 8 teams in the tournament or every team left?
All the this is a recap from
Okay,
group,
okay,
so
okay.
every single team. So, okay, Alex, you
Chris
go
played
first.
Tejo.
Mimi, take it. Take
Chat,
it.
I'm gonna keep a buck
Which
50
one
with
is the
y'all.
lie?
I'm just sitting, watching, having some water. You know what I mean? I'm just chilling. I'm not tracking this stuff. Okay. I will say the lie is probably going to be that Killjoy has only been picked once in this tournament.
Okay, you go for number 2. Mimi, what do you go for?
Oh, I think that one might be true. I think there might have been a team who did. No, number 2. I'm locking number 2.
You
All right.
both log number 2. And Mimi, you were so close to choosing the lie.
Was
because
3
Trace
Oh,
did
no.
not play
I thought
Tejo.
Trace-
I had it.
They were the only ones that
Oh.
did not play the Tejo.
In my mind, I was like so disappointed they didn't change any comps. But because I think that they did play Teo on a map in China, but they didn't play the map here, and that's what tricked me. Okay, that was a tough
yeah,
one.
Tracer, a couple
it was a tough one,
traitors.
but it's good to see that we have had, and I would say, like, I'm not sure if it's for the first time, but every initiator has been played, and not every duel is not. So it's the only category
Also, crazy
that has been.
Killjoy's only even played once.
Exactly.
And
I would
Killjoy
say-
was so prevalent in the meta for so long.
And it was Meteor.
And then they launched an agent that destroys her all.
And there you go.
So into that, Mimi, please choose the next category. You have Wise Investing, and I want that bracelet.
Wise investing.
She's a capitalist for sure.
Wise
I
Investing, not surprised at all. Okay, let's bring up the statements. First one, Sentinels did not win a single anti-eco. I think it's eco. I'm going to say it's eco.
Anteco. We'll call it like
Anti-eco,
that too.
eco.
I know. Okay.
Second one, Buzz has played the most rounds with operators so far
No way.
out of all the players. Split up. Vitality currently has the highest bonus conversion.
I believe the third one.
I believe the third one, and I honestly believe the first one.
Okay.
So,
I think that's a typo, and it might have been on my end, and I am so sorry because I
It's
did this
supposed
at
to
8
say
a.m.
Eco, not
Eco,
anti.
eco.
Eco.
Okay. Not win a single eco.
I'm
so sorry,
going
that's on me.
number 2. I think it has to be Durka with the most op purchases.
Okay, you
yeah,
go for
I would
number
imagine
2.
because I remember seeing every round Durka had the op. So I'm going to go number 2.
And you're both correct.
Yes! Oh,
I'm gonna
yes!
say you are both
Woo!
correct, but you got that wrong. Derke was not the one. It was actually Kangkang. who
Kangkang,
played.
ah.
Actually, the difference is about 2 rounds. But
I
yeah,
thought
Sentinels did not win a single.
I thought
eco.
because of his neon maps, he wouldn't have as much op play.
I like how you guys are having this great conversation, and I'm out here doing freaking Ric Flair emotes and stuff
Okay,
like that. Great.
while we do that, let's go for I want that bracelet. As everybody knows, at the end of this tournament, we will have an MVP bracelet.
Ooh.
So first statement, Trex has won every clutch he's been a part of.
Okay, somewhat believable.
That is quite believable.
Chichoo has the highest
That is true.
KD so far.
That is 100%
I know
true.
he's
hell of
the
a
top
player.
rated player, and I think he has the top ACS, but that might be a trick
He's
question.
having a god tournament. I think he is the top. Damn,
Okay,
now you're,
but let's
now
see,
you
let's see
got
the
me in
last
my
one.
head,
Let's see the
dog.
last one. Maybe the last one gives you some light. And Sylvan is currently leading in assists per
Okay,
round.
I actually think that could be true because controller assists are so fraudulent.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
And he's played the very few matches. I think that this is a trick question, and it's number 2. Despite Chichoo
Okay.
being the
I
best
am
player
gonna-
thus far, I think
I
it's
like
a
the way-
trap.
I'm gonna split the. I'm gonna go number 1.
You're going to go number 1, and in fact, you're going to be right because Trex has not won a single clutch he's been part of. And it's surprising because he's been playing so far so well. But yeah, Chichoo's currently
I
leading
like
KD. My man's insane. And as you're saying,
Yeah.
getting assists with the smokers is very easy.
I like that you said you were being benevolent, and then you like have like a lineup for like a fake trick question and all this niche stuff. It was a good game though.
That was good.
This wasn't that niche. Like I've gone deeper in the dungeon, but you know, you actually played very well.
Look, I'm not gonna front. I don't know. Hey, chat. I hope you guys have fun. But real talk, I had a blast. So that was great, and I'm the winner. Yay me. In any case, though, look, folks, you can yap with us using the hashtag Valorant Masters as well as VCT, so we can feature the good stuff on the broadcast, and I mean only the good stuff. Okay, don't give us that, garbage. Those garbage social media posts. Send us
Give
the
us
good.
some K-pop edits, I think.
That's your choice?
Yeah,
Do
it is what it is.
I actually like that. Send us some good K-pop edits. I'm down with that one. I'm sure it'll piss off a couple people. people. All right, now, of course, why you got your phone out, all right? Why don't you go ahead and take part in today's MasterCard fan poll? Because we want to know who is the best Yoru player left at Masters Bangkok in your opinion. Is it Durka? Is it IZU? Is it Kangkang? Or is it Jogamo? Scan the QR code to cast your vote. Of course, we'll have the results in just a little bit. What do you guys think? Who do you
That
think
one's actually really tough. Like, my recency bias brain, because Valorant goes IZU. His last game was so good.
Yeah.
I think Jaw had some really great moments as well. It's interesting, we haven't seen a ton of Yoru from Durka, but I know it's amazing from EMEA.
I'm absolutely biased. I don't even have this. I would say that Kangkang is also in the run because to me, coming into the event, using the time that you had off to actually master an agent and put it into
It's
globally
very based.
Yeah.
against the names that we are saying, against the experience that some other people have in the agent, and having the performance he's having with that much comfortability, I think that Kangkang, you know, might win it all again.
I'm just depressed Hyunmin isn't an answer. He was so good for DRX all group stage.
Yeah, well, let's actually talk about one of those Yoru players. We got IZU here, and of course, in our first matchup today, we got to see plenty of Yoru in this competition. It has been really fun, and we got to see it specifically Mimi against DRX.
Yeah, and he hit a fake clone on them for the first time at a global tournament.
Oh, is that the same move that Durka pulled off on Haven?
Yes.
Okay.
First time in an IL during EMEA, and then IZU pulled it out here on Pearl. And he was just putting up a masterclass on this map. The B hits with him teleporting into backside looked on point throughout this one. He had really good set ideas off the ult. I was so impressed with IZU.
And to me, it's not only the fact that, you know, we saw him in the Euro and playing like that. When he's been on the Cypher in any of the 3-side maps that we have, he's been also very impressive. When he's been on the Tejo, he's also been... So he's like playing on 3 different roles, but that have some similarities. Well, not really with the
I mean,
with
they're
the
like,
Cypher,
it's weird because they are so different, right?
Yes.
You're going from Yoru 1 map, one of the most like active macro agents, to then hunkering down a site on Cypher, and then you're switching it over to an initiator.
That shows some incredible range from IZU, without a doubt. But let's actually go ahead and hear from him. He had an opportunity to speak with Jen Lee ahead of today's matchup.
IZU. Now, IZU, this is your first time going up against EDG. Now, they're the defending champions. What do you think it will take to beat this team with so much experience?
저희 팀에 중국 팀한테 지지 않는 선수들이 많이 모여 있다고 생각해서 저희 팀도 저희 T1도 중국 팀에게 지지 않는다는 것을 오늘 증명해내겠습니다.
Well, our org, we have a lot of players who never lose to CN teams, so Valorant itself, again, will prove that T1 just never lose to CN teams. You know, a little bit of League of Legends reference coming from a guy that wants to be the faker of Valorant.
I love Jen. I just love Jen.
There was some editorial there at the end.
I think that we should do a show where it's just Jen. Jen does everything.
I'm down
Jen
to
does the dance,
send
the
Jen out in
casting,
the world and
interviews.
see her discover things.
I thought he
I'm
wanted
down
to
with
be the Loki of Valorant, but I guess I'm wrong there.
Yes, that ship has sailed maybe. Of course, you got T1 coming into this one as the underdog against the defending champions, the world beaters of EDG. But the thing is that we saw T1 manage to take down really, a monkey on their shoulder has been there for a real long time, the Goliath of DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. IZU said he wants to be the best, but for T1, this is already history. It's the first time that they make it out of groups. They're the only seed 2 that actually managed to make it, and they made it over, winning over DRX.
And the way they did it was so impressive as well. That was, frankly, a dominant game out of Team 1. I thought the team fighting looked really good. They were dominant. Map 1, I think 19-5 in opening kills to opening deaths. Yeah. Did such a good job of isolating DRX players, resetting the rounds, going into these late hits. Just everything was flowing for T1. And now they're the only team that people didn't expect to be in the playoffs that have made it here.
Yeah, and an unknown quantity could end up being, you know, like really fruitful for them in the long run, right? Because, hey, if you are kind of playing with house money, see how long you could possibly go. It also helps, too, when you have a guy on the field who's absolutely popping off and giving you that motivation every single time you do something awesome. Of course, I'm talking about Buzz, the key hype man. Let's check this out.
Nice! Let's go, boys! Nice! What's up, guys? Who's the best team in Korea now? Come on! 물어, 찔 물어. Nice!
How do I get him on my team, bro, so he can hype me up?
Do you know when you're playing Monopoly and someone on your team is like, imagine that you're doing it in pairs, right? And someone is like taking it super seriously.
Yes.
You can see that everybody else in T1 is like celebrating, happy, just laughing. He's serious. When he stands up, he means no joke.
It had to feel good for Buzz and Stax, so taking down their former team. T1 going into that match was 0-7 as an organization against DRX.
Wow.
And now they have their first ever win when it mattered most. And that's got to feel good too for Meteor, who's a guy trying to get a second title, GB.
Yeah, this is a guy with the Gen G squad last year that saw a lot of success, but this is a situation he's found himself in before, kind of being in that underdog spot, you know, in the past. So this isn't foreign to him, but it's still going to be a challenge because, Kakuka, you're going up against EDG, a team that is so well drilled.
Absolutely, but I think he's ramping up. Like, the more I see of him, the more that I like. He is the one that has played the one Killjoy that we've seen so far, but I absolutely love him in the Vice, especially in maps like Fracture. I think he's so absolutely versatile that it can be definitely game-changing, and just look at the stats he has so far.
Yeah, I was talking to the Pacific casters, and after watching him at home, I think they had a pretty negative perception of him on the Vice, but I think he really turned that narrative around in these last 2 games for T1. He did such a good job in the series against DRX as that hard anchor, locking things down on the Vice, constantly changing the way he was playing around his setups on the attack side, using his util to lock down post plants really well too. DRX could not get through the door on their retakes, and you have to credit a lot of that to this guy, Meteor, who's trying to not just be the one who got the first trophy for Asia, but to do it again on a completely different Korean team.
Yeah, how incredible would that be if T1 is able to make it to the final? T1's even able to make it to, you know, against EDG here and then have that opportunity would be unreal. But of course, we have, you know, interesting compositions, and what I've loved has been seeing this Neon in play, just because it's so dynamic, so fast-paced, and it really throws off all these players.
And we had a lot of Neon last year, and probably
Neon,
coming into this tournament, we thought that the pick rate was going to go down, which it has, but seeing teams like EDG completely steer away from it, but leaving it in one map, and seeing it being so absolutely well played, and then seeing a team like T1 using the double duelist in the way that they do, it suits them so well, and it's definitely still comes off as a surprise. And I think that especially on a global stage, playing the Neon still gives you that edge, because still everything happens way too fast.
Teams in the West almost completely wrote Neon off after her big nerfs at the end of last year, but the teams from China, the teams in Pacific, have still been dabbling in this agent, and I think we've seen thus far the squad's willing to play the offbeat stuff, to be really explosive, get in people's faces, is really effective, especially when it's a meta where you're seeing a lot of Breach, Teo, iPad baby kind of stuff going on. Push the pace, run at them. It's working so well for both these teams, and it's cool to see those unique styles now in the playoffs.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Of course, one of those players that always brings that style, of course, it's Kangkang. Now, he scored the MVP bracelet at Champions last year, and he's in the running to do it again here in Bangkok. Now, Yinsu sat down with EDG Superstar before Masters to talk about the award and much more.
It is an absolute honor for me to welcome back the 2024 Champs winner MVP Kangkang. Welcome back, and I've got Luna here to do some translation as well. Now, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your life since winning that MVP. So I'll just start with, has anything changed? Because I've been following your journey on social media. You know, when you go to a concert, there's so many fans there, they love you. So what's it like been for you since winning the MVP?
就改变可能就是走在大街上，更多的人能够认出来我，然后跟我 拍照，然后我也就其实还挺害羞的，因为觉得突然一瞬间那么多人能够认识到我，能够看到我在赛场，给他们传递能量吧，我觉得。
I mean, walking on the street, a lot of people gonna recognize me, taking photo with me, and I feel like there are more people gonna see me on the stage and feel my energy. I think this is the biggest change.
What does it mean to you to, you know, win that award? First of all, of course, the bracelet. I'm going to ask you about whether you've won it. Also, what does it mean to you to come into this tournament and know that you are the best player right now, and everybody might be looking at you, thinking we got to take him down?
我觉得赢下拿到 MVP 手链对于我来说的意义就是 我还能再拿一个，或者我还能再拿更多的 MVP 手链。然后，其实这一次如果真的能拿到 MVP 的话，可能对于我来说就是更多的一个认可吧。因为我认为我可能还不是世界最好的那个选手，但是我很感谢大家能够 把我跟那些世界上那么多很厉害的选手排在一列，然后去竞争那个位置。所以说，我觉得希望我能够继续在那个队列里面跟他们去竞争吧，我认为。
I already got one. Seems like for me, that's the meaning. It's like I can got another one. I can have more, and also even I might not be the best player in the world, but people just put me on the list to compete with the rest of best players in the world. I think this is quite accomplishment for me.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you will have an opportunity. We will have another MVP bracelet for this event as well. Are there any players you feel like could be competing against you for that? Anyone else that you feel like has the similar, I guess, abilities to get MVP?
那你觉得有跟你同样有能力去竞争这个手链的选手，觉得有谁呢？
Dirk.
Durka?
Yeah, Dirk.
Okay. I don't know if he's into bracelets, but I have to ask him. But have you worn yours? Where is it right now? Did you bring it to this event?
我并没有带来，然后其实是因为我妈妈觉得这种东西就应该在家里面放在保险柜里面藏好，然后拿给她的孙子戴。
I didn't bring it to Bangkok because my mom feels like you need security for that. You need to like hide it and give it to your grandson or something like
Pass
that.
it on to your children, I guess.
Yeah.
And the last question before I let you go, we talked a little bit about what it was like for your life outside of the game since winning MVP. Has it changed anything for you in the game? Is it easy to still be as motivated as you were before?
其实对于我来说，游戏当中只是更多的自信吧，就是它能够给我带来更多的自信的来源，然后让我在做一件事情的时候能够更坚定自己，然后更认可自己，去不犹豫的去做一些选择。
Feels like when in the game, I'm being more calm, no hesitation, trust me myself in the game more.
It's confidence, right? Confidence. Thank you very much, Kangkang, for joining me, and thank you, Luna. Let's see if he can indeed bring home another bracelet for your son, for your grandson.
Or if there's one thing that we know about this EDG squad, it is they are filled with confidence, Kukuka.
Yep.
And they have found themselves in a great position here to get back-to-back trophies here in Bangkok.
Absolutely, and probably many people thought that just because the way that they were playing and maybe staying a little bit behind on the meta in China, that we would see internationally or globally a different EDG, one that was going to be, again, still a little bit stuck, but the way that they have adapted through everything, the way that they feel so comfortable on the stage, they are here to do it all again. I do not think that you can spot like a clear weakness that you can exploit, because everything that you have prepped actually didn't come to fruition, and every single time they're on the server, there's no nerfs, only W.
Yeah, they are an unbelievable team, and T1 is going to have their hands filled, without a doubt. But for more on EDG, here's what Chichoo had to say when he had an opportunity to speak with Jen Lee.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Chichoo and Luna for translation. Now Chichoo, you guys are facing T1 today. They knocked out Trace Esports, your fellow Chinese team. So what is the mindset coming into today? Revenge? Domination?
那其实今天要对战的 T1， 他们淘汰了 TE， 咱们 CN 赛区的兄弟队伍嘛。那对于今天的比赛有什么样的一个状态和想法呢？会不会觉得是一场复仇之战？
我觉得首先我们上一次送 T1 回家的是我们吧，我觉得也别忘了，真正说要送 T1 回家的，明天回家的是 EDG， 今天我们就是来送他们回家的，送他们下去淘汰，送他们下去败德组的。
Like last time, it was EDG who sent T1 home, and now it's time for EDG today. Like we are sent him to the lower bracket this time.
I remember that. That was all the way back in Masters Tokyo. Will history repeat itself? We just gotta see.
Well, that's right, Jen. We just got to see. Now, we've seen, though, Chichoo make some dominating plays here at Global. And honestly, guys, he really is having a live tournament right now. This guy is playing unbelievable. He's always been good, but to see him really go this far has been really exceptional.
He was their clear second best player at Champions when they went on their run to win. But thus far at Masters Bangkok, he's not just been a top performer, but he's been looking like the best individual player at the event. He has been so consistently impactful across every game that EDG has played. He's looked absolutely on point when anchoring on the defensive side, has had huge lurks and clutches on the attack side as well. He's just doing it all for EDG. And they still have Kangkang in reserve.
Yeah, a KDA of 2.1. And I think that in the past, we have seen many players have a brilliant performance in one tournament and then for the next one, not having the same kind of impact or maybe getting a little bit too comfortable. Even when the meta changes, for them to be effective for Chichoo is nothing like that. Absolutely not. He is probably, as we're saying, even up there with Kangkang. You will not tell. Sometimes when you were watching EDG, it's like, oh, Kangkang's still alive. Final boss still alive. And now they have 5.
If the tournament ended today and EDG was the winner, I think it would be Chichoo walking away with the MVP bracelet, not Kangkang.
For his grandson this time.
Yes.
For his grandson, that most importantly there. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Smoggy, who explains what makes this EDG roster so strong in this Omen player moment.
大家好，我是 EDG 的 Smoggy。今天和 GTO 打比赛真是打爽了，整个我们的团队都打爽了。就是我们图一的时候，我们有几个人，包括我吧，就是状态还没有完全打开。然后到了图2，甚至到图3以后，我们完全开启了那种战斗状态，然后我们就会游戏内会一直很嗨。
Trying to be bold about it. Chichoo, the first contact made. Jorgamo clears. Jonah P bring it all down to Smoggy.
我觉得为什么是我们最强大的原因，是因为我们5个人都是一条心，包括教练组，包括经理，包括赛训，都是一条心的去为了那个目标而去努力。我觉得如果我们5个人状态都在线的话，应该是最强的队伍。很感谢大家支持 EDG， 也支持 VCT， 也支持整个 VCT 的赛事吧。然后我们以后也会越来越好，越来越努力。谢谢你们的支持，这仅仅只是个开始。
Crazy to think. Only the beginning is what Smoggy says. They've won a championship, a world championship.
Yeah, because their goal is not just to get that championship and be like, oh, we were the best. No, they want to build a legacy. They want to build a dynasty. They want to prove that it was not a one-time fluke.
They also almost went the way of the other championship teams. Remember, no team that won champs has ever made the next international event after that in Valorant history. EDG is the first team to do that. And now not only have they re-qualified with the same 5 players, but they could go back-to-back, win a Masters trophy and the Champions trophy twice in a row for the same organization. That's never been done.
They're one of the favorites to win it.
Yes.
Which is crazy, man. But of course, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people who you thought was best Yoru left at Masters Bangkok. The results are in. Survey says Durka, which
and you are right.
You will probably be right. Yes.
No. Listen to me. Kangkang's going to see this, and today we're gonna see it again. And just because it's that recency bias, they're gonna think, oh, we trolled, guys. We trolled.
Do you agree, Mimi, with the community that Durka's the #1?
Yeah, but I think Jojima 13% is some devious work from the community.
That's offensive.
I think it might be time to bring back the good old "It's 3 a.m. in America" coat on the poll.
You told me you moved away from it. Are you back?
And I'm back.
Okay.
She's back, baby. She's back in it. All right. Well, let's see what our talent thought about today's matchups, where the chips are gonna fall. I'm just gonna save everyone the time I picked G2. But yeah, here you go. And we all kind of, wait a minute, Achilleos and Mika went for T1 as well as Paperthin.
Yeah, so surprised.
Our Pacific talent went for T1, but honestly, they kind of, I don't know, maybe they might know something that
I think that depends on the beat of, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the devious scoreline for me and Bren on the predictions thus far. 3 and 7 and 4 and 6 respectively. We're sharing the same preds today, so that means EDG and G2 are losing. I'm sorry.
I'm holding donuts out there, you know. I had contemplated being on my sofa, and I was actually gonna submit my predictions at home, but I was like, they're not gonna put it in the graphics. There's no point. I should have done it, damn it. In any case, so you guys excited for today?
Yeah, so absolutely. I think that both of the matches, we have this narratives of every team for one of each of the regions. I really think that we're going to get some top tier and very evened out matches.
Yeah, we've already had a big upset coming in from T1. It would take another today to take down EDG, but you can't count them out completely here, so should be an exciting one there.
Do you want to give the odds? What would the odds be here? Like, what do you think?
It is a Balla TW guarantee, 60-40 EDG.
60-40?
Yeah.
60-40? I think I'm more I would have said 35, but I'm not mad at the 40.
No. The Bala guarantee is 60-40.
Oh,
yeah, it's the Bala TW
said it?
That's the
Okay,
lowest
then
I can go.
if Bala said it, I'm never going to go
But
against anything
it's
the
the
Bala
Bala
said.
TW guarantee, you know? He guarantees 60-40.
The other game, though, literally feels like a 50-50 to me.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to individual form, to what maps we play. But both G2 and Vitality looked absolutely peak in their last game. So, I mean, that could have been
according to her.
I'm just going to say, Save was barely appearing during the group stage, and I think that he's going to be locked in now.
I'm just letting you know. I'm ready for that game. Okay, we're going.
Oh, yeah.
We're going into the breach. All right, folks. It is now time for the playoffs. We have 4 teams remaining, and you couldn't ask for 4 better squads. EDG versus T1, Team Vitality versus G2. Day 6 of Masters Bangkok starts right now.
Vitality are the first squad in the playoffs. After falling at 5 global events before, it's gotta feel so good to qualify to the playoffs.
Going into the next stage, we don't care at all about the stakes or how important the games are. The opponents might be stronger, but every game here is tough.
We've had a lot of experience with them in the offseason. I think their whole roster has potential to take over any round, but when you look at my team, people say the same exact thing.
We don't care anything about what the enemy team thinks of us. We will just play our own game, and we'll keep getting stronger throughout the tournament.
Kicks shuts it down!
Nice! We're not going to respect them, but they're going to respect us.
Oh, he's got 2! Joe making up for the mistakes!
If we play our own game and we do the things that we're good at, we're gonna beat anyone on any day.
일단 저희가 로스터를 변경하고 나서 결승전도 퍼시픽 결승전도 최초로 진출했었고 지금 마스터즈 국제 대회에서도 플레이오프를 처음으로 진출했는데 저희가 이 기세를 힘입고 분위기를 잘 타서 저희가 지금 점점 더 잘해지고 있다고 생각하기 때문에
但是我觉得我们夺完冠以后，我们的心态跟韧性得到了质的提升。
이전의 T1과는 좀 다른 팀이기 때문에 멤버도 다르고 좀 쓰던 전략 같은 것도 다르다고 생각해서 지금의 T1을 상대하게 된다면 각오하시는 게 좋을 겁니다.
Who's the best team in Korea now? Come on!
我们现在应该是国内最好的5人组。 甚至是世界上吧。我没有觉得有哪一支队伍可以战胜全盛时期的 EDG， 迎接我们的全力一击吧。
And here we go as T1 makes their way out through the crowd here in Bangkok, ready to throw down against the world champions. A big opportunity for this Pacific squad to shock the world and be able to send the championship squad to the lower bracket. But the question is, do they have the ability to do so?
People rated T1 the bottom team in this tournament. Now they're here in the playoffs, but they're facing off against the world champ.
Oh boy, and look at that. Kangkang and EDG making their way out. And Kakuka, the energy in this venue, absolutely electric. Holy crap.
He cannot wait to face the rest of the team. He wanted to greet everybody on the stage. He's feeling it, he's on point, he's already warmed up and ready for the challenge.
And you saw that confidence in the last match from EDG. making it cleanly here to the playoffs. But there's a lot of questions in this series around map vetoes.
Yeah.
Because both squads ban Abyss as their perma. And I think whichever team elects to do that is going to be put at a disadvantage in the veto and will allow their opponent to target ban.
I would love to see the fracture, please. I would love to see the fracture. Probably the best map for T1 that we've seen so far in the tournament. I want to see Kangkang on the knee back again.
I want to, going to that Abyss point, I'm curious to see if they played a good old-fashioned game of chicken. Who's going to blink first? And that is really good. And it was T1 that blinked first, right out of the gate.
It makes a lot of sense because since EDG made it as the quote-unquote first seed coming into playoffs, they decided to be Team B. So you put T1 in the position of you ban first. And if you do not ban the Abyss, we've been changing all the compositions we've been playing the Euro. Are you sure you want to leave that open?
And the implication of that is that EDG gets to kick T1's best map out of the pool. I think the picks are a little interesting though. T1 heading into the split here. Last time we saw this one for EDG, they were playing a very unique Teo Breach comp, which we've seen from other teams, but with no Sentinel and with the Jet instead of the Raze. They're yet to lose on that one, but I wasn't super impressed with what we saw from T1 back in Pacific. They're yet to play this map here at Masters Bangkok though.
Exactly, that is also very important. We've spoken about the changes. A team like DRX that, you know, stayed just in groups did change every composition. Maybe T1 has something prepared. And do not forget, that match was extremely evened out. It was an 18-16 overtime.
Remember, there was 2 days off since the group stage, even more for T1, and they have a new comp for us.
Dude.
Double duelist.
Dude, oh, this is good. I want to see what IZU could do in those backlines with the Yoru. That's going to be quite fascinating. But yeah, this is going to be good.
It's not new. They played it in the region. It's just that they swapped back into the chamber, but they want to revisit. They want to have a little bit more of what we had on Pearl the other day with IZU on this Euro. And it's been so effective for them playing the double duelist. Why would you steer away from that?
Most teams have been playing the Breach and the Teo with the Yoru. They elect for the Fade instead. But with sound denial ideas on the C's, on the ult, there's interesting Yoru combos there. And I'm very excited to see if they have what it takes to take on the champs.
Well, folks, the stage is set. We're all ready to go. And let's send it over to your casters. It's my Pacific brothers from another mother. You got Achilleos and Paperton on the call.
Thank you very much, GB. Yes, here we are. Paper than you and I, familiar with both of these teams. Very, very familiar. Last time we got to cast EDG, it was as they qualified forward into that grand finals. They went on to win at Champions last year. Right now, they're looking to qualify forward, stay in this upper bracket, get themselves into another final.
Absolutely, this is the team to beat right now. It feels like they are clicking in every phase of the game. You know, going back and doing some VOD review, there's a lot of dimensions to EDG right now. They can come at you fast, and they will try to test you early sometimes, or they'll spread the map. But this is looking pretty similar to their last pistol on this against Team Liquid. A little bit of mid-pressure, try to lurk up towards A, try to get control of that rope position. But IZU already a bit ahead of it, and they're already reinforcing with the Fade as well. So we'll try to talk about this comp change a little bit for T1 as this goes on.
Actually spotted IZU out, but still takes the time to clear it. Ends up having to gate crash away. Still is going to be nearby there on the site. Sylvan on the peak. Tagged up a bit, down to 73. Swings back into even more fire. Now just 25 health remaining.
Timing there, gonna force Sylvan way back behind the screen. But that was just some noise being created. T1 reading it pretty well. They've got Buzz leaning in towards A, although he's making a move towards the other side. Smoggy still trying to create as much distraction as he can in mid, but really, IZU's first contact doesn't go well.
Take it down, nobody. Drawing first blood here of the map, of the round, as Stacks similarly falls to the wayside. Kangkang able to come away with the kill. A little bit of damage between the two players, but Kangkang finds another fishing buzz out of the smoke. Sight now wide open for the taking, and Sylvan gets dropped. EDG looking for a flawless pistol, not gonna find it as Meteor. Just get a nice little lurk timing, but as he swings the corner, he will meet his demise. And EDG will take the opening round.
Yeah, this is something that I think might surprise some people with EDG, is they're very patient on this attacker side on split. Against Team Liquid, they're really happy to spread the map, take their time, try to isolate some of these fights, and they're so clean right now. Their accuracy is through the roof. Every single player on this squad is fragging out of control. And those ghosts paying dividends for EDG to start. T1 though, see if they can rebound there. A smile from Sylvan, so nobody too concerned about that round just yet. And I mean, I'm very curious about Meteor on the Viper, but that didn't go so good again for IZU.
Well, just trying to take some space here, maintain some control. It's wrested away from him. Handed it over here to Kangkang, 4-0. 2 charges away from those knives. Pushing forward, looking for another, he can find it. Stax gets taken down, Buzz desperately wanting someone to push him into the smoke here, but like you said, EDG playing this patiently, and in fact just going fishing. And once again, getting forward, and Meteor will be able to find one, stops it from another flawless, but EDG overall very cleanly will carry forward their weapons as they start things off 2-0 here on Split.
Yeah, and even though this is somewhat the way that EDG will play on this side, the other thing they like to do, if they're gonna go for fast hits, a lot of times it's B. They'll go just into garage and cut down that backside lane to try to clear that while fighting from the ground into heaven. And maybe they send one lurker up, but that's neither here nor there. So we might be seeing a bit of a different look. But in general, they spread the map. They're willing to take their time. They're willing to find those fights and set themselves up in favorable situations. And patience pays off again for them. So let's see what T1 can respond with now. Full rifles in hand. It's the bonus for EDG. Tap there. Kangkang wants those blades. Absolutely, he will pop those right away with that Spectre to back it up.
For the entry here, IZU taking down one, but just traded out here. Kangkang just runs down Stax. Strafing around him with the Spectre in hand. Comes away with the kill, gets a weapon upgrade. T1 now very much on the back foot. Buzz tagged down to 12. The drone spotting out Meteor. Paranoia sent, but play off of this one. Chichoo taking a bit of this damage, forced into the open. Buzz able to collect one. Smog Tower here on the corner, has nobody in behind. 2 more kills and Buzz will just have to drift away. Whisper on the wind as EDG converts this bonus, a 3-0 start on T1's pick of Split.
Yeah, and right now, this comp change isn't going so well for T1. IZU, the desk was highlighting him, a phenomenal Yoru. Yeah, they might catch him here, you're right.
He's wise to it. Smoggy to be caught with a knife at hand. Buzz has managed to come away with another, but a minor consolation. This bonus conversion here for EDG absolutely stings for T1.
Yeah, they're winning in these opening duels, and like I was saying, IZU, yes, very good at Yoru typically. And it's not like he hasn't played it on this map, but you know, you can see some of the discomfort in him. He is able to win that opening duel this time, but it's immediately traded. A good paranoia onto Stax, forces him to fight up close and personal, and Kangkang's just too fast for him. There you go, at least Buzz gets the consolation, but EDG looking really in control right now, being really patient behind this Viper utility.
Eagle Peak didn't spot anything, but this is all a bit of a ruse here as Sylvan tries to sell this, but EDG are not really biting. They do get forced away. IZU eats a copious amount of damage though. Down to 49. You can tell EDG very suspicious about this corner.
They've been doing their homework. They're looking really well prepared, even with the agent comp change that T1 is bringing in today. Hasn't really fooled them too much.
Screen down.
They're just trying to figure out if there's going to be any lurks, any pushes. So far, though, T1 happy to play it a little bit more passive. See if they can gum up the works a bit. There's no information on the other side of the map, so EDG has to wait this out a little bit. Check sewers, check their spawn, make sure that nobody's coming through that way. Because that's definitely something a player like Meteor will do to you. You gotta be aware.
Pushing for the tailwind in. IZU able to find one, but then gets full flash taken down by nobody. One thing so far, but Meteor now dropping as he tries to swing out from heaven. The site gets busted open.
30 seconds left.
Realistically found here, Buzz just trying to disrespect the snakebite, walk over and find a timing. Cannot do so. He falls, Stax will follow suit. With just one death, EDG move up 4-0 to start.
They're just so clean right now. Any kill that's found is immediately traded for EDG. They're just really on the ball, really on point, and this is what a championship team looks like. The communication, the coordination, the map awareness is all there for them right now. You're definitely going to be thinking about a timeout here as T1 because this is not going to plan, and you're getting beat up at the point of attack in particular, and then you're just kind of walking in one by one, giving EDG some of these duels, and they're happy to take them because they are way too good in the moment.
very necessary timeout call here from the birthday boy, Coach Autumn.
That's right, it is Autumn's birthday.
Well, I think this is not quite the start to the series that he would have wanted in his birthday wishes, but that's why we see the timeout call. Try to rectify things, get it realigned, and back on track. Saw a glimmer of it before the timeout screen come up. IZU contemplating bringing the operator now into round 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be an important piece of the puzzle here for them to get their footing on this defensive side and really take over this half. They need to get IZU fired up. We saw what he could do on Pearl. We saw that tremendous 4K he had that started off with those 2 great op shots into a dimensional drift. Doesn't have the dimensional drift yet, but if he gets 1 shot off, he will have it. Kangkang does have the blades to back things up if he feels like it. You never know he's going to pull those out. He just sometimes just, it's on a whim. And it's very, very good, of course. 1 away from an Armageddon as well for nobody. So some important ults going to be coming into cycle potentially in this round. And an aggressive push out of A. See, they're ready with the breach utility. Simon is chilling. They're anticipating this. They're so ready for this push out, our EDG. They expected that to be a little bit more aggressive with the op, and they were ready to set up the trap, but so far T1 was just clearing the corner enough to plant IZU in a position.
Double stack in mid here. There's the fault line, and IZU cannot get out fast enough. Kangkang just far too swift. Operator on the floor. It's a little bit of spam damage to the smoke. Was now dead at ramp. Smoggy narrowly survives with 16 HP, and Kangkang now in deep past screens, has backup. Sylvan, it'll find 1, but instantly the trade is there. Nobody now. Back around, Smoggy still holding his own. His stacks will fall. Meteor just gets picked off right here in main. The operator, the timeout. They find 0 value.
They're just getting beat. I mean, it's just a good fault line. And Kangkang's so swift to react again. It's the coordination, it's the communication that EDG brings. He's so fast to follow up off of that. There's no time to react for IZU. Tries to get out. And then again, you know, okay, Sylvan finds that kill. That's great. There's somebody there to trade right away. And T1, I think, needs to give up a little bit of space, play a bit more for retake. These early aggressive positions that they're taking are just getting destroyed. You need to change the pace. You need to change this map a little bit to get EDG off balance. Because right now they're walking the tightrope with ease.
Sheriffs have to play this quiet, having to play this more patiently. 3 players here. Focus over to mid. Just steadily backing away, leaving Kangkang. Meantime, stealth drone out to try to just check around towards this B site. The reposition from Sylvan has to come through. This is the TP.
Gonna try to double stack that, but look at these salvos. Sylvan's gonna try to reposition. I like this.
Himself back into this corner once again. Time starting to tick away. 45 seconds remaining here in the round. EDG not liking what they've seen around mid, around B, so it looks like they can once again just rotate over towards that A site. IZU here on his lonesome. Try to slow them down on this approach. 30 seconds remaining, that rope should have been heard.
Left.
Relays there. He's gonna back off. Tailwind forward, Stack's gonna be the Montage. Gonna be dropped down, and Kangkang still so snappy with it. Finds 1. Flashes up above around the top of the screen here. IZU. Wow, fadeaway shot on Simon. Kangkang is still wreaking havoc. Needs to hit that one, but cannot. Was, however, arriving. Takes down 1. Doesn't realize that he's getting hit from behind. Sylvan now with everything to do, but he cannot stop this plan.
Extremely difficult for Sylvan. No guns available until he is able to clear this corner. Around the elbow, Chichoo.
Ready for the swing out. Ready for the instant trade. Sylvan would have to just hit this shot. Pop forward. Finds the first one. But did he see the jiggle? He did not. Doesn't have a gun. Doesn't have a clue. It's a solid attempt, but Chichoo will ensure that EDG continue the streak.
He's so good, man. He's just unbelievable this event. So clutch. Every time you need him to step up, it feels like Chichoo's good for it. Kangkang is just flying around the map right now. It is just full-on W key for him. He is just running and gunning with that Phantom and knocking T1 players down. There is not much that they've been able to do That was one of their better rounds, and I appreciate the way that T1 played that. They gave up that extra space. They let EDG come towards the site before they tried to spring their trap. Here comes one of these B hits. Sylvan looking like he's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Again, forcing some space over towards mid, but Kangkang immediately finding one at Meteor. Not realizing he was not in the clear, gets taken down. That's just another devastating start. Round after round here, T1 finding no advantages.
Spike planted.
Given that you once again have that operator in play, it's gonna take a big opening here from Buzz to want to recommit back into this one.
I don't think they will. I'd just save at this point. I don't think there's any hope.
Seems like the call has been made. Question for Kangkang is, does he go on the hunt? The answer will be no. ADG look to just play this out flawlessly and will be able to do so. 7-0 on the attacking side here on Split. The blows keep coming, and T1, they are not keeping themselves on their feet.
Oh, this is absolutely brutal for T1. No other way to cut it, and championship quality EDG is showing up. I mean, we've already seen a couple 13-0s from them this year. Hasn't been on this map. So far, they are completely in cruise control. There's going to be a bunch of ults for T1 in the next round there. Oh, it went down into the bottom underneath the rope and clipped across it, yeah. Meteor thought he had escaped it, but it just had a little bit of extra oomph down in the bottom there and caught him.
Well, you see the wide shot. That can only mean one thing. No, not a tech pause. Lauren's not here right now, but it's another timeout call.
Yep, has to be.
7-0. T1 throwing everything now at this. No more interaction going to be allowed unless EDG decide to use their own timeouts. But right now, why the hell would they?
I mean, the first kills have to be through the roof for EDG right now. I mean, there's been a few where T1 got the first kill and then it was immediately traded. I think it was one, and then it was just immediately traded. I mean, there is just nothing that they can get going. EDG is so crisp, so fast, so furious.
The things the analyst was talking about, if you can't find that round win, that rallying point, how are you supposed to bring the energy up? How can Buzz be that hype guy?
Right.
How can he get the ball rolling for the rest of the team? EDG right now are just making it absolutely impossible. T1 come into this though, another operator. As 4 ultimates are available. Given the way that these rounds have begun, the question, can T1 get to a point in the round state they can actually utilize them?
Right. I mean, it's so tricky. They're being so smart with their movement, avoiding this op. It's like nobody knows exactly what's going to happen after these timeouts. The coaching staff has done such a good job preparing EDG, even with the comp changes, the tendencies that T1 has been playing with. There goes that Blade Storm.
Knives are popped up and over the top. There's the flash. The blind goes through. Kangkang even immense amount of damage, but still able to stick the landing. Swaps to the shorty. Stax gets obliterated. Buzz trade at the same time there at tower. Showstopper not getting
Spike planted.
any eliminations. And once again for T1 in this position. How do you try to get out? Simon tucked to the corner, does get hit by that paranoia. IZU's able to find one.
Still have the Rolling Thunder though.
Yeah, they're just fully entrenched and ready to send this. Kangkang gonna be taken down. Looks like that will convince him to go ahead and send the Rolling Thunder. Minor consolation, but Simon reads it absolutely gorgeously. Swoops in, finds it up once again. Lost round once again. Lost. EDG are absolutely running away with this.
And the util combos here, so good to just isolate Stax. They gave him everything there. The fault line, the paranoia, and the Stax is just blind and stunned. What can you do? Kangkang's coming up and over you, forget it. He's not gonna give you those opportunities. They looked like maybe they'd found a way in, found an op pick, found a kill, but with that Rolling Thunder in the back pocket, it's always gonna be in your mind. When is that gonna come out? When are they gonna press that advantage? Couple Spectres being bought here. So desperate, a nice opening pick for IZU though. Gets out cleanly.
Cutting through. She needed to really kill. Still though, only 2 Spectres behind. 4T1, so firepower is still fairly weak, but swing onto the corner. IZU's gonna be good for a second. Just be traded out. Smoggy able to find 1 Meteor. Tucked away there in the corner. At this range, just doesn't have a hope in hell. Smoke gonna be dissipating here in heaven. Snakebite coming down to try to slow up Buzz. Smoggy is just ripping people to shreds. Well, all of this chaos is happening in heaven. Smoggy has sent a T1 to hell. 9-0 now. The pain continues.
This is the round for T1. It's like, okay, we can do it this time, but I'm a bit confused why IZU doesn't pop his ultimate here. After he gets 2 kills, I think it's totally worth it to go for the Dimensional Drift, try to get the info on where the rest of the players are, and set up for that. And then Meteor drops down, he's stuck in a corner, tries to fight things out, has no help.
The help has a Spectre.
Yeah. And now Kangkang's got an op.
Scoops it up, says thank you very much. Can just afford to buy one. They have plenty of cash. There's 0 hope for T1 to try to drain the coffers. Maybe 0 hope for them to get a single round win right now in this half. Kangkang hits another incredible shot. 2-player advantage. Spike coming into play. A tap and a reposition, just trying to see what reaction they can get out of T1. EDG realizing, oh, there's still over a minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, they've got all the time in the world.
TP into sight. Sylvan flashed up. Simon keeps him at bay. Off shot going to be going wide. Smoggy able to find 1. Buzz, however, traded out. Sylvan doing his damnedest. That's a nice headshot, but Simon will go ahead and cut him down to size 10-0. There's not been a 13-0 on the global stage since Gambit versus Team Secret at 2021 Champions, where the VCT really began. Right now, we might be witnessing new history in the making.
I mean, it's just incredible what they're able to do. And because they're able to take that site so early, they have a ton of time to just wait, and they know what the economy is like for T1. It's bad, and they can drag an extra, gun, an extra half shield out of them by just being patient. They're so good. You just have to be in awe of what this EDG team is capable of at their best. They can destroy anyone. They weren't kidding in their pre-show video.
Hard to disagree. Crossfire going to be broken up a bit. Stax finally gets himself on the board with an elimination here. Good timing on the rope. Meteor pushing forward, finding Chichoo. Player advantage now. Found for T1 for the first time in this map. Tap of the plant, nobody. Quick peek over towards ramp, but still audioless, caught off guard. Stax will be able to find him. Now it all comes down to Simon. Was a miracle worker for them in the past when they made their run to become champions, and he needs to do it again. And he gets that first step, but Stax maybe starting to come alive, is able to find the round here for his squad. And T1, they will not join the records there of Team Secret at global events. They will not go down without a fight. They get 1 round win so far in the half.
Yeah, and I like this a lot from T1. Give up that little bit of extra space and then set up the trap and spring it into action. A good paranoia from Sylvan connects, and then they know that they have Chichoo stuck right by the rope. They're able to punish him, play a little back and forth by the box, use that Viper toxic screen as well that they brought in for this match today. Finally getting some value out of it. You're able to keep most of your guns. Sylvan has to go for a Guardian and the regen shield. You have a Viper's Pit for Meteor. Curious to see what they want to do with that, but you do have the pit as well for EDG, so if they can get into that post plant with Chichoo alive, make it all the more difficult. Meteor's gonna just send in a mid and they're gonna challenge it.
Yep, push forward.
My God.
Meteor, dead. Hits the floor. It's Kangkang. Just immediately removes
He's fearless.
that pit from the equation.
Absolutely fearless. You gotta love that.
He's fearless, he's bold, and he's certainly damn on point right now. Nothing gonna be spotted there from the stealth drone. There's the timing, Sylvan having to tuck back away. The paranoia does slow the tide here for the moment. He and Buzz getting completely and utterly surrounded. Nice little transfer on the Guardian. Sylvan able to find two. Chichoo gonna be taken down at the same time as Stacks. Arrives in heaven. Kangkang, however, still snappy with it. Finds the first, cannot find the second. And now it's down to nobody. The Prowler from heaven knows the location of one, finds the other. But once again, Stacks there to bail them out in the round. 10-2, however, EDG so far out in front.
It's hard to imagine that T1 can come back from this. This EDG squad came to play, 2 days off, no problem at all.
Stacks and Buzz, they have done it before. That series versus Billy, but I don't know, something different about this one here today. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back and I'm about to go into the second half. This opening map of Split. And as you can see from the scoreline, it has not been going T1's way. EDG dictating pretty much every single moment of this half so far. T1, a monstrous run back needed, as this is their map pick. And Bind is on the horizon. While they have favored themselves on that map in the past, it has not been going their way.
No, this is a must-win pistol. There's no other way to cut it. And this is where that double duelist comp needs to shine. Where you need to get IZU and Buzz really fired up, really start kicking indoors, just like we saw with Kangkang on the other side of the map. 16 kills so far for Kangkang. I believe 7 deaths. He has been absolutely electric. The man just continues to impress. No matter the game, no matter the stage. IZU able to find a little bit of space. No challenge, just a fault line to stall. It's Kangkang. Timing.
Sylvan pops, goes for the push. Sylvan covering fire, able to find one, but Simon guns down 2 here on the site. Sylvan swooping out onto the rafters. Just managed to trade it back, trade it up. Player advantage down here for the side of T1. Here, catching a straight headshot, nobody up from Garage. Gets rid of Stacks. It looks so good for a brief little moment, and then it all falls to pieces. Another pistol to EDG. They now are up by 9 rounds.
They're just better. That's all there is to it right now. They're hitting crazy good shots. They're reading the map. They're reading the timings. You know, Meteor here trying to adjust, and Chichoo able to find that narrow angle. Expects the push from Sylvan. So ready for it. And they're coming at you from different angles. They're winning the shots. They're hitting their heads. Those ghosts are so potent in their hands. And now you gotta buy here. As T1, you have to. You have no choice. So it's gonna be a mix of different guns.
Oh,
hodgepodge. Yeah, the mishmash, the hodgepodge, the bits and bobs. Everything in the kitchen sink for T1 in this round.
Paranoia, flash, and Buzz on the entry. Judge in hand narrowly gets that elimination. Managed to hold on to his life here for a little bit longer, but Meteor on that flank. Trying to stave off the wraparound. It's being picked apart. Aftershock at the ready. Don't clear any angles here for them. Sylvan just trying to hold things here at the drop. Kangkang swings the corner, finds one. And in the blink of an eye, all of Stax' team has dropped around him. Push onto the corner, classic in hand. Kangkang will not allow for the force spy to find purchase. EDG get themselves up to map point.
Just the coordination again and the timing. Been hammering at this map for a reason on the broadcast because they are so good at it. Okay, a good entry here. It looks like there might be an opportunity, but look how clean he is with that stinger. And then they're all coming out of those smokes together. They're all pushing these angles together, and then they swing from different angles to just eliminate Stax. And frustration from the IGL of T1, for sure. Anybody would be frustrated here. You want to just get a few more rounds underneath your belt here as T1. See if you can get that blood flowing. See if you can get that aim under control, because EDG is just demolishing you. Period. End of story.
One suppressed. I feel that at this point, it's less about can we get ourselves back into this map here? Can we make a run back and take this to overtime? It has to be. Can we get ourselves online?
Yeah,
for that second map of bind?
Exactly.
Nobody looking for a timing. Drifts across. Some self-disguise for the moment. How far does he pursue? Salvin trying to flush him out into the open. Meteor, however, able to win out the fight. Good information on the two players still playing here at lobby. Nobody pushing up into the smoke. Meteor catches a good timing, catches a kill. Mike's starting to take away, but Chichoo, ever present, finds one. Shadows traveling. There's still going to be one lingering around main. Can they flush open the site? Looks like the answer's going to be no. Chichoo, unless he can do something like that, hits the floor and nearly gets himself an ace to bring this to a conclusion. The time not on their side this round. Unwinnable for EDG. They cannot bring it to an end. But my God, Chichoo nearly closes it out.
Surrounded by me.
He has just been incredible this tournament. A lot of people would say best player at the event. That right there is why, folks. This is destruction. Chichoo, nasty, nasty transfers. Oh me, oh my.
Absolutely robotic in the aim. And yeah, for nobody on the opposite side of the stage, I think it's going to be a pretty easy round to shrug off. You still have 9 chances to close this out before you even have to worry about overtime.
Oh, look at this. Trying to set up a trap play.
IZU kind of in front of this, but nobody still is able to just peek in, gets the kill, and they just get out scot-free.
One of those iterations of the Breach Taeho combo that you're going to see a lot on this map.
Kangkang gets the headshot. Tailwinds forward. He wants a fight. He wants to scrap, but there's no one there.
And why not?
Take the beating.
Why not? Love it.
Slow and steady back away, Chichoo. On the repeat. Knocked down to 3 HP. Tries to slow up the approach. Kangkang, however, getting in behind, but timing a little bit off for him. Draws back over to the Sheriff. Buzz, stunned up. Flushed out into the open. Into Kangkang's welcoming arms. And it is not on a buy round that EDG will bring this to a conclusion. They look to do it with one hero Bulldog and some Sheriffs. Sylvan swings the corner, is able to find one. Needs 3 more of those, but weapons have been recovered. The firepower in the hands of EDG. Getting stronger and stronger. Sylvan just rejoining the squad, needing to ace clutch to keep them in the map. Avoids the fault line, swings back, finds one! Snaps on a Smoggy! And Sylvan will bail them out!
That is absolutely outrageous from Sylvan. He has come back off the bench and been a lightning rod for T1. He has had some really good maps, and this is his best moment yet. An ace at the international level for Sylvan. Insanely well played there. The timings able to work and isolate one player after another. The ult there. EDG has to spread the map. They're not sure if he's gone to the other side. They're not sure if he's gone B. He sticks A and he's able to catch Kangkang out. Looks like that was map done. Viper's Pit gonna be used in mid here. No challenge just yet from T1. They don't have a jet to just dash in there with knives and knock the Viper out.
Oh, Meteor. They continue on this chase.
They back up.
Managed to successfully tuck out.
Stack's gonna read this push though from Kangkang.
That is the question for now. Slowly creeping forward. Kangkang, however, just a little bit more aware, a little bit faster. That's the spike now. Dropping the back alleys of split. IZU able to find one. Simon gonna be taken down. Flash out. Kangkang desperately trying to play elusively, but Sylvan on the pinch is able to find the kill. The 3v3 now is nobody. Backing away, the rotation starting to come through. Chichoo having to abandon the pit. One now scratching their heads. Boulder might have been spotted. Wanted to go for the jiggle, but gunfire will confirm presence.
Salvo's in a snake bite here.
Push out of the smoke, they double face it. IZU able to find one, nobody gonna be taken down.
30 seconds left.
Really nice there. An attempted delay from Chichoo, but there's not much he can do there.
Trying to slow it up, but now he's getting out of their hands here. Double wrap around down the ramp here in towards main. Everyone from T1 situated on the site. Bring out IZU. Spotted out, flashes up over the top. Chichoo, however, able to find one. Sylvan gonna be taken down. This is the 1v1. It seems like Smoggy knows exactly where IZU is TP2. You read that he's already pushed up into the site, taps the spike, swings out of the smoke, and they're missing each other somehow, some way. Smoggy's starting to get a read on it. Oh, it bounces in.
Oh.
Does he have the time? I don't think he does. That spike is erupting, and this map is continuing. 12-5, T1. 7 rounds in a row.
Oh boy. Still a massive hill to climb for T1, and this is such a cute little play there to set up that distraction. Use the salvos to clear meter out of sewers so Kangkang can push towards spawn, and then they're able to set up that crossfire at the sewer exit. T1 does a nice job. IZU has a good flash to bail them out. Quick reactions from Sylvan to wrap back through to go towards that drop spike from Stax. Stax's body. Find that kill. And look, these last couple of rounds may have been all that T1 really needed to get back into this series. Sometimes it just takes a couple, that big ace, that big moment that gets the blood pumping. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. It's hard to imagine with the way that EDG looks today that anybody in this tournament's beating them, but you never know.
They've at least gotten a minor victory and drawing out a timeout. First one here from EDG. Allowing for some further conversation from the T1 coaching staff as well. 3 rounds in a row so far. Still not even at that halfway mark to running this back.
Yeah, you got a lot of alts to toy around with here as T1. You do have the Rolling Thunder for EDG. But the guns are going to be a little bit scrappy on both sides. So obviously there were some forces along the way for T1. So they've got a couple Guardians. Seen some impact plays from the Guardians from both sides. It's going to be Kangkang with that Guardian himself. That's a scary proposition there for T1, but they're able to dodge the damage.
Trying to flush him back, but now the double push. You're into a mid triple round. There is Meteor's able to find one. Smoggy on the peak. Sheriff shot to the skull of Meteor. Does shut him down, but Showstopper and a nice shot from Stax. Continue to open up the round. Kangkang now the last one standing. 1v4. Spike not brought forward. As Kangkang peeks into the site, it will be his last. 12-6.
It feels like T1 now starting to understand some of this push and pull that EDG is trying to create on the map. You called it out perfectly, man. They use these salvos to force them over to Ramen to try to push them into Kangkang's push out with the Guardian towards mid, and their reaction is to send a Dimensional Drift, get the information early, so they're way more prepared for this. Buzz can be ready with the Showstopper. They can be holding that angle around the corner. Things like this, T1 needs a lot more of, but it's a good thing that they're starting to finally feel themselves a little bit. You only had to use 2 ults there. You still have a few more. You still have the Nightfall, you still have a Viper's Pit for Meteor. Hasn't looked too comfortable on the Viper just yet, but you never know with Meteor. Can turn it out at any time. Paranoia, clearing back sight. Connected at least on Simon.
One to try to slow things up. Buzz in ahead of that. Nightfall. It's managed to find one, get traded back. Kangkang coming out, finding one, but quickly getting traded. Immediately brought back to parity. 3v3 is Chichoo up and over the top of the box. Interrupts the plant, puts stacks down to low HP numbers.
Spike planted.
Sylvan in this corner, needing to win out this critical fight. The salvos start to fly. Stacks able to find one. Sylvan going to be taken down. Stacks abandoned here at 18 HP. In a 1v2. Sammy with both of them! The 4K Red Bull clutch! T1! Where are they pulling out these hero moments from?
I can't believe it! I thought this is done! I thought this is map!
Face your fear!
Chichoo again looked like he was just gonna knock him out of the park. Kangkang there with a great timing to slide down. He catches them with util in hand. There's no return fire. But still, they're able to finally find the trade. And then this looks like it's GG go next. Nope. Let's go, boys! Stacks. Huge one. Now you're getting Buzz into it. Now you're getting that hype. Now you're getting that energy. Still 5 to go before you even get to overtime, so let's see what T1 can do. Let's see how long they can keep this going.
Once again, kick them back here economically, but EDG have still had some very close scraps in these thrifty attempts. A Rolling Thunder also online. Stealth drone sent, nobody can check out towards me, but Chichoo continues to be the final boss! By 3, they come by 3, they fall. Chichoo destroys them all!
He is absolutely just unbelievable. What a tremendous player. Now he's gonna throw the pit into mid. Meteor's gonna try his own pit, but Simon right there to punish if he oversteps. And there he goes.
The heroics have a limit. It is not an infinite stock. T1 do well to get themselves to 7 after a flat opening half, but EDG, the win for them on this map was inevitable. 13 to 7. They take away T1's map pick in dominant fashion. T1 now need to fight through Bind.
And Bind has been a bit of a struggle for them. They have not really looked comfortable on that map.
What an insane run back there from T1.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Jen Lee here with Coach Muggle and Luna for translation. Now, Coach Muggle, dominant first half. Second half, T1 started to fight back. What did you have to tell the players during the timeout to make sure that you guys close it out?
其实，在上半场的时候，我们其实是非常统治性的一个发挥嘛。但是在下半场的时候，可能会对方有一些反击的行为。那你们是如何在暂停的时候，你都对队员说了哪些，做了哪些调整呢？
反击那几分，我觉得就是我们那个大比分了之后有点浪了嘛。然后暂停的那分，主要是说这分我们 ECO， 所以目的就是给对面压迫，把对面的大招打出来，然后我们长枪再去用大招应对他们就好了。
Seems like about those points that they fight back, seems like we are a little bit too relaxed after first half. And then about my time out, I just told them we're gonna eco, right? So we're gonna force them to use their art and in our use our guns and to fight with their ecos.
Okay, well, thank you, Muggle, and I'm gonna let you go to keep them focused.
Thank you so much for that, Jen. Well, we'll see, of course. I'm not gonna lie. Look, they had me on the first half. All right, I was like, okay, this is gonna be maybe a 13-1. This might not be too good, but then we were starting to see some signs of life there from T1 Kukuka, but unfortunately it came in a little too late.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look right at the bottom of your screen, just in case you just tuned in, the first 10 rounds in a row went for the side of EDG. We were having this discussion about, is this a good map to pick for this matchup? EDG knew exactly what they wanted to do here.
And T1 got exposed on some of their issues on their attack side. I think they really lent into, with this new Yoru pick, putting IZU in forward positions on their A site anchor and then having him teleport back and play the retake. But round after round, he was dying first to these EDG reclears. It happened twice in A main, it happened a couple times on site, and it was just really good, thorough calling from EDG to suss out how this A setup was being played, to get that initial pick, and then just snowball these site hits that they won round after round to get that 10-0 start.
Yeah, exactly. And as we said, this is a combo that they have played in the past and they have played regionally, but Meteor was in the Yoru, IZU was in the Viper, and IZU had a lot of experience with the Yoru, so this makes a lot of sense, especially after what we saw the other day.
Yeah.
Things were just not merging today. I also think that the way that nobody was playing the Tekken was super aggressive onto them, and probably T1 did not change the fact that they were playing so heavy onto side that at some point, after 7 rounds and 2 timeouts, you'd be like, play retake. I know that the retakes have not been the best part of this event, and some teams are very good at them, but most of them, it's not really the way to. But instead of waiting on side, I think that they should have measured the distance a little bit.
Yeah, and especially against a team like EDG that's so dynamic, they're always going to throw new looks at you. So if you're really just going back to the comfort, they're going to take advantage of that, right? Now that being said, while there were some great moments from EDG in that map, there was one moment in particular that we just got to talk about on the T1 side. It's your Verizon high-speed moment of the match. It was Sylvan's insane clutch, and I was watching this in real time, and I was like, wait a minute, if he gets the kill on the guy in heaven, this is doable. And then it happened, and it was amazing. And unfortunately, it didn't amount to a win, but you definitely see them get that energy built up again, and it certainly felt like, Mimi, there was a little bit of a life boost for T1 after that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the reactions after this round from T1. This was a honest 1 versus 5 ace clutch. You never see rounds like this, especially not on a stage of this size. But he just played it perfectly, isolating each of these kills. Perfect crosshair placement to get the picks in the perfect amount of time.
Even the TP, because you saw all the people, everyone was going over toward B. They were all convinced they were going to be TP right on A.
That little site smoke also does so much to confound EDG, right? They think he's going to swing out left to right side, walks up, get the Heaven Flyer, and then he's pushing through that to isolate 2 more fights. Masterclass in Omen clutching.
Leading in assists per rounds, he also assists himself, but going into that and the clutches, 5 out of the 7 rounds that the T1 got in that map were clutches, were 1v1s down to the T, a 1v5 that we don't usually see. So right now, what they need is a refresher of going back into the drop of place and this.
And you know what, you make a great point about that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the maps of where we are right now, because, there is definitely that vibe where it just felt as if EDG were really on the money. They weren't missing. They were hitting everything that they wanted to hit. But now we take our attention over toward Bind, and we're going to see T1 on the defense first to kick things off here, but this is going to be EDG's pick. And Mimi, it looks like it could very well lead to a 2-0 if EDG is playing the way that they are.
Yeah, this is a very strong map for EDG. They beat G2 on this one back in the group stage. I think it's looked like one of their strongest maps alongside the Fracture this tournament.
Yeah, could not agree more. All right, folks, well, let's go ahead and check in with Jen Lee one more again. Standing by with Autumn ahead of map 2.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm standing here with T1's Autumn. Now Coach Autumn, obviously not the best outcome that you've hoped for, but we got to see T1 players log online, come online in the second half. So my question is, why the split pick? Because, you know, EDG has been extremely solid on that map for a while. And are you concerned at all with what happened in the first half especially? 감독님, 일단 선수들이 후반전부터 좀 손이 풀리는 모습이기는 했는데 먼저 EDG가 스플릿을 굉장히 잘하잖아요. 스플릿을 픽하신 이유와 함께 전반전 좀 걱정되는 부분이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 스플릿 픽한 이유는 저희가 원래 연습 때 좋은 그림들이 많이 나와서 특히 수비 때 그 그림을 알고 있기 때문에 자신 있게 픽을 했는데 오늘은 오히려 그거에 집착해서 정반대 스타일을 봤을 때 대응이 늦어져서 졌다 생각을 하고요. 그 말씀하신 대로 다행히 그 12대 2였던 상황에서부터 선수들이 많이 클러치를 만들어주는 거 보고 선수들은 준비가 됐다 생각하고 코칭 스태프들이 좀 더 잘 준비한 대로 도와줄 수만 있다면은 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, yeah, in terms of the split pick, we had great results in our practice and also in our scrims. But I guess we were kind of too fixated on our executes and our strats that when EDG was pulling something that was extremely opposite, that was too different from what we were used to. We weren't able to kind of adapt to that, play it more fluid. And I guess that's why we dropped the first map. But, the players seem all right warming up in the second half, and given that the coaching staff guide them in the right way on bind, I'm pretty sure that we can go into this with confidence and eventually get the win on the second map. Well, thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
Appreciate that, Jen Lee. And here is your agent select. We're seeing the Vice come out here on Bind, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. And EDG starting on the attack. They decided the same for split. I think that it favors them a lot. I expect Simon supporting Kangkang just running across the map. A lot of those A hits just going across the utility. I think that this is a composition that they understand very, very well, and that nobody taking off completely the Tejo. Like, we don't even see Simon playing it anymore. I think is such the good call.
I love the KO going into another Vice comp. The knife is going to be super impactful, and I think EDG have a lot of great ideas on how to take extremity control on this map on top of the explosivity you know and love from the world champ.
Oh boy, well, let's see if we're gonna get a map 3 out of this one, or does EDG end it here and now? Let's send it back over to your casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. A map 3, I think something that everyone here would quite like, unless you're a big EDG fan perhaps, but we started seeing the glimmers in that second half, the T1 players coming alive. If they're going to be able to hit that stride from the outset, we very well may end up on Pearl.
Absolutely. That was the T1 that we've been more used to seeing so far this year. Yes, they've had some shaky maps. Yes, they've had some shaky matches. And against the world champions, you can't afford that, and EDG will punish the hell out of you. You can see Autumn there just said that their game plan just wasn't up to snuff coming into that first half of Split. Felt like they were practicing it well. A little bit of damage done to Sylvan. Kangkang try to clear this angle.
Scaling forward, taking some space, clears out that close cubby. IZU tucked in, able to find the headshot onto the first, gets Kangkang as well, gets himself a third, turns back.
Spike down, B.
Too many players now. Here, ready to drop out of hookah, catches a glimpse. Stacks arriving, will be able to go ahead, pick off one, gets himself involved early this time. And IZU with a 4K gets T1 their first pistol win.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup for T1. A little push and pull of their own. Something that EDG was doing so well against them. IZU just tucks right in underneath hookah. And as soon as the execute comes through, he's pushing forward. And then Stacks gets there to rotate in time to help him set up that crossfire. Keep those hookah players from doing any more damage. A monumental pistol round win for T1. They needed that so bad. Things have gone so awry for them in both pistols on Split. Able to send it to 1-2 in the scoreline. Buzz with that outlaw.
The glimpse turns to the flash, and Kangkang swoops in. Sheriff in hand, just takes his head off. Sylvan now trying to hold the line here. They flash forward. And somehow he gets a stray. Smoggy taken down. Sylvan, you might want to buy a lottery ticket after this one, son. What a shot! Kangkang, however, still online, able to find one more. Sylvan does get dropped. Bulldog recovered, now into the hands of Stax. TP across, both players trying to push their way out of showers.
Gotta be wary of that outlaw.
Out here into the open, Chichoo will be able to find the one. Meteor.
You can't see my face right now.
Go ahead, scoop up the gun.
I'm smiling.
Keeps them afloat, but still not a bad eco attempt from EDG.
That's such a nice little play there at the end of that. I know EDG doesn't win that round, but they kind of do in a way because they knock 3 guns out of T1's hands. They only are able to keep 2. So they do recover that outlaw, it looks like, but the way they use that fragment to clear behind the box, and then Simon steps out to set up at least 1 kill. That's such a nice little coordinated play from EDG, and those are the things that makes them better. Those are the things that propel them to so many wins across so many different levels of competitive Valorant. IZU trying to play a little bit more aggressive at this position. Sees in hand.
Catches a glimpse there, Kangkang. Once again, pushing forward, shoving them back. Chichoo trying to go on a bit of a linger here, Meteor. Sight's gonna be turned away from Hookah. Pushed over towards main. Orb gets scooped up here. Kangkang just trying to get that showstopper online. Re-swing in from Meteor. Gets knocked out of the park.
And this might open the door for EDG to try to make this B hit go. They were rotating back, thinking about pulling off. T1, assuming that that's the case, is going to try to press.
In the peak. The reface, Chichoo.
Rip and tear.
Able to avoid the damage here. Get one tucked into the side, but they know they have to try and take this fight. Tries to split the difference here, tries to go for the transfer, cannot find that kill. IZU saying tucked back, will fall. This Buzz now has to do it all. Swing in, and once again, can't get the shot out. Kangkang just too swift, gets himself a 3K and gets EDG on the board.
Yeah, this is just a really nice battle for Chichoo to win against Meteor. He has at times struggled on the Vice on this map. Often doesn't seem like he's really as confident, but we did see him really pick it up on Fracture the last time he played the Vice. So certainly could get it done. But then this is just really nice shot calling again from nobody for EDG. Anticipating that T1 would get aggressive there. Off of what ended up being a fake fallback. This turned into a bit of a pause from EDG, and they're able to profit. Now it's rifle v rifle. Big round for T1. Economy's gonna be low if they lose this one.
0 point pinging onto 2. Just outside by that B teleporter. Stax now rotating back around. Showstopper looks to open things up. Kangkang sprinting forward. Showstopper gets sent, plants his feet, draws down, and picks out Buzz. Just assassinated in broad daylight.
It's just outrageous.
Max desperately trying to get some kind of angle, some line of sight, but as soon as he swings out, Chichoo is there. Now into the 3v5, T1. Likely gonna have to call for a save for the 2 remaining players. Chichoo stays alive with 3 HP. Looks for the last. Won't be able to quite find it. IZU does manage to come away with that, but there's just far too many players remaining, far too many angles to try to clear, and Simon will not give him any opportunity whatsoever. We are tied up at 2-2. EDG starting to rally back.
T1 intentionally gives up the space for Kangkang to make that entry. They're just saying, okay, you put up the wall, you're gonna go past it, that's fine. He saw a player up into heaven, and that's just meant to be one of those push and pulls. Kangkang just wins it, he's just better. And then Chichoo just starts knocking players down. 3 HP, expects the repeat. So ready for Meteor, hits the headshot before Meteor can even fire a damn bullet.
Leave it to me.
They're just so good, man. And now you're on.
Smiles there on Kangkang's face.
Yeah. Chomping away on the gum and smiling.
Once again, it's just right back to trying to get that next showstopper online. 3 charges towards it. Seal Garden available, but obviously given the weaponry here, wouldn't do too much for Chichoo.
Yeah, you gotta be curious now. Try to push some of these longer angles. You have the weaponry advantage. The Bucky up in Hookah. IZU not interested in trying to play close contact there.
Positions.
Oh, what a
Shells
nade.
right here onto Sylvan. He's gonna run out. does still manage to take down Kangkang at decent range. Molly now to try to slow things down, slow this approach into hookah. So at the same time, just trying to stave them off here at the Garden. As that Nightfall goes across, connects on to damn near everyone.
Yeah, risky TP, but certainly available for EDG here.
Looks like with about 40 seconds remaining,
Buzz
gonna try to play this out a little bit more patiently, but as you say, Buzz is on a flank, but it's just the classic in hand. Swings out, and everyone's right there, ready, waiting for him. He gets cut off guard, and now the pivot play comes through. Teleporter taken. As there's a late lurk from Chichoo, still sticking around over on that B side of the map. Finds a kill. Sylvan gonna be eliminated, but Meteor, one with the Sheriff, rifles in hand. Gets himself a third.
10 seconds left.
And Chichoo now just does not have the time. It's a question of does he take someone with him? He does. Meteor will fall, but T1 will be victorious in the round. A MasterCard Thrifty to reestablish a lead.
When you need someone to come online for T1, Meteor, the lone player on T1 to lift a global trophy, is going to be the one to bring you over the line. I can't believe Sylvan gets away with that. That was such a nice paint shell. Lands right on top of the box.
I'll just buy a lottery ticket.
He is, look, sometimes better lucky than good. Sylvan's had a few of those, but he's still, that ace was nasty. Got to give him that. That's a nice round. That might be the impetus here for T1. Start doing some more damage. They're going to invest in the operator for Buzz. A couple big ultimates available. Steel Guard and Orbital Strike. Null Command. This is one of those rounds we'd like to use some of those ults, really secure this win. Keep those cycles good. Playing up close and personal. Sylvan. This is really readable. Seen T1 get punished in that position, but it's good cover fire to back Kangkang off.
Keeps him safe for the moment. Stealth drone gonna be able to spot out one. Buzz forced away. Hop shot going wide. Backs off the truck. Met with a flash. For now is gonna be safe.
This is bot.
Call coming through, and Kangkang nails the headshot. Absolutely devastating. Sylvan here to try to hold the line. The Molly, the Orbital, all available to him. Sends it close here on the site, trying to keep himself protected. Up and over the top goes nobody, and now he will get taken down. Sylvan through that. Just managed to get a little bit of damage dealt, but cannot find further eliminations. 3v3, the push out, Meteor trying to find a timing, but cannot get the transfer. Gets the first. 0 point. Tells them what they want to know. A player over towards Garden, stacks on the floor. Buzz needing to hit it. Doesn't find it. Swaps the weaponry. Opting to try to go for this res. Orbital Strike now. Showing that he has to abandon his teammate on the floor. 25 health remaining. He knows the corner. He knows where he's at, but he needs to find the kill, and he cannot. Smoggy with 31 HP pulls off a Red Bull clutch to keep us tied up.
This is a brutal round for T1. Buzz whiffing some of those op shots, uncharacteristic for him. Usually pretty clean. This opening kill from Kangkang, absolutely ridiculous. Everybody had moved to the other side of the map for T1. I just don't think IZU was quite mentally prepared. Got caught jiggle peeking. But even still, they made so much noise on the other side of the map. All of T1 was over there. So the rotations getting back over to try to deny the B site plant were late. And even though it turned scrappy, they're able to find some kills. EDG able to get into that post plant with that big ultimate. And for T1, you invested 2 of your own and you weren't able to come through with the win. That is devastating. Now you're back onto an eco buy. Still have the Steel Garden, but EDG is just too strong.
Thorns fading, smoke going to be cycled back through there from Sylvan. Meteor once again. Here on this B side, pushes forward, and my God, the flick! Picks off Kangkang, but Sylvan going to be taken out at the same time. Nobody, that late linger. He strikes, he finds the catch. Buzz do similarly here. Pushes forward, out of the smoke! And Mo's down 2 with a Bucky. T1 looking to get themselves another thrifty win. Smoggy dancing around the shots, stays alive, showstopper from Buzz, will find the kill. Small get 40 HP.
30 seconds.
And he get the clutch. Looks back behind the wall, the Haunt not getting the reveal. IZU repositioning, and Buzz out into the open finds it. Another MasterCard Thrifty. Another narrow lead for T1.
A nice redemption round here for Buzz. A little bit shaky with the operator. This go with the Bucky, finding 2 big kills, able to upgrade, get the showstopper available. That is a flick and a half from Meteor. Goodness. Nice little trick play here from Nobody. Catches Sylvan completely off guard. But this is Buzz's round.
Nice!
Yeah, very, very good. Still have Steel Garden. Both teams actually have Steel Gardens available. A lot of util being dumped. Kangkang's gonna go in.
He's just sending it here, chasing the salvos. Steel Garden looking to take their weapons away. Buzz able to go ahead and tuck back with the blast packs, keeps himself safe, keeps that weapon in hand.
Need to see a little bit more to keep them from planting, but it doesn't seem like T1 in a position to do so just yet.
The interrupt is there. Ooh. Molly through. Max just sending the pop flash forward in towards Showers, wants to take this fight, but it's Chichoo on the opposite side. Potentially a gun available here for him as Buzz also similarly will get taken down. Chichoo is just an absolute menace! As EDG do to T1 what T1 just did to them. Their own Thrifty teed up. As IZU on the peak. Makes eye contact with Chichoo and wisely backs away.
You just can't give them these 1v1s. You just cannot. They're too good. And it's just Chichoo, man. What else do you say? He is right now the best player in this lobby. It feels like him and Kangkang for sure. Absolutely just frying. You could hit shots like that. I mean, that's the second time we've seen him be able to use the arc rose to find a free kill. Because the player has to turn the flash and they have no backup. We saw it with Buzz earlier when he was in Showers. Now you're seeing it here again, a little bit deeper in the position, but still. It's brutal. You just can't give them those moments, and the coordination just seems to be lacking for T1. They don't seem like they're able to back each other up. They're not on the same page. There's so much confidence to push those angles one by one, and Chichoo's just punishing it. Goodness, that's
What is happening with just the Sheriffs in Showers? Something's different in the water here today. But another MasterCard Thrifty. Sponsor should be happy here today as we're gonna have a timeout call from T1. 4-4. Needing to find better success here on this map, on this half.
It's gonna be interesting to see what they want to do. I mean, I think they had a great read on that round. They just 1v1'd in the Showers and lost every time. You can't be taking those gambles against EDG. They're too good for that. And let's see if T1 can shore up the comms, shore up the teamwork. You can't afford to give any more of those away. EDG is too sharp today.
14-7-5 here from Chichoo. I mean, look, we know he's a big Nats fan. We saw what Nats did on this map. Chichoo doing his damnedest to try to replicate. Might not be a Viper, but it's looking clean on that Vice.
You just feel like he's good for it. Every time, he's just in the zone. You're one away from the Armageddon there. For Nobody, one away from a showstopper for Kangkang. So T1 gets a little bit ahead of the long B. But they read it off the back of that smoke. They know that T1 wants to deny the orb, and they punish it.
Blind check. Kangkang just faces forward out from hookah. Meteor taking down salvos now, flying through, just getting flashed there for a brief little moment. IZU on the peak, able to put it down low on HP, but cannot find that kill. Buzz trying to go straight across through the hall, but he ends up meeting a similar fate. And in the blink of an eye, it's just Stacks left remaining, still rotating. As EDG look to get this lead from themselves. Potentially flawless fashion. They know exactly where he's at. They have it triple stacked here through the smoke, and there is no hope in hell. Flawless is confirmed as EDG gain the lead 5-4.
Oh, no more thrifties. Very clean from EDG here. Just dissecting T1 piece by piece. There's always just one player. EDG, those long-range rifles, able to win out those trades towards the hall. Easy peasy. T1, though, has to go up against some fearsome ults in this one. Null Command, Armageddon, Showstopper.
Right here.
Just a steel garden of their own to try to deny.
Flashbang.
They're going to make an aggressive play towards Showers, but both devices not really getting aggro on that. More of a little bit of peacocking there from T1.
Man sent out here from Simon. Buzz looking for a timing, drops down, gets the transfer on the 2. Smoggy, Kangkang able to answer some back. But now it's just Chichoo on his lonesome. It's been damn near good for these all day long. Can he deliver in this moment? Was the call just a save? Simon will bleed out. He's going to at least look to reroute the Prowler expiring before it gets the tag. And it looks like even Chichoo will have to back down from this one.
Flashing.
Yeah, play for another kill here or there. You know the economic situation T1 is in is dire. So you can find a way to use this 40 seconds, scoop up another kill or 2, or who knows with Chichoo, all 3. Definitely would be a backbreaker for T1 because T1 really needs to keep all of these guns into the next round.
30 seconds left.
Slowly creeping closer and closer. For his moment to strike a spot out there onto 1. Looks like IZU may be catching a glimpse. 15 seconds. Be an absolute miracle if he could pull it off. Looks like it will just be a drop down and attempt to get into the teleporter. Sylvan will go ahead and collect. Now 2 away from that orbital strike. T1, keep it neck and neck.
If T1 can get the reads, we saw this in the pistol round where they kind of hide in some smokes, wait out the execute, and then they all just spring into action together. They body EDG out of these rounds. But they need to have those right reads. I mean, Buzz is still laughing. He's still having a good time. And it's going to be a timeout from EDG now. Muggle doesn't like what's going on. I think, I don't know. I mean, I get it. If you feel like you can actually take these last 2 rounds and...
You probably want to stop this back and forth.
Yeah.
Seeing 2 more rounds to be played out in the half. An opportunity still for a team to have that strong lead at the 7-5. ADG, even though this isn't their side selection, probably still don't want to be going into that second half tied up at 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if this is something simple like, let's reestablish hookah control, let's go B. Like, let's not fall for these traps that they've got with the Vice Util at A.
A looks weak.
A looks weak.
Perhaps. Perhaps that's as simple as the call could be. But they have some very critical ultimates just about ready to cycle up.
Yep.
2 rounds to try to utilize them. Showstopper, first and foremost, is their Smoggy. 1 away from having that orbital strike. Chichoo, given how he's been fragging, given the space that they've been able to attain,
Look at this.
should be able to see that Steel Garden.
Kangkang's got the op. He's going to try to lock down Showers. Meteors. Then, he's had some troubles there, we'll say that. He's had a couple wins, but a couple losses. A guy who you really need to rely on for that flank control. Just sets up the wall and dips. They're kind of anticipating that this could be a B hit.
Rotations beginning. Stacks already joining in on this side of the map. Rotation considered there from Meteor as well, but will linger back. They're in that A heaven position. Orb grab for Smoggy, means Orbital is online.
And that's going to force them to kind of spread out a bit on that B site. In fact, Sylvan's going on a lurk and it's nobody here again.
Reads it perfectly. Not falling into the same trap twice. Sylvan gets the pinch. PG, however, still looking like they want to try to carry on forward in towards this B site. Without that Tejo utility, it's much more likely that they might have to commit the orbital just to get themselves forward. Chichoo, not this time. Not going to be able to win it out. Sylvan keeping this locked down.
Launching smoke. 30 seconds left.
huge win for Sylvan. It's making this B site unassailable for EDG. Even using that molly to delay even further. Really, really nice control.
It looks like it's just going to be the clock waited out here from EDG.
10 seconds left.
In these last few seconds, just going to try to storm their way in. Simon will be able to find one, but it's a couple seconds too late. The round will end up going the way of T1 here. So they just wait them out, and Sylvan just picks them apart.
You know, I thought this game was going to be a lot more scrappy, a lot more explosive, Achilleos. Yeah. It mostly has been.
Some bizarre patience in these last couple rounds here.
This isn't my Asian Valorant.
Looks like we're just going to continue. All things considered, I don't know if T1 actually confirmed the operator there from Kangkang. Might have had a strong suspicion, but I don't think he ever rang out a shot, so.
Maybe one towards Hookah, but I'm not sure. Memory
Placing wall trap.
Not serving me well in this moment, but a couple ults on both sides. Orbital strike, still Garden, still for Meteor. My man, use that ult. It's pretty good.
Well, given the ults available, it tells me this final round of the half likely to start getting chaotic, to start getting scrappy.
IZU's.
Slow creep up IZU. Yep, here on the corner, and Kangkang takes one right between the eyes. What a shot. Simon going with a peek, but inevitably will swap back over to that Vandal.
Fully smoked.
Smoke's gonna be sent. Sylvan waiting to greet them here. Opens up the red carpet, pushes out of the smoke, but the shot that is not gonna be aligned. He's able to find one. Backpedals to find a third. Tap of the plant, interrupted. Seal Garden now gonna be sent. Looking like a TP play here for the side of EDG. Here, both the rotations can now begin. It's going to be lingering in case it's a double fake back, but the thorns get popped, and Simon has to slowly step over them, losing more and more of that HP bar. Meteor out from heaven, able to find a timing.
Spike down A.
Chichoo now once again asked to do it all. They try to get a 1v3 victory here.
Here comes Buzz.
To get EDG tied up, but like you say, Buzz coming in around the back. Chichoo gives it a thought for a brief little moment, but once again, the time is just not on their side. Buzz arrives, strikes, and T1 close out the half 7-5.
What a nice round with the Vice util from Meteor to make this completely impossible for EDG. But guys, the second half of Bind is just around the corner, and we've got a map for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Bind. T1, a narrow lead, 7-5. Got their first pistol win of the series at the start of this map. If they can find this second one here on Bind, perhaps that will just be the stage set to go to Pearl.
And certainly that's something that T1 would love. I mean, of course, going to the third map, but it being Pearl, a map they are undefeated on this year, 3-0 so far on Pearl, would certainly be something they are looking forward to. Still have to get through a defensive half from EDG. You're gonna see a lot of that combo util Taeho, KO, the Vice. There's so much stall that EDG can bring out. Have to be really decisive as T1. And they started to get there. They started to really pick up the pace. They started to really work together a lot better as that half went on. But you're gonna need a lot more of that.
Not ready yet.
Shutting them down.
They're just trying to slowly suss out these positions.
Well, it's 0 points, about to land right on top of them. Clear not gonna happen in time. And that tells all. Chichoo swinging out. Back box is able to find one. Smoggy holds down Showers. Now trading Meteor. Keeping EDG in with an advantage. IZU trying to stick for this. Goes down to 34 HP. Does manage to get the spike planted. Swing out from Buzz. Wins the fight. The 3v3 is Kangkang. Looks to try to open things up. The timing narrowly missed. Buzz not identifying it quite just yet, but still gets the dink. The spray down. Finds that elimination. Another paint shell now going to be built up. It's Buzz just saying tucks here into the corner. The stun coming through. They want to flush him out. But Buzz, snappy to find them both.
Who's got the snap?
The ghosted hand gets the 4K. Gets T1 their second pistol of the map.
Oh my, Buzz. That is not fair. That's so well drawn up here by EDG to send both players through U-Haul again to try to re-clear that space. And they use the 0 point back towards the spawn area. And then they use the salvos in the cubby to flush him out, and the concuss as well. And it hits, and it still doesn't matter. Buzz just outplays them. I mean, that's, look, it happens.
See a smile there from Muggle. Yeah, what more can you do? Now over halfway towards having that showstopper online. Meteor will apply some pressure and find an opening here towards Hookah. And he will be able to do so. Smoggy going to be taken down. Kangkang, however, on a deep flank. Super's able to find one. Nobody getting another. Buzz still alive. Playing here on elevation. See if he can spot anything out, but already this round. Barely rough for T1. 3v3, no weapons surrendered over quite just yet. They need to try to play this out as cleanly as they can. Sylvan will identify and shut down the flank. Buzz finds nobody, and Chichoo, previously noted here in Hookah, goes ahead and reconfirms his position. The paint shells to shove him back even further. Just end up having to play for some exits here, see if he can tap them down at range. Buzz wanting to get that last charge, wanting to go into the bonus with that showstopper online, and he will. 9-5. Another day at the office here for T1 as they close out the anti-eco.
That's a cool idea from EDG, the teleporter crunch play. And Kangkang is already in market, hello. And it, you know, gets him a couple big kills. Not able to do any further damage. Sylvan here, that is such an important battle that he wins that. If he doesn't, it could be a very, very different round.
Nice.
That's a big angle to control, and he does it nicely. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's been a little while.
Yeah,
we
sorry guys, yeah. I'm out of practice. But you're coming into this, a couple Bulldogs, a Guardian. Or the side of T1, other than your two rifles.
Bring them down.
A little bit of clearing with util. So you know there's a couple guns over here.
Look at this quad stack though, EDG. Nobody this time, not gonna be allowing for Meteor to gain access.
And Sylvan's not there to trade. Not that he might have been able to, but he's a little bit late. So that's a free pick. Stacks Buzz. Gonna try to clear out nobody.
Nobody's inching closer and closer. It's a decent amount of damage, down to 60 HP. That pinch out from Hookah, however, still not coming through. They don't know that it's just open.
But he's got so much stall. He's able to buy time for these rotations. IZU on a really late lurk in Showers, and they're going to use that to TP.
He's just going to be the entry. Yeah, the TP comes over their way. Showstopper. Just check out the rest of the site. Bonks his head on the entry, the blast packs, but Buzz swinging the corner. Does get the rocket through. A 1-to-1 trade on that front, but player advantage here for the side of EDG. Rotation still needing to come through from nobody, making his way across from that B site. 0 point confirms, no one forward there in Showers. Stacks confirms no one forward, trying to push up here in towards Lambs, but as he swings out, getting flushed into the open, he's able to find one. IZU striking, finds nobody. Now, the 2v2, the time starting to take away the molly. Sent to further delay. Sylvan just stuck here around the corner, playing quietly, putting Simon down to 13 HP, finding the kill. Smoggy can only find the one. He cannot get this round win. T1 will convert their bonus to get to double digits.
Oh, I'm loving the depth of the playbook here for T1. You know, after all that early attention they created at Showers, IZU with tremendous patience to just wait there. And things don't go so good on the other side of the map, so he says, guys, it's open, take the TP, let's go. And they're able to get into these post plants. Lock down U-All with 2 different players. Sylvan with the deep lurk. He was checking market really early to make sure there wasn't an early flank from EDG. Had that molly in hand for the post plant. That is a really well thought out and set up round for T1. And they're 5 rounds up on EDG on Bind.
EDG now gonna have to start digging deep themselves. Try to find that drive that they had in the first map at the beginning of this one when they were just going blow for blow against T1.
You can see some of that wind has gone out of the sails.
Made in towards the cubby. Kangkang not gonna be cleared out. Finds the first, the wall, staves off the rest of the push, and that's gonna be a weapon hand delivered here into Kangkang's hands. The Meteor quickly removes it. Wrenches it from his grasp. Flash up forward, out of the smoke. IZU able to find one. Smoggy, just the singular kill with the carried over weapon. Simon is gonna likely see if he can try to do some damage. 2 charges away from having that ult online. Kill and a death would give it to him. Round victory right now at this point doesn't seem likely. Stacks able to go ahead, avoid all the util, strafes out to safety. Meteor with 3 helps get T1 up to 11.
And that's 7 in a row now for T1. They are starting to streak. They are starting to do to EDG what EDG did to them at the beginning of this. It's a rough entry for Buzz. The wall cuts off the rest of his team. They're quick to come out. They're quick to burst. The flood is nice. They just work together, knock players down. This is what T1 needs in rounds like this. It gets scrappy as long as you're together. You can get it to go your way. And that's going to be another timeout here from EDG. Need to find a way to get back into this.
Second and final of this map. Taking a glimpse here, looking like that operator about to come online here from Kangkang. First opportunity, realistically, for him. Can have that impact from this defending side, but fear that if they go forward with this, it's going to be glass cannon. He doesn't have any money behind to try to get himself some shields.
It would be the most Kangkang thing to do. And that is, you know what, I trust him to do plays like that.
Sure.
Absolutely. And he's so good with that operator. You know, no one's really shown that they're going to be able to contest the sniper battle from T1 today. So you might as well lean into it. You're down this far, you might as well give it a go. Get this round to go, you're able to get the economy stabilized a little bit, potentially. See if you can run things back. You can see they're gonna have to squeeze out a Guardian instead of a full rifle for Smoggy. Is that Steel Garden available as well? It's just about dodging that op as T1, and you might not expect it here, given the economic situation that EDG was in. So it could catch him off guard, but nobody is going to be pressuring Long B. Instead, Buzz, Sylvan, good flash. It's going to shut down nobody. And there's Kangkang though, gets his pick.
Finds one. Sylvan dead. Chichoo forced away here from Showers. T1 continuing to try to push up, and eventually they will just be able to overwhelm him. It's like now broken open, and Smoggy just drifting across the paint shells. Just does not have the timing to try to put that weapon to use. He falls to the wayside. The showstopper popped here from Kangkang, sees one, sends it. Meteor gonna be taken down. It's the operator back in the hand. Paint shells to further delay. Stacks the back off. IZU steadying. Recovers from the flash, finds the kill, says, yep, you guys go on. Get the plant through. I'm gonna try to handle this fight myself. Stuck into a corner. Kangkang pushing forward. Snappy with a right click, does manage to find it. But at the end of the day, he's just got to try to save this weapon. That spike will erupt. T1 will get themselves up to map point.
A chaotic round. Everything going on over at B, and all of a sudden T1 is just exploding through towards A. A smoke comes down in front of Showers, and Meteor's able to find the kill. Buzz.
On the lurk, and he finds it. Nothing recovered. Nothing kept safe. T1 want every advantage they could possibly get going into this 18th round of play.
Again, it's a nice setup on the B side. The A side just gets absolutely smothered, and IZU somehow wins that battle against Simon. That was crucial. Give them the opportunity to go for the rotate. Yeah, Simon knows he dropped the ball a bit there. It's gonna be 2 Guardians, a Rifle, a Bulldog, a Judge. Kangkang gonna be the one with the Vandal. A lot of work to do. T1 though, showing a little bit of presence over towards B. There's a lot of players stacked here. Pretty sure the Judge is over here in Hookah as well, so gotta root this out, gotta be slow, gotta be methodical as T1.
The blast back up in towards the side, but Chichoo out on a flank angle, able to find one, finds 2. As he peeks back in towards Zuka, now that Judge rings out. It's a rude awakening for T1. Well, Command still pulsing for a brief little moment there, but now expiring. 2v3 noise made. The Armageddon online could just be called in. Sylvan with the peek, able to find 1. But he playing this patiently. Sylvan trying to take some space, knows that if he can get rid of the flanker, he's going to be in a good spot. And now Simon's just being overwhelmed and picked apart. Sylvan held back here for the moment by the salvos. Kangkang out of Hookah, able to find 1. They roll out the red carpet, but it's not needed. Kangkang will take him down. It's EDG holding on by a thread.
That's just a great opening win for Chichoo with that Guardian. Really makes it a lot more difficult for T1 to get through cleanly. There's a bunch of trades over here in Hookah. Good, I think it was a flash from Simon.
Enemy remaining.
Some piece of util gave him a couple assists in that fight. IZU looked like he was blinded up a little bit. Regardless, now EDG is coming into an alt cycle of their own. Orbital Strike, no command, Steel Garden. You have the Nightfall and the Orbital Strike for the side of T1. So EDG here trying to extend this map a little bit more. See if they can kind of do to T1 what T1 did to them on Split. Run some rounds through, maybe wear them down just a little bit. Just a spot on IZU over into the Showers. They're going to try to double swing him.
Backs away, mostly unscathed. Minor amounts of damage taken. Very fortunate to get out with his life.
That's smart by IZU. I mean, it's almost always at least 2 from EDG that you're going to be squaring up against unless it's Chichoo. They're so good at coordinating.
Speaking of Chichoo, once again, going to be put on a pedestal, going to be asked to deliver some heroics. Lone anchor on this site. Rotation starting to come through, it seems, from nobody. No, just don't stick around. Potential teleporter play here from them. Still guarded at the ready. Chichoo, quite a bit of damage there, nearly gets cooked, but just keep himself alive for the moment.
Oh, the TP.
Nightfall around the back. Kangkang gonna be deafened here as Meteor 3 positions. Then all command coming in to push forward. Sprays through despite the flash, is still able to find 1. Simon gonna be put down. IZU now having to backpedal. So very low, but still finding 2 kills. Smoggy now with everything to do. His last teammate far too distant. 13-6, T1. They reply on bind, they get that win, and they send us the Pearl.
Unbelievable. Both teams just dominating on their opponent's map pick. Crazy stuff we're seeing here.
Map 3 is on the horizon, and who knows which way it's gonna go. There's only one way to find out though, and that's to stay tuned.
Whoa! 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 Let's go, boys!
Sit!
안녕하세요. T1 발로란트 팀에서 활동하고 있는 이주 함우주라고 합니다. 난 같은 퍼시픽 팀을 좀 국제 대회에서 탈락시킨 거라 좀 복잡하긴 한데 그래도 여태껏 못 이겨오던 상대를 좀 높은 무대에서 이길 수 있어서 너무 행복합니다. 일단 저희가 한 번도 못 이겨온 상대에게 이김으로써 저희가 점점 더 성장하고 있고 저희가 점점 더 잘해지고 있다는 것을 팀원들끼리도 더 확신할 수 있는 계기가 되고 이걸 이김으로써 저희도 더 분위기를 타고 다음 경기를 더 열심히 할 수 있는 그런 분위기가 만들어지는 것 같습니다. 일단 공수 전환이 되고 저희가 피스톨 라운드를 이긴 후에 라운드 격차가 좀 많이 나 있어서 제가 저희 IGL인 스택스한테 요루 분신 연기를 좀 해봐도 되겠냐라고 물었고 스택스가 3라운드 재활용 라운드니까 한번 해봐라 라고 해서 해보게 됐습니다.
Just he went for the fake clone play. He walked right past the Vice utility. That is unbelievable, IZU.
끝나고 피스 펌프를 할 때 DRX 선수들이 포옹해주면서 더 열심히 하고 꼭 우승하고 돌아와라 라는 말을 해줘서 그 말을 듣고 좀 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승해야겠다는 마음이 들었습니다. 국제대회 첫 경기를 좀 힘들게 지게 되면서 좀 불안한 모습을 보여드려서 걱정이 많으셨을 거라고 생각하는데 저희가 응원을 듣고 힘내서 플레이오프까지 진출하게 될 수 있어서 너무 좋고 앞으로 남은 경기도 더 힘내서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
And that was IZU in his Omen player moment, and T1, of course, looking for some more amazing moments against the reigning world champions in EDG. They have forced the map 3 where it's happening, but something that I thought was really interesting as we were talking to IZU in that Omen player moment was him talking about the words that his compatriots were giving him as well coming into this one.
Yeah, clearly giving them confidence after that win. It had to feel good to finally take down DRX, and they really carried that confidence into this game as well.
Yeah, exactly. And to bring things back, I think that the way that they managed to close this last round of the half was determinant to them because I think that IZU is playing brilliantly, nothing compared to that first map. But actually, the way that Meteor has his utility down here in this side for this late moment of the round, it's a before and after for them. Not only his movement is perfect and is literally on time for it, but everything else seems to fall into place.
And they kept this going into the second half. T1 winning their bonus rounds here, early putting a priority on farming ultimate orbs for Buzz. He gets the opening kill, trading out there onto Chichoo. And then in a 3v4 situation where T1 is down numbers, I think they put on display some of that individualism to be able to come up with this round against EDG and convert this one into a win against the former world champs. Player caught out in the open there, but they still keep good positions, juggle their utility, put down the Brim Molly, and find these isolated duels. It's just so well played between the individual players of T1, and this is exactly the kind of plays that brought them that win that shocked everyone in the group stage against DRX.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing that I really liked about this match, and this map in particular, is the fact that even though we're seeing the KO versus KO, I love the effect that it's having on the players.
Yeah.
I know that we talk a lot about the Tejo and how his cooldowns have been affecting, but I think that the usage from the KO on both of the teams was game-changing.
And my god, I mean, the confidence from these players. Buzz had an incredible map on the Rays. Same thing with Meteor. But what was so wild is that T1 was constantly in player down situations. 11 rounds that game, they were in a 5v4 after EDG, or at a 4v5 after EDG got the opening pick. They still won half of them. That bonus round was one example, but T1 did such a great job in the mid rounds with their team fighting of bringing back these disadvantaged rounds and winning that map.
Exactly, and in every single time that they were the ones having the advantage, they were able to convert all of them. And not only that, they were able to get both of the pistols from EDG, something that so far in this tournament, nobody has been able to
A far cry from what we saw on map number 1, of course. And we're talking about Buzz. Well, that brings us to your HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one, of course, going to the man himself here, willing this team across the finish line with his incredible pucky plays, just landing those hits, and really has just been a highlight player for this squad when he needed them most in that map too.
Absolutely, because the first round rounds, after I would say like 4, 5, 7, they were a little bit messy. The buys were not the best for the teams, but it also feels like they were comfortable in doing this. I know that we've been seeing a lot of hockey during this map, but they make it seem all worth it. And this is the kind of place and the kind of moments that build up that trust, that momentum, that actually I am this good, I can perform even, no matter the weaponry.
And I was worried about this team after what they showed in Pacific. I think looking a little bit rough, a little bit messy in some of their games. After making the decision to go back and forth on the swap between Carpe and Sylvan, but now everything is just clicking. And I'm gonna be honest, they are in an amazing position to actually close out this series and beat EDG. The last time they played Pearl, they looked really impeccable on that map with the double duelist Yoru Neon comp. They're undefeated this year on Pearl, and EDG was looking pretty shaky in that last map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the historical stats there, right? Gen G, that last time they played kickoff, right? It got themselves a 13-8 finish. And hey, that is a big win for you without a doubt. But Kuku, let's see what we're going to get out of the compositions here.
Exactly. Meteor here playing the Killjoy, as we said, the only one that we've had in the tournament so far. Them running the double duelist. But remember, EDG and that strength that they get on map number 3. Remember what happened against G2 in Fracture.
This composition with the double duelist is very potent on defense. Watch how the two duelist players on T1 work together to move around, find different positions to anchor onto these sites. It's so good from them in their last game. People rated this team number 8 out of 8 going into this tournament. Woo! And GB, they're a map away from beating the world champs.
It's a true David versus Goliath. Map 3's underway. The winner moves on. The loser's got another chance, but oh boy, it's gonna sting. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. Mimi, if you want to talk about these rankings, I think you also have to call out that Chichoo left out of some of these top pro lists at this tournament. So there's been some silliness that has happened in the run-up here to Masters Bangkok, but here we are, map 3, Pearl, 3-0 so far for T1 this year. They have not dropped it, but EDG have also looked incredible here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if T1 could find a pistol win, it'd be huge. EDG has been so good. They were 10-2 on pistols coming into that bind, and then they lost 2 in a row. Quick rotations. T1 trying to delay a little bit.
A little narrow angle there from IZU. Couple taps in. Kangkang going to be taken down as Buzz. Peeks out from lower, is able to find him. First kill to try to start the retake here. Shock dart, not quite gonna find contact there. Blue bolt sent in towards the hall. Nearly gets the line up there, but Buzz is able to just strike a little bit faster. 2-player advantage now here for the side of T1 as they look to get themselves yet another pistol to spam, however, into the smoke. Meteor gonna be taken down. They're looking for the body block here. Grab locking them in position, and Sylvan going down the rest of the views, just being held. Another pistol win. It's T1 start off Pearl 1-0.
What a stellar grab well from Sylvan. That was the round winner there for T1. Nice opening pick here. No way, Buzz. This is a great relay bolt as well to clear out that hall angle. Something he's so good at on this map. Simon there just spamming through the smoke. Knows that T1's gonna try to stick it down. They're able to body block to help out to make sure that they can get that defuse to go through. And now you're getting T1 pumped up. Have to be feeling good, have to be feeling confident. A judge for Buzz, a couple Bulldogs and a Spectre. Stacks just sticking with a Ghost. A 4-1 split here for EDG. Clear of the Nano.
Spectre, Meteor, yep, not gonna want to peek into this one. Susses out that it's going to be the line share of the players from EDG. Pushing through Art. Space going to be given up. Plant can come through. EDG wants to get forward. They want to take some space. Sylvan, however, able to find himself a 3rd kill. Push up, barrel stuff there by Simon. With the right click as Buzz just sliding across. Styles on him a bit. The judge strikes, finds the kill, and T1, 2 players down, still able to close out the anti-eco.
I love the way that T1 is playing this right now. One of the strengths of this comp, you know, the desk was talking about it, the way the duos can play off each other. Another thing you can do here is play flood retakes really nicely because you have so much ability to keep your opponents off balance. You have the Neon, you have the Yoru to get past some of their defensive lines. Things like that can cause a lot of problems, but Sylvan again holding his ground. being that side anchor that T1 needs. That is stylish from Buzz. Love to see it on that Neon. Now you go into the bonus. Pivotal round for EDG. They love to stack up on this attacker's side. They love to just try to go at you. Just go for these big executes. They were doing it all the time against G2 until G2 could prove that they could stop it. Here with the gun advantage. EDG clear the turret. They're gonna keep pressing forward. Thought maybe they might pause a bit, but nope, full throttle.
Nano 7 Meteor is ready for this. Does get taken down, however, it's nobody. Swinging the corner, finding one. Buzz similarly falling. Their advantage right back here into their hands. EDG not wanting to allow for another bonus conversion. We saw T1 achieve there on that bind. Nightfall very quickly online here for Simon. Is that here for the post play? We'll see if it comes into play. The Sports Smoggy holding down Halls, finds the first IZU. Picked off, the Nightfall will go through. But so too will these kills. Just a singular casualty here as EDG get themselves on the board in round 3.
Yeah, this time T1 tries to deny the EDG push with just 2 players. They got shut down relatively quickly. Meteor there, able to catch the 1 player. He goes deep towards the hall. Then the reveal from the haunt spots him out. Yeah, okay, Buzz did it to him earlier. Fair play there. Just spam him through the smoke, whatever. Nice! That Nightfall did get invested. And that means that T1 is gonna have that Cosmic Divide available potentially for a retake. And they won't have to necessarily worry about that Nightfall. It's a potential counter to that. It's gonna be the op for IZU. He's over on the B side behind the screens. Sylvan on a bit of an island.
Spotting out plenty. Snack's not too far away. Starts swinging back around his Meteor. Gets himself planted over towards Art. Just gonna be a cut of the noise here. EDG start shifting their way across towards this B site. That op still laying in wait.
Got a read on a couple of the players. 2 pings came out. T1 is fully committed to this A defense, but it isn't gonna quite be the angle. TP out for IZU. It's gonna be a 1 and done here. Looks like the smoke is gonna go up though. Let's see if they anticipate. Might jump up on top of that box. Nope, he's gonna try the other angle.
Oh, but just out into the open is Smoggy. Thinking that they had this angle completely cleared. Goes for the repeat, cannot find the shot. He's get tagged up to 31, but ultimately gets himself out towards safety. Cosmic Divide now gonna be called in. Buzz able to find one as nobody's gonna be taken down over at Halls. Kangkang, however, starting to come online, finds 2, but it's sat down by Stacks, who similarly gets dropped here by Chichoo. The plant now able to be stuck. You're here around the corner. Simon taking that first fight, but Sylvan able to find the first.
Not ready yet.
Now into the 1v1. You're knowing exactly where he's at, but needs to try to find the timing. The swing, as we play ring around the Rosie. Identifying each other, spotting it out in the fight. Backed away. Meteor needing to get himself over towards the spike. Taps in, and Chichoo is instantaneous with the headshot. EDG tie it 2-2.
Just beautiful stuff here from Chichoo. Working those angles around the hall so nicely. IZU there, able to take down the smokes, but couldn't find the second shot. Took a little bit of damage on the way out. Kangkang quick to find those 2 entry frags. Sylvan trying to hold the line, can't do much. And then it's the Chichoo show. He's been incredible in Kangkang.
Cannot believe it. It's a hell of a round. Economy now from T1, broken up. Dimensional drift available here from Kangkang as Sylvan down to 4 HP.
T1 this time gambling that EDG is not going to make any more rotations. They're going to lose out in the first kill.
Stacks eliminated. Smoke's obfuscating here. As Sylvan does get a nice headshot. Overdrive going to be committed here by Buzz. Finds 1, but is quickly shut down. Not quite the value they were going to be looking for, but Meteor on the lurk. Backstabs. Recovers a weapon. And this time, he wins out on the fight. As T1 are looking for another thrifty. Kangkang, however, other ideas. The plant being stuck in the swing, not coming through. A quick exit back into main. Vandal grabbed IZU, drifting across, and he hits one hell of a headshot. The last man standing gets the defuse, and T1 get another MasterCard Thrifty to regain the lead.
This is gonna leave EDG fans shaking their heads. They've seen this too many times. EDG gives up these Thrifties. MasterCard loves it. EDG fans not so much, but you're able to get some good value here. You get some good trades for the side of T1, and then Meteor's able to slip through these smokes right towards Art, find a couple big kills and break things open, and what a snappy shot from IZU at the end to best Kangkang, who has been looking really sharp this map so far. Operator again for IZU. It's going to be a weaker buy for EDG. Are we going to trade Thrifties again like we did on Vine? And this is a fast hit towards B.
Very well could happen. Dimensional Drift escorts them forward. Spot out on the 2. Fake out, goes through, swing onto the corner, but Sylvan is able to find that elimination, finds himself a second off screen. Simon just get taken down, but nobody now. Starting to go crazy as he finds himself 3. Sylvan will finally be shut down. IZU just now makes his way over towards the site, the spike for the moment. There at Halls. Went in behind the box. It's the tap of it. So he's just gonna wait this out. Knows that he still does have time on his side. Wants to try to recover the weapon here. Nobody drifting down just below him. Sends out a shot, not gonna connect. Drops down with that backstab. Gets closer and closer as nobody is about to arrive, about to strike. And strike he does. We're just gonna keep swinging back and forth, it seems. We have tied at 3-3.
It's just incredible how good these teams are with weaker weapons. And this time T1 has to give up a lot of space. They were playing really far back on B. And that allows some of these close range weapons to do some serious damage for EDG. That Spectre, ridiculous from nobody. Goodness.
Huge round and now.
Just use that gun, man.
Yeah.
That was clean.
Has the Armageddon online. We'd like to not use it in this round. We once again have T1 knocked back economically, but that hasn't meant too much here. Once again, Buzz, a Bucky in hand. Solo on this B site, and right now EDG very clustered up in this position.
But EDG is just toying with them. They show a little bit of presence over at A. It forces a ton of rotations from T1, and EDG has learned from their mistakes, from their previous anti-eco. They're like, well, just don't go at them because they're just going to rotate really quickly and try to stop us.
Trying to sprint into position. Still some time to play with here. She's taking their time. A huge late linger here from Simon, just holding back, trying to see any forward presence pushing out of Ace. Spotted absolutely nothing.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Armageddon going to be sent here, and yet IZU pushes up into the smoke. As it dissipates, he will get cut down. Chichoo able to find one. The cause find now going to be in play. But Pride has pushed them back, but he finds Meteor. A flash out, the jump peek, the Bucky finds him. Up and over the top, Buzz! How has he gotten 2? Will finally be brought down. Recon not pinging out anything. Sheriff scooped up, 20 seconds remaining. The Haunt cleared the smoke, dissipating. Sylvan still finds that shot. What a disgusting one. But EDG still persevere in the round.
This is so back and forth. EDG really taking their time on this, but it took a little bit too long. That allowed T1 to get into position to contest this plant. Oh, he just saw a little bit of that. And IZU there because of that Armageddon. Not much he can do. This is beautiful stuff from Buzz. Using that neon mobility very nicely, but gets a little bit antsy there. Expects that they're going to try to replant quicker than they did. Time to jump. A scrappy trade at the end, but EDG, a little bit better guns, able to get through that one in the long run. Back into the op. IZU.
Catching Kangkang util in hand. Trying to go for a setup. Now, tip of the spear, cut off. EDG thinking twice about this approach through Art.
This is tough now. Lost that entry. So now you kind of have to just methodically clear your way through. The good news is you've opened up a lot of space here towards B Link. See if they anticipate Simon's position. Oh, Simon, great to react.
Read. But does he expect another player? He's got the spike in hand. Chichoo sort of watching here for this. Simon drifting back, and Sylvan hits the transfer and guns down all three.
On cooldown.
Oh. Nobody. So clean there.
All missiles away.
Try to use some of his util, get this spike, get spammed down as he goes through the smokes. Such a difficult position to get through. Have to have one of the nastiest outplays we've seen so far.
The Nebula will fade. IZU inching closer and closer here. The swing out, and Sylvan will finish what he started, a 4K, to tie it at 4-4. What a round.
I love this little change up here from T1. A lot of times when it's Meteor out there like that in mid, he's on his own. And this time they double up. Sylvan goes with Meteor, and it completely fools EDG. They are not anticipating that there's going to be another player going through that mid aggression, because so often it's just Meteor lurking on his own. That's a great little change up, a great on-the-fly adaptation from T1. And the fans back in Seoul starting to get into it. That's going to bring a timeout from EDG to try to see if they can stabilize this attacker side. There's been some great back and forths, but the coaching staff didn't like something they saw in that previous round. Just maybe not the awareness, the diligence to make sure that those flanks are well and truly clear before you start making those moves.
They've done their homework. They know what to expect from T1 when they get to that attacking side. That Neon, that Yoru in play. They know that they need to go into that second half with as big of an advantage as they could possibly get, but right now these teams are just squared up, just layering punch after punch into each other.
Love it.
Neither wanting to back down.
This is what I wanted out of this match. This is what I was expecting, just brawly Valorant. And we're getting it. And tell you what, gotta love what you're seeing from Sylvan for T1. 15-7 right now. This is the player that you and I have been waiting for. You know, we saw him so good on WGS back in the day, and he's kind of been a journeyman for the last few years, but maybe now he's found his home on T1, and he certainly is showing up when they need him most.
It's then after they qualified, getting themselves into that grand final at kickoff, that he's going to do everything to get his position back to be able to play at this event. I think be bold and stupid to say that he hasn't deserved it and he hasn't earned it. Lockdown on a timing here for Meteor to try to shove them back to Hunter's Fury as well. Opened up, just looking for a pick. Smoggy tagged up, taken down. As they have to try to flood forward.
Well divided.
No detain to be found here. Cosmic Divide now going to be invested.
It's the third one, by the way.
Yep. 3v2, the grab wall just pulling Kangkang in. Stopping him from trying to reinforce this position. The peek coming in, Sylvan. There again, but Chichoo, how has he come away with two? IZU and Stacks both going to be taken down. This would be a monstrous round for EDG to try to get the win. The whoa! And with the stinger in hand, it is another MasterCard Thrifty as Chichoo continues to work miracles.
It's unbelievable. 2 of these rounds are just Chichoo. 2 of the 5 that EDG has won. The guy is unstoppable.
How is he cutting these kills?
I don't know. Oh, no! No! Oh my God. He just knows. The crosshair placement, he doesn't need to see him. He just knows where to put it. That's unfair.
What an unbelievable round from Chichoo. You could say that about so many, just in this series alone. He is the X factor. So let's see if we can go back to back once more.
More thrifties, please.
Beltron gets the spot out. They'll know that the Bucky is in play. For the stun there on the corner. A little bit of a minor whiff there on the bounce. Sylvan peeking out. Just gonna be met with a flash. With the prowling out. Starts the chase. 30 HP remaining. Kangkang inching forward, finishes the job, Stacks Guardian shot, is able to find one. We are now on the floor, but Stacks revealed, pinned down, take it down. Meteor strikes, is able to find one, scoops up a weapon. A bit more firepower now behind, but Simon does well to find the headshot. Cosmic Divide now going to be called in. 2v2, the Dimensional Drift in play. IZU just spotting them both out. Sends out the fake, the overdrive popped. Smoggy spotted here in the corners. He just gets run down. The slide in buzz cannot find it. Chichoo at 5 HP this time. Cannot pull a rabbit out of his hat. 5-5. These teams are inseparable.
This is absolute chaos. This time it's EDG looking like they've got the round one. And guess what? Another MasterCard Thrifty, because why not? A great reveal on the haunt there. Nice throw from Simon, a good follow-up kill. But the Guardian, so good. Stacks hits one, Buzz picks it up, gets the ult. IZU not messing around this time, not gonna give up another one. T1's coaches, Chungak and Autumn in there, fired up. And we go again. Certainly not again, right, Achilles?
We've had second Thrifty, yes.
Yes, but what about third?
What about third Thrifty?
That up.
IZU on a peek.
Yeah.
Gets Kangkang, gets out. Repositions here behind the screen. This site. EDG are locked out of it.
That's a huge win. Finding those opening kills, something they have been really struggling to do in this match. Even though they won bind, like the desk was talking about, they were losing in the first kill department. So getting those openers, really, really important for T1, because once they were able to find those, they were able to close out the rounds 100%. Now they need to see if they can continue to do that. Alarm bot is going to get a little bit of info. Meteor on an island on A, though.
Target destroyed.
Waiting for the strafe out. Spike now confirmed. Meteor looking for a little bit more. He's able to find Smoggy right before Chichoo pushes in from main. Mildly opened up. Stacks. Oh, shifting around, and Simon. It's one hell of a shot. Repositions trying to find that gun. Can't quite get though, but does get the spot out, but Buzz able to go ahead and hold his ground. Slides across. Mows him down. Does T1 get themselves back into the lead? Last round to go.
A nice stand by Meteor. But it's Chichoo again, who's just finding these phenomenal timing to step in and start finding value. Meteor doing what he can. Stack sends the dart to try to help. But Chichoo was just one step ahead of that first ping. Was able to catch Meteor right in the ear. Fans here certainly being treated to a great map 3. One more round. Judge for Buzz.
Judge in hand, IZU not wanting to overstay his welcome. Jumps out, Dimensional Drift now. Kangkang just trying to scout.
Face your
Identifies two, they're still quite far away. Nightfall goes across over towards that art side. Nothing gonna be noted, nothing gonna be spotted here, but it's an attempt at
they have no idea.
A little bit of a fake here. The spike now starting the drift.
They're both second guessing each other.
On a line, Armageddon. Gonna be sent, he's just strafing forward. Stops in his tracks, finds one. Nobody now held back. Weapon scooped up. The pinch getting ready to come through. Is Meteor out to the open. Oh! It's massacred as they swing in the corner. Stack's able to find two. Tucks back, 10 HP remaining. Tries to challenge for the fight, but ends up falling to the wayside.
I got this bike.
It all comes down to Sylvan. Nobody low. The tap, the first found. He overstays on the angle though, and Smoggy is able to collect 6 and 6. We are tied up at the half.
Switching sides.
This has just been such a treat to watch these two teams go back and forth. Oh man, cannot wait for this second half.
Just insanity the whole way throughout. The Thrifties, the neck and neck pace. The back and forth between these teams has been something to behold. It might not be the cleanest Valorant you've ever seen, but it is damn entertaining. As we go into the half, we have a special someone standing by. Big T1 fan in his own right, and one of their former players. We'll send it down to hear from Xcurate.
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหสุดยอดเลยวันนี้นะครับผมเองก็มาอยู่กับ แขกรับเชิญที่หลายคนอาจจะรู้จักนั่นเองนะครับ Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with T1 Excurrent
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
Amazing, amazing. You know, we only have half time, so let's get into the question. I want to know, how are you feeling with T1's performance right now?
I think I'm really happy because I was disappointed with the first map result, but they can come back and get their momentum back. So I really hope T1 can closing out and go to the finals.
Awesome สำหรับนะคำถามของผมนั่นก็สั้นๆเลยนะครับว่าตอนนี้คิดยังไงกับผลงานของ T1 อยู่นะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบของเขาก็เลยบอกว่าจากแมปแรกอาจจะไม่ค่อยดีใจเท่าไหร่นะครับผมแต่ว่าหลังๆมาก็รู้สึกว่าเริ่มทำใจได้เขาเริ่มกลับมาแล้วก็หวังว่าจะชนะครึ่งหลังได้เหมือนกันนะครับผม and for the next question it's gonna be a fast one you're here in Masters Bangkok do you actually have some feeling you want to be up there
Every time I watch them often like this I feel like I want to play again
นะก็บอกว่าก็ถามไว้ก่อนเลยนะครับว่ามีความรู้สึกไหมที่เรามาดูเนี่ยแล้วอยากกลับขึ้นไปเล่นเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าทุกครั้งที่ได้ดูเนี่ยโหอยากเล่นแน่นอน Anyways yeah one last thing you want to say to the Thai fans or even the players out there
Let's go T1
เฮ้ครับสำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมเราก็หมดเวลาแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นนะฮะเดี๋ยวเรากลับไปดูในเกมดีกว่าครับ and for now that's it from us let's get back to Pearl
Let's get back to it indeed 6-6 tied up EDG started the series off having those clean pistol wins the last 3 have gotten away from them can they tie us up in that regard as well gain the lead or will T1 be rewriting widely the entire story of their pistols and kickoff up until this point?
For sure. This is the side of the map where T1, this comp is really meant to do damage. They ran 5 in a row on the attack side against DRX to shut him out, and that's a great opener for IZU.
What a shot from IZU. Kangkang being put through the ringer so far here on this map. Started off hot, but just hasn't been given the space to really find that huge game-taking over value. But Buzz sliding in towards dugout, able to find one. Smoggy going to be taken down, swaps over for the Ghost. 2-player advantage to T1. Chichoo, nobody. Get collected over towards the side of the map. Simon out into the open. Able to find that headshot, gets the kill, but he's taken down to 40 now, whittled away at 25 HP remaining. Guess the shock dart does connect. Sylvan on the strafe. Damage here through the wall. The haunt going to be cleared out. Simon trying to push forward. The salvo's now sent. Sylvan just trying to plant his feet, take the fight. Falls, but Meteor keeps them in with the advantage. Chichoo here. Gun down. Meteor will find the finisher. Another pistol to T1. 4-2 in that regard. And the lead here on Pearl once again in their hands.
Fantastic entry by Buzz to clear out dugout. Really nice stuff.
I'll find you.
Then they're able to just plant their feet, get set up in these post-plant positions. This is a banger from IZU.
Spike planted.
Buzz there setting himself up nicely with his own relay bolt. Clear that space. Meteor hitting some good shots, but this crossfires galore. Some of these T1 players are so good at executing these attack side hits. So brutal. EDG trying to get ahead of what T1's kind of default hit towards the B side is. They usually want to get right up to where the screen is, right in front of the B site. Throw down the fast lane, TP in. As you can see, they're hiding Kangkang behind the pillar. you have to consider it. Yep. You have to consider it.
Did it in the last one. Kangkang still sat here. Timing, however, going to be found for Buzz. Just swings the corner. Little do they know this B site is very open, free for the taking. Ooh, but so too is potentially this kill on a Meteor. Chichoo. A nice little backstab of Sheriff. Upgrade.
That is not a gun you want to give Chichoo.
Absolutely not. So now to a 4v4 plant here into the open from Sylvan. Buzz maybe about to have contact here against Chichoo. Pulls back off the angle. Now confirms it.
I am not challenging that if I'm Buzz.
Salvo's trying to push him out into the open here, but IZU able to find one. Smoggy does go ahead and take down the enemy Yoru, but Buzz is just tearing him limb for limb. A 3K, 3 players surviving. Weapons to be carried over. It's T1, move up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, T1 there, able to avert disaster with Kangkang's hidden position. Tried to see if they could sneak by. Meteor there, caught on his lurk, so be it. Not the end of the world in the long run. Great patience there by Buzz not to challenge that Sheriff. To create that extra angle. Let his teammate deal with it when they are forced to make a move. So again, the coordination starting to come together for T1. They're starting to look better than what we saw in Split. Now EDG wants to make sure they don't get bonused. Don't let T1 run away with this map. It's going to be the wall this time, placed ahead. So that normal fast execute that T1 really likes to deliver on this B site, going to be a lot tougher to pull off. You could get the TP through, you can get Buzz through.
Good amount of space here for Kangkang. Gets himself slid in behind that box. Grid A main.
Portal closed.
Trying to push forward here. See if they can get into this B site. Throwing from Stacks, trying to sell some further attention.
Like that a lot from Stacks. Keep him guessing. He's going to pedal back, kind of expecting that EDG is going to get aggressive. A haunt towards mid. No information gained off of it other than that space was clear. Meteor's going to take that timing to try to re-clear it himself. Razorvines right towards those one of the plant spots and towards the edge of Hall. Buzz likes to go that way.
Salvo's going to be sent through. Meteor arriving here at the connector, finds one, anticipates Smoggy's position as well. Can he win it out? Could be Simon actually takes him down. Slow and steady, the creep up, but EDG very swift to shut them out.
And the thing to notice here is EDG has really done their homework on these B-site hits, the way that T1 likes to set them up. They're putting Razorvines at both edges of the hall. They're using the wall to cut off access to the B-site. Because if you let Buzz and IZU scale into that site, they're going to tear you apart. It's going to be a TP right behind that box you see there on the right-hand side of your screen. And then Buzz swings around the other side. They use the smokes to cut off Heaven and Hell and Link.
Scanning ahead.
And then they just smother you out, set up for the post plants. But EDG a step ahead with some of this Vice util already. Really like to see that. Good preparation. Now let's look over towards an A-site hit. Very important round for the economies of both of these teams.
Same play, same setup here from Kangkang. Now going to start to back away. I'm not going to be coming through, and he takes a TP. That puts him back across the map over towards that B side.
Just kind of deathballing it here. You got a couple players from EDG. It's going to be a TP over. Kangkang reinforcing. They're reading this really nicely.
Nobody as well. Starting to cut across. Get himself into position. The star is starting to fly. Dart cleared out. TP forward, slide to the back. Buzz, IZU, get one apiece. Re-swing, nobody able to go ahead and hold his ground. It's an immense amount of damage. Down to 8. The shot, however, through the wall. Simon getting the wall bang hit. Stacks gets eliminated. Player advantage still here for the side of T1. But by fairly narrow margins. Nobody to try to swing. He's good for one, but IZU and Meteor clean up the rest. And they keep T1 a 2-round advantage.
You can see how fearsome this T1 composition is. Even when you've got the read as EDG, you've got everybody leaning in other than Chichoo to defend this. Even nobody's Tejo was sliding onto this A site, and you still can't shut it down because the executes are just so clean. The nanos, the relay bolts, the flashes from IZU.
Another shot from IZU though.
He is.
Bullets curving him around that fake out wanted style.
Man's out there playing gun kata.
He is. Quick exit there from Kangkang. The overdrive comes through. T1 wanting to up the pace here against the eco attempt. Simon gonna be the first to fall. Dancing around the smokes. Kangkang does get a nice shot. Buzz gonna be taken down. Smoggy lingering here inside of the smoke. Tries to go for a timing. Ends up falling to the wayside. Now a judge scooped up into Kangkang's hands. That could be devastating. Still has the Sheriff, but he will lose his life. Sylvan gets the transition. 3 in the round, the last 2. Gorgeous shots. It's T1 now up to 10 round wins, double digits. 3 away from closing out this series. EDG needing to rally back.
I love the pressure that T1 is creating here. We haven't seen it on these A hits where they're getting really deep back towards the secret area, back towards their spawn. And Buzz pushes that space, and that gives them a ton of information, room to breathe.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
They're getting jazzed up, and they have every right to be. EDG needing to silence the opposite side of the stage. Get some fire beneath them.
Dude, Sylvan might drop a 30 bomb on this one. He's got 23 kills, 20 for Chichoo. Of course, he's just been so good on this map for EDG, but the rest of the team not stepping up. Kangkang 7-16. That's hard to believe with how good he looked at the beginning of this match, which how good he looked on Split. I wouldn't believe you if you told me he was going 7-16 on Pearl.
Somehow they've sussed it out, they figured it out. Trying to just break him apart, dismantle him. It's been working a treat for them. At one point, Kangkang is 5-5-0. That's plus 2 kills, plus 11 deaths. We know that he's one of these players that can just toggle that switch and get reactivated. And that's what needs to happen coming out of this timeout here for EDG.
He is him. We have seen it. He can do it. It's just will today be one of those days. Some ults to toy around with for EDG though. Armageddon and the Steel Garden. So if you can lure them in, I would assume that's what a little bit of this timeout is about, is, hey, give them a little bit more space potentially, and let's use that Steel Garden set up for the Flood. See if we can catch them out of position. For the side of T1 though, you do have that dimensional drift, so you're gonna be able to potentially identify where that Vice is. If it's anywhere near the site that you're at, you can kind of think around it, work around it. Wouldn't be surprised if T1 thinks about diving into the B well, the B site well a little bit more. That's where some of their really nasty executes are and where they can really set up some difficult post plants to deal with. Let's see exactly what everybody's thinking after this timeout. Cash is good for everybody to buy guns, at least in this round.
Yeah, but even that, those thrifties that were seeming like they were very reliable, have not been really bubbling up to the surface here. Some close calls. But EDG not able to find much, just that anti-bonus round win so far here in the half. Needing to find a stronger foundation for these site holds. Stop T1 from just busting down the door. Not sure what the issue is, but hopefully not too much longer before we get to this. I think we were doing pretty well so far, you and I in particular.
We had held on.
Didn't really have too many pumps to the brakes, but I guess it caught up with us. This game was way too fast-paced.
Yeah.
So it was inevitable that something would break down.
What a crowd we've got here today. Packed house here in Bangkok. Absolutely incredible, the energy that they've been bringing all throughout this event. And what a treat they're getting here for this opening match. A lot of fans from both teams representing EDG and T1. You could even get close enough to watch some of their players from the edge of the octagon. Whatever it is, the dodecahedron or whatever.
Yeah, I love that we have this now set up so the fans can just be right there, just below the players, watching the action, watching the reactions, ready to cheer them on. At a moment's notice, I'm being told that this should be getting underway very quickly. As Yup Timer starting to tick down, so let's go ahead and refresh your memories in case you fell asleep during that 10-7 T1. 3 rounds away from closing out this series and sending the defending world champions to the lower bracket. EDG, a timeout call before the tech pause. What are the adjustments made?
There's that dimensional drift. Trying to identify, just sees a couple different players. TP's back over into B-Link now. Gonna clear that area as well.
Investigate, but it's starting to run out of time. Tucks into the corner, the Thorn's gonna be popped. Salvo's sent to try to flush him out into the open, and it works to treat as nobody. He's able to find the headshot, and IZU gets taken down. Chichoo now play off a little bit of a timing here. Steel Garden's gonna be sent in. Nobody. Scouting across, confirms that there's no one else here in the site for the moment.
Placing alarm bot.
Just delayed. Meteor causing a little bit of attention towards A. His clear of a Prowler has gotten Kangkang to rotate over to water. Now they're going to rotate through, try to pinch onto this B site. Oh, Chichoo!
Fantastic shot. Sylvan dead, Buzz. Dead on arrivals. He tries to get himself into the site, but they say absolutely not. EDG. They're going to try to bring this one back. Stacks tries to make it a little bit more costly, but it's just the one casualty. EDG. Now just 2 rounds separating.
Chichoo just so aware, just so ready for the angles that T1 is trying to break in through. He's having none of it. Great flush out there. Identifying IZU stuck in that corner, nothing he can do with the Taeho. Just lock him in. And then they just start knocking players down. Great coordination, great timing. T1 tried to work the middle of the map a little bit. Didn't go so well. Tried to see if they could not have to rely just on those executes. And EDG able to shut it down nicely. Something that EDG does really well is works the middle of the map on their defender side. Against G2, they were so clean. They're able to spread. They're able to lock down these choke points. And they make it so annoying, and that's a great shot from Kangkang.
I mentioned lockdown is available, but Stack's going to be eliminated. The one player coming into the round that didn't have a weapon, just a Sheriff behind. Sliding in, Fuzz, distracted. Kicks the wrong target as IZU tries to get the little 180 flick. Just find Simon here for the moment. Kangkang really going to have to try to go for the reload. It's forced away for the moment. The Armageddon now going to be called in. IZU on a crossfire, able to find Chichoo. He and Sylvan, though, very committed positions versus 3. But the cross to the side, Sylvan covering fire, able to keep his teammate protected. Tap at the plant. Smoggy now, seen here on this art side. It's a stealth drone, let's try to get that suppression across, and we'll be able to do so onto Sylvan.
Fake teleport.
It's a game of cat and mouse now.
The spike still
30 seconds
out here
left.
in main. Sylvan needs to push his way forward.
He's gonna blink first.
They're trying to just cut noise, sell that there's been a rotation across towards that B side of the map, but EDG wisely play it patiently. Quick reposition, but the salvo's not on the mark. The plant comes in. Just the stun left available.
One enemy.
Smoggy finds the first. Sylvan going to be taken down. IZU now with everything to do it. Just 12 HP to try to do it. They have no idea where he was. He used the fake gate crash before. They have no clue if he's still in the site or if he's relocated elsewhere. The push getting ready to come through from Flowers. And on that swing out, nobody will find his target. Cosmic Defy does get burned. Still a bit off kilter here. A bit of an overcommitment from EDG.
Team A.
But more crucially, they get the round win.
You can see the pressure starting to get to these players a little bit. It's a really nice opener for Kangkang. Put T1 down a man. Chichoo, as always, so good for it. And just the tremendous patience to wait for that spike. And they're able to isolate the T1 players. Sylvan trying to cut off that art lurk from Smoggy. Not able to do so. Let's see what T1 can do as they're finally put down to a weaker buy for the first time.
Trying to go back to Thrifty Town. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Bucky, Hero, Vandal there in the hands of Meteor, otherwise Sheriffs. Meteor going to be spotted. Fella gives up the lurk. EDG, no. Meteor's that one guy. If there's going to be a hero rifle, it's going to be in his hands, and he's going to be the one to turn the round on its head. An exit there from Kangkang. Full send on the rotate comes through. T1 trying to get back over to the safe side.
They're gonna be rewarded potentially. Already another gate crash out from Kangkang though, so he's gonna be able to get over here quickly. Simon ready with the util potentially. Now, gonna get the confirm.
Prowler to check. They're gonna try to pound him down, but no, relay bolt just to force him back away from the corner. Fast lane, he skates on the site. Get ready to try to go for the plant. Up from Kangkang, not falling for it.
Spike planted.
Flash onto the corner, and IZU guns down 2. Picks up the operator, takes an exit, says thank you very much.
Oh, now he's got the dimensional drift.
He's just absolutely robbed and blind.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury trying to call for it here, trying to track. Stacks frantically trying to line up the shot. The jump back out over towards main. Smoggy, however, down to a sliver. Chichoo on a timing, pushing forward towards Art. Sylvan going to be gunned down. The counter swing from Meteor, not there. That's a window for Chichoo to try to work off of. But it can make it happen. It's another MasterCard Thrifty. As T1 get up to 11. How do they keep getting away with these?
It's IZU again with a massive outplay as the Yoru. The pop flash catches two, and he's good for both. Ridiculous. And then the Thief in the Night steals the operator, takes it out of their hands, and they're gonna take the round. Tremendous stuff from T1. Great working of the map there as well. Creating some attention onto that B side, able to open up some space towards A, get that plant down. And then I love it again, they're getting aggressive towards EDG's retakes, not letting them set up for those floods. A couple of rounds they've been able to do that. They have shut EDG out. They gotta bait this wall out though. This is something that really is gonna cause them problems. And EDG's already leading ahead of it.
Sliding forward, Buzz gonna be put on the floor. Nobody. Nice. Sheriff shot to find it.
He's unreal.
Chichoo continues to try to shove him back. Nobody finds another. Even further value found. As oh boy, we're back on this script, hey?
That's done.
Unless Meteor has something to say about it. Vandal recovered into the hands of nobody. Kangkang as well. That Phantom, but he's been spotted. He's been felled. Nebula only gonna last for so long. The turret forward out of this one. Quickly cleared out. Smoggy gets repositioned here behind the screens. The reload goes through, and Meteor just a hair off the shot. Back-to-back MasterCard Thrifties once more. EDG just down by one round.
It's absolutely messy, but it's Chichoo again with the Sheriff. No other gun needed. He might have more Sheriff kills than any other gun in this match. And Obity hits a really nice one too. But this is what I'm worried about here for T1 with that wall there. Instead of baiting it out and maybe taking a pause, waiting for it, they just say, we're just gonna go ahead of it. They're on a weaker buy. No, you can't play like that against EDG. They're too damn good. You have to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more diligent. Don't let EDG get into those positions where they can shut down those executes. Now T1, I think, has enough together to scrape together another buy. But you don't want to give any more opportunities to the defending world champions. They absolutely will capitalize, and they've got some ults to be wary of. Simon has the Nightfall, Kangkang has the Dimensional Drift. So what does T1 want to do out of this timeout? I got to give EDG credit. They're doing a great job on this B site, really making the site that this composition is kind of designed to break through very difficult for T1.
First timeout call here from T1. Still have one more in the back pocket. The scoreline so very tight-knit now. Dimensional Drift, the Nightfall, both available for the side of EDG. Ultimate still a world away for T1. It's another similar call from a couple rounds ago. Just that Sheriff is uh-oh. Timer paused. Looks like we might have a little oopsie.
It do be like that sometimes. Well, that's okay.
Hopefully something relatively close so we can get back into this action. I mean, I heard an audible sigh from the audience as they saw the tech pause screen ring out. Frankly, I cannot blame them.
For sure. With how intense this match has been, to have to wait any longer feels cruel. Just the anticipation with how good both of these teams are looking on Pearl. Neck and neck. And again, a map that T1 has yet to drop this year. EDG is on the brink of potentially sending them down to the lower bracket, of sending themselves to another upper finals.
A relaunch here from Stacks. Get him back into the lobby here quickly. Let's see. EDG can continue this if they can tie us up. So neck and neck the whole way throughout. Started to slip. Now they're getting themselves back up on the horse.
It's just some of these incredible individual plays from, in particular, Chichoo, but nobody's had some really good moments. Simon stepped up a couple times. It's been those guys that have been leading the charge for EDG. And again, another reason why they are world championship caliber players. It's because they can keep hanging on even when their superstar Kangkang maybe isn't having his best map. And again, tons of EDG and T1 fans. Don't know who to root for? Yeah, me neither.
It's a tough call. For T1, the experience they have had in internationals, it's never been great. They've always showed up, kind of just gotten bodied, and then sent packing back home.
Yep.
Right now, with a win here, themselves slotted forward into another series in the upper bracket, in with a chance to try to lift the trophy.
And to prove the doubters wrong. Nobody was really thinking too highly of this T1 squad coming into this tournament. They looked a little messy during Pacific kickoff. Something to keep in mind, at Masters Tokyo, it was EDG who sent T1 packing. Yeah, T1 did win the opener against them, if you remember that far back. But when it mattered the most, EDG was the team that stepped up. That was a very different looking T1 team, of course.
Come on, Stacks.
Get it together. You're the IGL. IGL that computer. Let's go.
Whip it into shape. Told them we're very close, tantalizingly close to getting back into this game and seeing what the hell the rest of this map looks like. Do we just continue to have this pendulum swing, these back and forth rounds? Do we get more thrifties? Do we get an overtime? What's in the cards? I really don't know. I cannot wait to flip them over.
Already, after two very not close maps, to finish out on Pearl like this, wouldn't have it any other way. Just making sure the mouse is all good to go. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know either. They're both so good. And, you know, a lot of the fans are going to be supporting either of these teams, no matter what happens the rest of the way. Representing Asia. No doubt about it that, you know, some fans definitely came from China here for EDG and T1, some fans from Korea. Fans from all over. And we're just trying to get Stacks ready.
Yeah, he's taking his damn time with it.
Yeah, I was going to throw something at him. Stacks, come on.
Well, we don't want you getting dragged out by security. I don't think they would understand. But audience doing well to keep themselves entertained, as the arena has been just absolutely phenomenal this whole tournament throughout, but now crowd expanded, the numbers growing. You'd be damn sure that for the next several days, especially that grand final, this place is going to be explosive.
Absolutely. This has already been a great day. And it only gets better. Still another amazing matchup coming up next with Vitality and G2. This one right here already delivering today. As you would expect, these playoffs, all these teams so close in their skill levels, so close in their talent levels. The preparation, everything coming to fruition right now to try to secure a Masters trophy. I think we're getting very close. I swear.
We'll just have to wait until we actually see that timer start to tick down, but hopefully be not too much longer. But I think I should take a moment just to say thank you, T1, because how this series had started,
yeah,
it looked like it was just going to be a complete wash.
Yeah, it did.
It's going to come out and just be like, okay, EDG, GG,
yeah,
2-0.
Felt like it.
Good luck in the lower bracket. But my God, what a rally back. And what great performances from both of these teams to make this just a banger series.
Well, it just shows you how much experience there is on both sides of the stage, right? Like, both of these teams have players that have lifted trophies. Obviously, the whole of EDG has. And you have players, you know, Stacks and Buzz, who have been close, who have come very close, who have been to so many international events, haven't been able to quite get there.
Oh, they don't have you on that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay. That's just the players. Let them have their moment. So maybe someone can make one just for me in Sideshow and GB.
That'd be good.
That'd be nice.
Yeah,
there was somebody
show
who
some love to you guys.
There was someone who made one at Masters Tokyo, I remember. Why the dinosaur?
I have not seen.
Oh, because you're a Paper X fan. Oh, okay.
I haven't seen that meme in a while.
My friend, I have bad news for you.
Do you now?
I do.
Yeah, I see it.
I have bad news in multiple ways. First
Yeah.
for that PRX fan, then for us.
Yep. This might end up being a little bit more extended than we had previously thought. So I think you're stuck with us on the podcast here for a little bit longer, it would seem.
Yeah.
Because everyone loves when casters just yap.
It's the best.
It's the favorite thing. People love that.
You want to talk about like the Thai food we've been eating and, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, it's been good.
Hot Pao.
Yeah.
Goes crazy.
The goated.
For my money, best dish in the country. Fantastic, spicy, herbaceous.
Herbaceous.
Yes. So if anyone hasn't, I recommend you check that out. But I'm being told that everything is taken care of. So now that we've really built up the tension, let's drop these damn barriers and get back into the game. 4 rifles and a sheriff here for the side of T1.
Trying to set up a crunch play towards mid. Couple players just doing a little bit of an explore towards long. Flash goes out. Just using that to clear. You know that Kangkang or somebody could be lurking around that corner. Meanwhile, Buzz stomping around, trying to maybe bait out that star, whatever it is. And the wall as well was there.
Wall.
That's what he was looking for. He found it.
Gets the pop. Now the cluster up here towards this A side. Let's go up. Just here along the corner.
Buzz could hit a nasty relay bolt.
He's gonna slide in, he's gonna get absolutely destroyed. Smuggy able to find that headshot here as the crossfire set up from EDG. It's just too damn good. IZU, they're not falling for it. As we are tied up 11-11.
Too predictable here from T1. There's no confusion about this. EDG is ready for it the whole way. They don't expect them to be playing so aggressively right outside of that smoke. And they just shut it down in the crossfire setup. And Buzz's relay bolt is late for it. Wasn't expecting them to be that close. Gotta work the map here a little bit more. They tried to send a bit of a fake, but because the wall is there, EDG knows they have that duration of that wall before they need to start thinking about other parts of the map. And they just plant their feet.
T1 want to prevent EDG from getting up to match point. They're gonna have to pull off another thrifty. 2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs. A Hero Vandal here in the hands of Meteor.
There.
EDG for now. Very spread across the map. Stealth drone leading the way. Gets a ping out onto 1.
That's just Buzz, and T1 has been kind of sending Buzz on some solo missions to try to sell fakes, but EDG not buying it this time. Committing a lot of their forces to this B site. I mean, this execute, if they commit on this, has to be immaculate.
3 players clustered in position. Meteor, the orb grab does get 1 away from having that lockdown available. Looks like T1 calling for a re-explore across towards mid.
Stack still has the drone, so we might send that down, Art. Yep, send a bit of a fake. See if he can at least keep an extra player planted over there.
30 seconds
There you go.
Potentially punishable there on the stacks. Almost gets caught. Buzz on the entry, however, going to be taken down. Chichoo finding 2. IZU also taken out. Meteor falls to the wayside, and Chichoo rips him to pieces. He said, "This is my site, my tournament, my round." And he gets EDG up to match point.
The freight train has arrived. 32 kills now for Chichoo on EDG. All aboard, because they want to go into that upper semis. 1 round away from doing it.
That's 3.
Just was checked a little too late by Buzz. He turned right as he was getting shot out of the air. Just crazy. He's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Unbelievable. Now you're gonna have an op. It is a full buy for T1. You have to worry about Kangkang, the danger man.
They needed it most. Thrifty not found. Some pressure here on to Meteor. The swing off the Prowler. Smoggy absolutely nails him. The Thorns slowing up the approach. And everyone from EDG already in position. T1 are gonna have to fight their way through this tooth and nail.
They gotta move off that stealth drone. That was just a great read on EDG's part.
The one ultimate that they had available, dead on the floor. The timing, a narrow miss. Stacks about to do battle here against Simon, but Simon steadies it! And in the blink of an eye, EDG take control. Sylvan's been sussed out, he's been found. Salvo's at his feet, and nobody will close it. 13-11, the defending world champions will not go quietly into the night.
Absolutely incredible what they're able to come back and do here on Pearl. They looked like they might be down and out. T1 was starting to string rounds together. T1 won the attacker side pistol, and Chichoo had enough. He shut them out of so many rounds. The Sheriff, the Vandal, it didn't matter what was in his hands. He was taking T1's heads, he was taking T1's names, and EDG is taking this match.
An incredible performance from both of these teams. Once again, great on T1 to bounce back after fairly devastating start on that split. They absolutely entertained us, but they are not getting that fast pass forward towards a trophy. They're gonna have to fight their way through that lower bracket. For EDG though, finding that stability when they so desperately needed it here to close out that map. Chichoo, just such a rock-steady player for this squad. And if he is online, it doesn't matter the performances from the rest of this team. He is good enough to get them over the finish line, almost single-handedly.
His anchoring just outrageous. His timings, his lurks, he does it all, man. And he's unbelievably accurate to boot. What a phenomenal player Chichoo has become over the years. Yeah, everybody was looking at Kangkang for so long. And yes, he was the hero that EDG needed at Champs, but this year seems to be the year of Chichoo. He has just been dominant during Masters Bangkok. There's no other way to put it.
Some disgusting plays from Chichoo. I can't wait to see even more from him in the future. We won't have to wait too long to see those next games, but for T1 now at risk of going home. One more loss, and that's gonna be it. And obviously, the competition, it does not get any easier. You might be playing against the reigning world champions, but the other teams that are in this bracket that are remaining truly are the best in the world.
I think the thing to think about here as T1 is you showed you can match with the best. You weren't able to get it done, that's gotta be frustrating, but going into that next matchup, whether it be Chichoo or Vitality, whoever you're facing in that lowers, you know you can square up well against them. You've got some really good maps in your pool. You are gonna be kicking yourself about this Pearl, but there's still work to be done and there's still hope.
Some things to try to rework shop here perhaps, but first loss on the map in the year. Not gonna be the greatest feeling here for the side of T1. Time now to try to get a rest, to try to continue to iterate. Unfortunately for Autumn, not gonna be getting a victory here as a birthday present. But T1, they show that they can bounce back, that they do have that tenacity, and that they deserve to be here on this stage alongside the rest of these teams. See how they fare and what their draw ends up looking like. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from the big man himself. We've got Chichoo, who's gonna be standing by for a Verizon post-match interview. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
Hello, everybody, and give it up for Chichoo! Massive congrats, Chichoo. Now, what a game today. I mean, a dominant game on Split. You guys dropped Bind, and then a crazy comeback on Pearl that almost went overtime. Talk to us about how today was playing against T1.
สำหรับวันนี้นะครับก็อยากรู้ว่าอยากหลังจากที่เราดอมิเนตมาหลายแมปมากๆนะครับผมแล้วก็คัมแบ็กมาในแมปสุดท้ายด้วยเนี่ยอยากรู้ว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงกับเกมที่เพิ่งผ่านไปกับ T1 ครับ
想要提问一下球球选手，就是其实今天整一场比赛真的太疯狂了。图一我们打得非常有统治力，图二失利之后，图三我们又再一次回来了，再一次赢了下来。即使是在如此迫近加时的情态之下，能不能告诉我们今天面对到 T1 整体是怎样一个感受？
因为我们经常一起训练赛嘛，然后大家都比较熟悉，然后也是看到大家今天其实对局中大家都很熟悉彼此的一些布局嘛，然后依次去破解，然后或者打一些非常规，我觉得挺有意思的。
Actually, we have seen each other a lot in the scrims. We all know each other really well, and it's really fun to say we have changed a little bit like strategy or not default. Actually, it's a fun game today.
ก็สำหรับ T1 นะฮะก็คือเจอกันบ่อยอยู่แล้วในสกริมนะครับก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นเหมือนการซ้อมแล้วก็เล่นกันแบบคือสนิทกันอยู่แล้วนะก็จึงเป็นแมตช์ที่ค่อนข้างสนุกกันเลยทีเดียวครับผมสำหรับตัวผมเอง
Alright, 32 kills on Pearl, that's not bad. High five?
High five.
Yeah. Alright, so you guys were coming into this with a lot of confidence, saying that no one can match EDG. This one's yours to win. Do you still think the same?
ก็สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมคือยังไม่มีใครที่สามารถเคยชนะได้เลยนะครับก็คิดว่าจะเป็นอย่างนี้ต่อไปหรือเปล่านะครับผม
可能会觉得说没有人能够打败EDG，没有人能够对得过我们，现在还是这种感受吗？
只能说这次来这边我们就是抱着卫冕的心态来嘛，谁来都得干。
We are the defending champions to come here. No matter who we gonna face against, just do it. We gonna win.
ก็สำหรับเราพวกเรานะครับ EDG นะก็เป็นแชมป์อยู่แล้วนะเพราะฉะนั้นน่ะใครมาก็มาเจอเลยนะครับได้หมดครับ
Alright, well lastly, but G2 really wanted to play against you guys. We saw Jonah be holding your jersey coming into the venue today. So anything you would like to say to G2?
那其实 G2 也说很想跟我们再打一场二番战嘛，而且 Jonah P 也是今天拿着你的队服来喽。那有没有什么话想跟 G2 说的呢？
G2 fighting, let's go.
Alright, Chichoo's blessing, you got this, G2. Alright, everybody now give it up one more time for EDG and Chichoo. That's it from us, from the stage.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You don't see me like I see you. I could tell from the nights that we argue. You don't need me like I need you. I'm the lamb to your shepherd, I follow you. I know that you count your sins, late nights and you sneak back in, while I just wait like the fool I am. Trinkets in the contraband, strange gifts from a stranger's hand. Why the hell are you hiding? Trinkets in the contraband, strange gifts from a stranger's hand. Why the hell are you hiding? you send. Late nights and you sneak back in. While I just wait like the fool I am. Trinkets in the contraband. Strange gifts from a stranger's hand. Why the hell are you
Nice! That's my MVP. That's my MVP. LeBron James.
I don't see you stand up.
Nah, don't do me dirty.
So if you get clutch, you stand up?
Nah, and then I go down.
Hello. I'm not doing the hard thing. You're not catching me on that.
Why? Are you gonna become a TikTok meme or what? We have the read! We have the read! You guys are amazing.
Good call. Nice.
Nice. Good job. Hey, Derka, I saw those shots, bro. Good job.
Well, that just sounds like an environment that I want to be in.
Sounds like an environment anybody wants to be in.
What a great, welcoming, wholesome environment. Speaking of, welcome back, everyone, to day 6 of Masters Bangkok and our second playoff match of the day. And I do have to legally say this because contractually I'm obligated to. It is a certified banger. It's going to be Team Liquid going up against G2. Sorry, Team Vitality. I'm so sorry, going up against G2. In case you guys haven't realized, I'm jet lagged and still working on barely any sleep. So your boy's trying to hold on here. In any case, though, folks, let's go ahead and dive into this one and really talk about what we should be expecting in this matchup, because I'm expecting fireworks. We got two teams that have so much talent across the board. Anything is truly possible here, but Kukuka, I know where your heart lies. I know where your heart lies.
Absolutely. I mean, Vitality, they still have not lost a single match this year. They're looking amazing. We just saw it in the comms. And is there something more comforting than just being in a global stage with your new team, with a couple new players, and just saying, oh, we have the read. And that's exactly what they're going to have today.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling for sure, without a doubt. But now we just heard some of Vitality's comms. And following Vitality's win over DRX, we spoke with Kix about why this roster works, this Omen player moment.
Hey, this is Kix from Team Vitality. It feels great. Really happy to go through to playoffs, especially after this banger game. It was a really tight one, and I'm really happy that we bounced back, especially on map 3. We were down 6-2, and it felt like we were gonna crumble. But round after round, we started fighting back and making sure that we just played together, and that led us to playing a lot better, and we managed to actually take it back on split. So I'm really happy about that, to do it in this fashion to go to playoffs.
I mean, he's just dancing around him right now, freeing, holding his ground, but as the classic comes out, Derka gets a third. Vitality on pace to potentially steal this round away. Derka on 4. Derka holding up to half. Flashback comes into him, and Derka sits him down.
People are saying that I'm a different player now and I've improved so much, which I have in a certain way, but to be honest, I'm still the same person and same player. The only difference is this year that we have a stronger baseline and we have insane players around me that all trust me, and that kind of gives me confidence in my abilities even more. We have to just make sure that whatever we do it together and we take it round by round. And what matters to us is what we do, and that's it.
Vitality is our EMEA representative, and one hell of a representative they have been, because they have been unbeatable this year. They haven't dropped a match yet, Mimi. This has been so impressive from the squad.
Yes, it absolutely has been, and I think they've been living up to the expectations throughout this group stage thus far. They went flawless through it. Derka's been on absolute fire, and despite the fact that I think a lot of people expect them to just cleanly make their way through, they did have a very tight match against DRX to make it here. But that actually made me believe in this team all the more, because I think in this game, they showed the flexibility that their individual skill allows them to have. They're really good at seeing what their opponent's doing, taking that moment, and being very quick to adjust their setups, being able to swing players around, put people in different positions, and these guys are all so individually talented and confident that they are just going to find success there no matter what.
To a certain extent, coming in flawlessly without dropping a match also means that you have less reps. So maybe what you're saying is very important. Adapting in-game, seeing those highlights and feeling comfortable in what you're doing for Vitality, for how this roster is looking. This is the first time in history that Vitality ever even makes it out of groups. But they still have never won against Americas, but you know, we'll touch on that maybe later. But yeah, this is looking completely different, and I love what I'm seeing from them, and I think that this is going to be the biggest test that they have so far.
I mean, for me personally, as a person who's been in esports for as long as I have, it's great to see Vitality, an organization here at a global event. Massive achievement for them. But let's actually send it over to the Vitality camp to hear from that man right there, Les, which I never thought I'd talk about being in a freaking Vitality jersey. He's talking to Jen Lee. What he had to say.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Les. Now Les, 2 world champions butting heads tonight. Tell me already, who's gonna win?
Probably the player that doesn't lose.
And who's that?
We don't know.
All right, well, they told me they have what you guys don't have, Ascension Trophy. Thoughts?
No, congratulations to them.
I feel like it's applicable to say in this instance that less is truly more because
oh my god.
No, I mean
he could have said I never needed one.
But
you know? But he didn't. He had a chance.
But it's that you know, brash confidence and smirk that I can definitely respect from my man. He was feeling himself.
He could have said you also don't have a chance to.
That's true too. That's true. He is a world champion.
Maybe a stronger rebuttal.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's go ahead and shift over because G2 is the first Ascension team, and as we found out, they have an Ascension trophy to win that trophy, right? So now they're going to be aiming to bring home a global trophy after falling short last year. Mimi, this team has gotten so close so many times.
Yeah, they shocked people with that top 3 at Masters Shanghai. But this year, they are truly a team that is looking to take trophies. You had a very disappointing end for G2 at Champions last year after that success at Masters. But now they've come in with Jojimo joining the roster, and despite losing to the former world champs in the group stage, they had the ultimate bounce back, winning a dominant 2-0 game over Liquid to make it into the playoffs. And I mean, looking kind of cool doing it.
Oh yeah, I gotta get my G2 Bangkok shirt.
I have one. I think there might be one in the room. It's actually pretty sick. It's actually pretty sick. But yeah, for G2 also, there's a little bit of personal things here because as Mimi was saying, yes, they had a good tournament in Shanghai. It wasn't that good in champs, and actually Durka is the one that got them out of the tournament. So it would be good to see that kind of revenge playing on the stage.
Well, Vitality is a team that I think is very much defined by how good the individuals are, how much they can shift around, play off one another. The fundamentals are amazing with them. I think G2's game against Team Liquid was really defined by the macro. They did so well at inserting players at different points of the map. Valen, every event he comes to, he continues to prove just how strong he is as an IGL at that macro level and as a leader of guys, of players as well, to build them up to this point.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Kakuka's just huffing. She's just huffing it, right? And the Vitality copium is what she's huffing. Look at her go.
I barely need it, but it actually smells like
I respect it. I respect it. But you know what, though? I'm excited to see Leaf again on the global stage. And we all know he's a menace. We know he's talented. But he's going to be dealing with Trex on the other side of the field here. And Kakuka, you're familiar with Trex. Obviously, you know what this guy's capable of. But you also know what Leaf is capable of as well. So you can expect a heavyweight boxing match.
Yeah, absolutely. Trex has so much experience. He's been playing throughout the years in so many rosters. He also has the global experience as a duelist, as this and that. He's been so flexible as an initiator, but that's his role, being the flex player. And I feel like both in Kicks, even though they're like, I'm gonna say the smaller names just because of the repercussion that the rest has had globally, they are really key to both these rosters. And on the side of Leaf, the way that he's playing on the Viper, on the Chamber, he's having so much impact in every single round. To me, these are 2 of the pillars for the team.
They both had their historic moments, making international events all the way back in 2021, champions for Leaf with Cloud9, 2022, Copenhagen for Trex with Guild when he was playing the Rays there that you're mentioning. But I think for both of them, 2025 has been a marquee year where people are really seeing how much impact they have on their teams and how much they can do on these big matches now. They're both perennially underrated and having their moment.
And I love also the fact that in an environment where we're seeing so many rookie players, so many new faces, we still have returning players.
Yeah.
Meaning like, yes, we were good at you know, back in the day, we still have it, or, you know, we've improved and we're already up here again.
Yeah, that I think is the best part about this game, seeing players find themselves, you know, Leaf was a great duelist, but now he's in all sorts of different roles.
Like Gordon Ramsay says, it's all about bouncing back.
I respect that. Now, let's go ahead and hear from G2's Jonah P, who spoke with Jen Lee earlier today.
Hello, everyone, and hello, Professor Jonah P. What's up with this?
Yeah, I gotta support EDG. They showed us some love on Twitter, so yeah, we're looking forward to playing them again.
All right, well, today you have to beat Vitality. The thing is, Durka has 2 trophies, Les won 2022 World Champions. How do you beat them?
We have something they don't have, which is an Ascension trophy, so their trophies don't really matter.
I don't know about that one. I mean, Les did win a world championship, but in any case, though, in this matchup, you got G2. They're going to have to face their demons here, specifically going up against Durka.
But Jojimo has a Champions Trophy himself.
That's true. That's true.
And now he's joining in with these boys. We have a very exciting matchup here.
That's true.
Between Jaw and Durka, both of them in their former teams defined the roster. Jaw with EG in the very same year, Durka with Fnatic. But now they both have a new jersey on. And the difference between the players is interesting because Jaw is this full-time Yoru player. He's yet to have his crazy individual moments in the same way he did in 2023. But Durka is right back at that level he was with Fnatic already, Bea.
Yeah, I think that for Durka, everybody, well, not everybody, but some people thought he might go down just by not having the rest of the environment of Fnatic with him. But he has proved that he has what it takes, that he is still hungry and he is still here to win.
Which is a massive achievement for him, honestly, because it would have been easy to just write him off.
Being so consistent for so long with so many names that we have had in the scene, little people can have that success.
And he was so incredible in their series against DRX, dropping 32 kills in a map they lost, being the first player to reach 2,000 kills at global tournaments in Valorant history. The fact that this is 5 years into the game, after he was a finalist in the first ever Masters, and he's still performing this well, is truly a testament to Durka's skill.
Yeah, it truly is, and we're excited for this matchup here because we got a good one on the docket. It's gonna be a banger. You got G2 going up against Team Vitality, who moves on to face off against EDG.
Vitality.
And here comes the EMEA representative, Vitality, the juggernauts of their region, as they have an opportunity to punch that ticket to the winners finals to meet up against EDG. And truly, we didn't even really talk about it, but the fact that you have all these different ideas coming from all these different directions. Les is on the team, Safe is on the team, Durka, let's not forget about Trex and Kicks. So much talent there, Mimi.
Indeed, they have that, but G2 as well, the team that won their first ever trophy back in Americas. It took 3 matches, but they've joined in the playoffs here as well and are looking to go beyond that top 3-peat from last year.
And I tell you, if you're Jogamo, you gotta love this walkout because I'm gonna call it what it is. Jogamo's the reason why we have these walkouts, because his passion, his energy, the way he feeds off of the crowd is unparalleled.
And it's so cool to see him here, just a few hours away from Cambodia. I know he has family coming out to see him here today.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to think about the maps, right? Coming into this, Vitality, just by having those 2 wins, there will be Team A, so they get to decide who gets to ban first. But I think for them, it's pretty clear. I mean, America's is, Pearl is American. They permaban the Pearl. I don't think that we will see surprises there. And G2's going to decide to ban the Fracture after what we've seen. And also, you know, Fracture is an EMEA map. That leaves the bind open again. And Vitality, just like EDG, picks right into it.
It was a 50-50, though. They would either ban ban the bind and play Fracture, or they'd end up with the Veto they have ahead of them here.
Yeah.
G2 knew this. They're going to have prepared the binds coming in, but that map has looked outstanding for Vitality. But it's the exact same for G2 on Lotus.
Yep.
When I watch this map, this is what I feel like is the pinnacle of Valorant's calling. The way that they're moving around the map, embedding different players on their attack side, and manipulating the defensive rotations is peak G2.
And for this match, we need that third map. I would love to get to that Haven, especially with the performance the Safe have been having so far. Extremely quiet for what we've been seeing regionally. We know that the struggles for him are different. Also, the responsibilities now IGLing the team and having to keep up with his performance. Right now, his stats aren't looking good. In fact, I think he's in the right at the bottom of the tournament. So things need to change if this Vitality is going to make it all the way.
Going to be a tough one without a doubt. I think that everyone knows both teams. You can kind of tell the demeanor of each squad when they were in their huddle. They know how important this game is, obviously, but I think there's also just this great opportunity here. Hell yeah, baby! As a fellow Baldy myself, I love that. But yeah, I think that you definitely get the vibe here, Mimi, that pressure's on for both squads here. It's a big opportunity, and there goes your agent select.
And that's it. G2 had 2 days coming into this match. They knew this map would be in the pool, and they're going to come out with something a little bit different. It's a tail breach composition with the Yoru in the mix, and I think the biggest strength of this is what set plays you can have for actively re-clearing space on your defensive side, and how strong your stall is on the plant with the Vice, with the Aftershock, with the tail missiles, plus a fast rotate from that Yoru.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for this one, on the side of the attack, we're looking at Durka, we're looking at Kicks as well, making a lot of those mid-calls.
Gonna be a great matchup, and we're all ready to go. And we got just the commentators for the job. The one and only Brennan Sideshow on the call. Fellas, the floor is yours.
In the last 2 years, Vitality lead 5-3 over G2 in best of threes, despite Nico having the most match MVP.
Nico?
Oh, no, ZywOo, no Honesty in this one?
Wrong game, wrong game.
But Durka and Jorgamo,
Listen, no dark corridors here. This is a child's game,
yeah, but it's a good one.
It is a good one.
This one is a sick matchup that we've got in front of us. Durka versus Jorgamo, a head-to-head that you gotta tune in for, and the first time that G2 have played against Vitality in Valorant. And they're matching up here at the peaks of what we've seen from these two organizations. There's never been a time period where G2 or Vitality, these rosters have looked better than they are today.
Hard agree. And a hard agree as well, just pointing our attention towards, I think, this guy on your screen is Jorgamo, facing off against Durka as well. He's got a hell of a task ahead of him, but he is more than capable.
I'm taking a look at what the devs were talking about. G2 coming into this one, retooling their composition. They're picking a very similar comp to DRX, the one that DRX used on Bind to try to counter Vitality. And they're making a hard read off the pistol round. Look at this, all 5 players defending on B to open this up, knowing that Vitality love doing B defaults on pistol rounds. And DRX didn't really execute this composition very well, but if I trust anybody to find the holes and do the ante, it's G2.
Showing us something very interesting off the rip. For our beginning, Wall's going to be cutting across, and they're right on the money with it. It's going to be a TP play forwards.
Trying to force them. They want the reaction to come into B.
And they're going to potentially get what they asked for. Still, it's an aid, ricocheting, rebounding out through the back and flash on top of it. Flooding forwards, Jorgamo! He's delivering, raining down, death and destruction. But shots in the dark for Safe. Might be able to equalize it ever so slightly still. They're sitting at a player disadvantage. But reclears coming hot and heavy here from G2. They've got 3 players ready, and look at that. It's the bait and switch. Drop down. Jonah P's going to be calling it. Full awareness here with the wall up into their face. There's caution in the wind. G2 very eager to play towards it.
Crazy pause in the round here called from Vitality. They got the info about Jonah, but judging where that fault line came from, you know that he's not right in the choke point. It's so tough for Les or Trex to get anything done here, but they could go for the silent drop, as Les has done. Repositions into sight.
Yeah, it comes down to a bit of a gamble with the timing. G2 have just used their own wall against them. They're going to use it to regroup back through into halls. Make sure they have control out towards the back of the site. There's still a lot of unknowns. There are only 28 seconds left. They think that they could have potentially exited, and there it is. Opened up wide, but the trade was in sight. Trent's going to be able to equalize it. Less from behind. No, that's a dagger to the back, but only 18 seconds to play with in a 1v1 himself. Him versus Jonah P, and time is of the essence. It's already ticking away. Spike in his hands. Jonap's giving him that space and that opening, but now with a fault line, right on the money, swinging wide, tapping away! Les delivers it! Bullet to the dome and a Red Bull clutch sealed up as easy as that.
Vitality have been too strong in these pistol rounds, and their idea was not as good as G2's. But the slowdown in the midst of the pistol in a 2v3 offered opportunities to Vitality, and specifically Les, who is so good in calm, quiet situations. Managed to silent drop both of the players out through hookah and get out behind the Viper wall for the Red Bull clutch. G2 did not win a single pistol round against EDG in the game that could have got them through to playoffs in the first time around. They can't be affording to let them drop like that, especially when G2 came in with such a good idea. And this map, I think, is going to be all about how good G2's ideas are and how Vitality can react to them.
And to a degree, it's a bit of a pick your poison situation for G2, right? It's you're either banning bind, potentially split, or fracture. But you've been shown up on fracture and bind recently, and so you can kind of direct where you think the map pool is going to go to that degree. They ended up banning fracture here on bind, and that's why you're talking about the kind of preparations we put in and the ideas. You can see some evidence of that one here. The salvos, slow going. No damage really done, and a swing through the back of the site. Les is alone doing that one. It's a refight attempt. Salvos into the corner. Kicks has been dropped. And Durka up towards the top, perched up, high ground angle. Plucks Jonah out, and Trent's going to be following suit alongside Jorgamo. And running and gunning does not save the day. Not for Valin, not today.
And while it looked dangerous, while G2 got the right players in the right positions, Vitality still kept 3 of the rifles through. And so, actually, a perfectly fine bonus round situation. Navigated excellently. As soon as Les took that swing out into backside, he's doing that with a pistol, of course. Even when Kix gets caught here, Durka manages to navigate it, with Trex acting as that great support pillar. And those are really the 2 players that have been performing the best so far in the tournament for Vitality.
Nice.
G2 again, though, looking to try to increase the tempo straight down short.
Yeah, quick play occurring. It's a bit of spam through the smoke as well. Durka's going to be traded out like for like. Looks like he pushed past the smoke as well to try and take that fight straight to them.
So Jorg now gone. You know that there's no quick reinforcement of the opposite site. Vitality's attack side on this map tends to be slow, spread out. They use the drones to try to push people up into good positions, as Safe is doing now, just clearing out B long. They're going to walk down behind the Viper.
Doubled up. Looking for open fights and open sightlines. There's a flash in the face, Kicks. There's no follow-up off the back of it, just a jump spot, and that's Jonah P hoping and hunting for a bit of information. Calls are being made. Vitality's starting to stack some more bodies over towards the A side. That's why they want to set their mark. No showers control though while this is going on, but Jonah P, oh boy, okay, just gotta scurry out of there, just not in time. He's dropped Trent, vitally important fight out towards showers. And now he's gonna be squeezed from these remaining players. Vitality know how important this position is. And there's just no options whatsoever for these G2 players. Putting the slow squeeze on him. Valen forced to pick up the pieces, but he's rolling up to essentially a vacated site. It's just filled up with the bodies of his comrades.
And remember that this is a bonus round for Vitality. It might not have felt like it because there's full rifles on board. But this is a team now looking to break the economy of G2 so early on. Incredibly early in this map for G2 to be struggling like this. Keeping 1 rifle is just going to give them a single hope in hell.
Molly.
Beautifully played there by the end by Trex. Just want to draw a little bit of attention to that. And look at this post-plant utility. They're essentially just throwing money into the void there with the with the molly.
Make sure they can practice their lineups.
Yeah.
Like, can you see if that's on for me?
Tiny gap on the left-hand side, actually.
Might have to correct that.
Yeah, gonna cut you at the end of the tournament. No, look, the opener is a good identification of the shutdown. Jonah P, he uses Aftershock and gets caught out a little bit, but Trex does not take the fight at the beginning. When he first gets contact against Trent, he could re-swing and be confident in his own aim.
I am smart at this bridge.
But actually what he does is play it slow, play it safe, and allow Kicks to come around the other side and just get the squeeze on Trent, never give him an opportunity to clutch. That's the kind of discipline that we know G2 for, and we're seeing it from Vitality.
These teams Stylistically, they match up quite well. You're seeing a lot of opening plays here by G2. Comp's going to be suited towards it. A lot of fault line salvo, see if you can get that early pick, but Vitality, they're cool, they're calm, they're collected at the beginning. They don't give away anything for free.
I think more so than early round pressure, what I'd like to see G2 opt for is mid-round re-clears. So when you know that somebody like Durka has worked up B long, or Safe has taken the teleport over to look at showers, for example, those are the opportunities that I see for G2's composition to really have a lot of success. Not seeing that just yet. Saw it a tiny bit from DRX.
Balancing spotted here, up into this spot. Abundance of Yuto going to be lobbed right at him. Barely alive, man. The thread that he's hanging on to barely. It is Yuto going to be thrown straight back. There's Trent trying to bail him out, but already lost him and control towards this one. That's a fault line into the Armageddon. Slow to a crawl, but the ultimate's even slower. It's not fast enough. Quick repetition by Trent, though. This, it's catching him unaware! My God, finds the hammer. Sheriff finds two, less on the side, and Treks alongside him. Tries to go for the spray down, but Leaf is responding, and it's left less into this 1v2. Again, a series of unknowns rattling through his mind. Jorgamo is a mile and a world away. But the time pressure is on Les. He's trying to pull some of these players out, get a bit more information, maybe a pick to make it much more winnable. G2 are not giving him squat, not giving him an inch. And now the net tightening, and straight from behind, it's Leaf who strikes.
That gets G2 onto the board. Incredibly important round. And it's Trent. He's the difference maker. We called out the fact that the ultimate didn't get the value that they were looking for. Salvos were great at the beginning to try to keep Valen alive, but it's the reposition after the Armageddon went down that actually gets him the 2K. Slows down the rest of Vitality and helps deliver G2 the round.
That's very important for G2. You can't really let the snowball occur on Bind, attack side with these compositions.
Where is this teleport going? Where's the gate crash going?
Not too sure at all. I mean, he's just taking point, taking contact, wants to take the fight. He has no exit strategy. It's just an orb picked up.
Wow.
So the goal was to defend him.
He early round flashed somewhere else on the map. I've got to be honest, I can't remember where he began.
Okay.
And Trent's managed to pick up a kill just by spamming there, anticipating that Les was going to be scaling off the back of the wall going up.
His timings are quite impeccable. I mean, Jonah P's sliced him up. Cuts up the fight. Spread for your troubles, Kicks.
Spread default from Vitality, and we haven't seen any team really be able to punish that. Vitality have so much success on this map because players spread default, and every player is in position to really flex their muscles. We know how strong the roster is. But here, Durka goes down. Jonah P forced him out into the open with the Aftershock and then just held the angle. Good for the one.
Playbook here for Vitality. Bit of a slow siege attempt. They're making sure they make no noise. Got to try and get themselves into the site as freely as possible, but it's all discipline from G2 out towards the back of the site. However, Jonah P was open to the angle, and now Jorgamo is on a bit of an island. He needs a bit of help. Potentially here still, there's no committal, there's only 20 seconds left, and Vitality, they do need to get that spike down. It's a smoke in their face that makes it nice and awkward, and the call has to be made to try and fight this one through and out. Flashes in their face, and Jorgamo is attempting to be that one step ahead, spraying away. Kicks is running and gunning, but there's 8 seconds left to play with in the round, and it's just enough to get the extension they needed. Plant is down now, 2v2. Forwards is the angle, the footsteps betraying him. Armageddon's out to rolling red carpet. G2, they are not the VIPs, they are not the ones to the party, but they're going to try and make it about them here now!
Leaf finds the shots, and he converts. He's a player that everyone's been looking towards at the start of the year for G2 as they were dominating in America's kickoff. Hasn't necessarily had every game with the most impact. Honestly, that has been Trent. Trent has been the player in most recent weeks, keeping them in these games, but once Leaf gets online, and you see what he's able to do at LAN, he's been a beast.
Nice, Lee!
That felt like G2's round to win when Vitality were playing with the clock like that, but as soon as the plant goes down, you're feeling good about Vitality.
Yeah.
And it takes a monster play from Leaf.
Flips entirely, here's a punish though. Straight onto Les, and all angles of retreat going to be covered ever so slightly, but a spam into the back. Les is lucky to be alive, he's dropped down to just 48 health.
Look at this unusual wall from Leaf as well that he's got anchoring onto the B site. Actually does allow Vitality to go fully through into elbow. It chops up the site.
One's close quarters. They've got the smokes at least to ensure that they've got safety there. And you are right about the wall chopping it up. Still not triggered. No detonation on it. Molly at your feet, swinging wide and out and around. A rolling thunder gives you plenty of targets to pick and choose from. There's still no plant down. And Kicks is isolated onto the site here. Spike in hand. He's worried. Call needs to be made here for Vitality, and it's a steel guard and lay it out just on top. A lot of ults to be expended here. Orbital strike in through the back. Leaf is a quick evacuation. He's going to be safe, and Durka wants to try and run them down with a showstopper of his own. Just sees the no way! Just whacks it into the side. This is chaos, and this is anarchy. Blood spilled out onto the sand here onto the B site. And wide, Trent is the one who's dishing it out. Heads have been popped, but leaves it down to safe and balanced. Sticking! Not planted! My God!
Vitality are going to be gutted about that one. They committed as many ultimates as they could think of, throwing them to see what would stick. And they had their opportunity, they managed to get in, but my God, it really was chaos. It was absolute chaos. Leaf hit by an orbital strike, and then by the salvos at the end, there was an attempt for a pit to come up, and then Les got dropped, so the pit disappeared.
Ludicrous.
Never show Cadril that round.
He'll be left very, very confused.
G2 looking like they want to hold over towards B. This is the kind of trap play that I was talking about earlier, where Jorg takes a bit of contact, you have a stun.
But if it's a refight as well, yeah, flash. And does force the TP at least out of it. Armageddon. An attempt there to push any potential players into them.
But also there's that teleport that just allows you to get out of jail for free, and that's what Durka ended up doing.
And no one from G2 on the other side to catch him. And Durka gets out, as you mentioned, for free. All being slowed down at the minute mark.
Oh, wow. Hiding actually there from the drone.
It.
And that's super important because it lets you dodge the suppress. It's not necessarily important to know whether or not Leaf is there, but taking out all of his Vice util would have offered Vitality an opening.
Slow walk up though, and another refight is called for, and another TP! Popped right out to the side, that's Jonah P. Popping heads while he's at it. Trailblazer, it's a fast reaction, but that's going to be an aftershock, a stun. An abundance of util. I mean, G2, they've got it in spades.
30 seconds left.
Just when you think you're safe, always going to be refighting you, but how much more do they really have here? Sliders of corners and sliders of gaps, and G2 willing to double up. They have that opening where smokes are going to be dropped down and backs to these players. A vital one of that. Giacomo, he's ready to take that contact and catch some kills, but it's Jonah P stealing all of them.
This is a lovely round from G2. Despite the fact that two players escaped through the teleport, the double defensive reclear towards B long still got value, because it shoved Durka onto the opposite side of the map. They're not able to use their entry player on the site exec. He had to go back through the hookah teleport to try to just end on the same site as his team. And it still also pushed Trex into a corner where he could get bullied. That's the kind of thing I was expecting G2 to do with this comp.
G2 were talking about valuable lessons that they learned off that EDG game. Almost grateful of the fact that they got absolutely demolished, right? Yeah, in the final two maps. But I think the valuable lesson they've learned is that you got to take fights. You got to be proactive. You got to be active in terms of taking them as well. The teams that have been performing the best at this tournament are the ones that make the most decisions like that.
Valen during the press conference said, I'm excited that we got exposed against EDG and a bit against Team Liquid, because it is not happening again in playoffs. We're going to start hot and take over the series. And have they taken over the series here necessarily? Well, they're starting on Vitality's map pick, something that used to be a permaban for them, and they're 4-3 up after winning the majority of these like rifle rounds that we're seeing after the pistol. So as far as a hot start, as far as it's reasonable to expect a hot start on a map like this that isn't favored for G2, I'd say they're doing a great job of it. The pressure is on Vitality.
Well, certainly. Time is going to be ticking down. Barrier is going to be evaporating. Vitality have got to look for answers here. The backside of this timeout. Gone for an investment with his half armor. Guardian in the hands of Kicks himself. creeping forwards here. It's going to be using the salvos to see if they can take some of that space away, but it's a smoke instantaneously there as a response. Durka's not shy though. Very much alone when he's taking this fight.
Reclear from G2, so dangerous.
Could go wrong though. Still. Drone. Just a body block. Straight shots from the shorty up into his face. It's a fault line as well, slowing it all the way down. Durka barely gets out.
G2 have got a really clear game plan that they want to try to fight these solo players in the spread default. This time, forcing Durka away, it's still great, but they're not getting the pick. Can these two site anchors hold on with Jonapi and Leaf?
Seekers attempt to pave the way. It's going to be Thorns propped up as a result. Wall still not detted. Here through, round to the side as well. There's no follow-up, there's no trade. Nobody really could play into that gap, that window of opportunity that Durka just paid for with his life. Still, plan is necessary. And save, wow! He's taking matters into his own hands. Jonapi from the side. It's a flash and a repeat, but he's instantaneously traded at that. It leaves G2 into a 2v3.
Salvo's too late. Trent and Valen with it all to do.
Nice to be taken here. Valen. Working away outside towards heaven. Spots the one player, but Vitality very much got this one. Under lock. And key. Beautiful approach to that one. Clearing out through lamps. It's a tap from Valen. Needs to try and pull these players out, isolate these fights, but he's essentially got paper mache between him and the enemies. Running and gunning, 7 bullets left to do it all. Unless a jar with a movement there into the final moment, so it brings it 4-4.
The entry from Durka did not find the value they were looking for. Didn't use a raise nade to try to clear the Thorns and jumped in. Took so much damage from the Thorns that Leaf's able to finish him off with a couple body shots. But here it is, safe, making the play to win the round. Top of the scoreboard for his team right now, and that's a big turnaround compared to what he's been able to do in the tournament so far. He's lowest player in the tournament for ACS currently, after having 2 absolute stinker maps out of 5. The other 3 he was playing fine, but we haven't seen Safe where he's able to dominate a game yet at all. If he comes online as well, Vitality are going to be nigh unstoppable.
Contact called for though. Impromptu high-low. It's Trent and Jorgamo. They're praying that there's a bit of solo play, maybe. Any of these Vitality players walking into them, but they might just be the ones to force the issue. Out wide and away. That was, again, catching these Vitality players in a bit of that transition period. Backing themselves out. There's a heal online so they can make sure that they shore up a bit of the damage that was done.
And a full rotate called. They spotted Durka outside showers, and so that makes it feel like the attacking default is over towards A. So they're trying to call this rotate, find a timing where G2 still only have 2 players defending B.
Jungwon's got good info here. Dimensional Drift's going to be used, but already go button pushed off. But not enough to deal with these Thorns as well. The Salvos and the Utah that's going to be sailing over. It's going to be stopping them in their tracks up and over though, and not anticipating that Durka would be up onto that high ground. Leaves Leaf into a sticky spot. Try and buy time for the rest of his team to get back into this one here. With 30 seconds left, plan is finally going down. There is no pushback in sight from G2. Just them trying to square up and take these fights. Durka, this guy, not willing to take a step back. Wants to take the fight and he wants to take it now, but he has slowed it down and he is essentially the sole recipient of this site. He's got to try and hold this one down. First line of defense. Oh my God, he might just be the only one necessary.
What a beast! What an absolute beast Durka is. All tournament, for my money, looking like the best player in the world. Top of the stats, any metric. Have a look. He's not even aiming at Trent there. So the phrase is, it's better to be lucky than to be good, but arguing Durka isn't good is laughable. Don't know about that though, man. He is so talented too.
He's talented. Better to be lucky or good. How about both?
Yeah, how about both?
Durka, man. That is Durka in a nutshell. Because like you said, man, we could ham on all day, I think, about this guy, Durka, being potentially MVP candidate over the course of this entire tournament. The numbers that he's been putting up are ridiculous.
He's on for greatest of all time as well. We talked about it last time we were covering Durka in a game, but if he manages to win here at this event, which Vitality are definitely hunting for that trophy, he will tie Chronicle for the player to have the most trophies He will overtake players like Aspas. He's been at the top level since the beginning, attended the very first LAN event and made the grand finals. He's been everywhere, done everything, and now you're seeing him do it with a different jersey on. It's not to do with him being part of the Fnatic system. He's brought the best parts of it here, and his entering has just been unbelievable, actually.
Yeah.
And the Durka versus Jorg head-to-head that we were talking about at the beginning of the game, Jorg has been not really that guy on the entries. He's got the second highest first death per round in the tournament so far, pretty much opposite of Durka. Like, Durka's still dying quite a bit at the beginning of the round, but just getting so many first kills. Jorg is actually playing a bit more of like a support role for his team.
It's one of those things as well, it's worth mentioning. I mean, not that there's bad blood between these teams, these players, especially Jorg and Durka. Durka, one of the trophies and accolades that he does hold, he stole that one away from Jorg.
He did, and Jorg said he wanted revenge on Durka, again, coming into this game. As did the whole of the rest of G2, because it was Durka, as part of Fnatic, that knocked G2 out of champs. So everybody on G2 wants to take this guy down. 1v5 kind of scenario, and he's pulling out aces on them. He has been unstoppable. And this is another round for him to kind of flex his muscles. Vitality start out slow, waiting for G2, because they've been doing a lot of early round kind of plays.
Cheeky peek. No dice though, not for Jorgamo. He's lucky, made out with essentially a haircut.
The mid-round is so quiet from Vitality.
Yeah.
It makes it super difficult to figure out where they're ending.
Making noise now though, because there's only 30 seconds left. I think they've realized it. Need to pick up the pace ever so slightly. Fault line and re-swing out through sand. That's good position to dominate control of this one now. Hookah's a bit of a problem area. Vitality have to make a call themselves. They have to dominate one area of the map, but which direction are they going to be going into? Trailblazer to potentially get them into towards back of the halls. Salvo's on top of it. A lot of unknowns going to be rattling through their brains. Juggernaut from the side, still with the rifles in the hands of these players. It's going to be sailing them into the sunset, easily done with the trade in sight for kicks.
We saw so many thrifties in the previous series today between T1 and EDG, whereas these teams feel ultra disciplined in those kind of moments, not allowing the Eco team to sneak up on them. I mean, Vitality's defaulting and their attack side calling is designed to try to control the game in these spots.
Enemy remaining.
Durka's probably going to be the tip of the spear here again. Showstopper available for him in a round where G2's economy would be in a rough spot once more if they lose this.
Trent, it's an off-angle hold for him. Boombot's going to signal it. How do you choose to play it? Breaks it. Wasn't a bit of uncertainty, but here's a showstopper, and there's no time for quick reactions! Oh my god! There's a clone who's tanking that one. It still gets the value. Wraps itself around the corner, and it's gained entry and open access to the side here for Vitality. Jorgamo has to make a play here, steps forward, and that flash is good with the connection. Spray, but he's run out of bullets, and the return of the fire is there. Kicks. Making sure he's mightily consistent, at least to return those kills. But Leaf, hold on, there's something to say about it! And Jonapi by his side. One word to describe both of these teams, it is that discipline.
Leaf next to the rest of a Red Bull. And he's like chatting to his team about how they want to adjust things, I think. I mean, that was a wild couple of shots towards the end here from Leaf. This is a wild opener as well, like you were talking about the splash damage coming around the corner. But take a look at the replay, how Leaf gets these final two. What a first shot onto Les. And then right before the stun lands, he catches safe. Those are two utterly critical kills for G2 to get back into this one. Their economy is still not saved either. They have a Bulldog. Oh, sorry, they were going to have a Bulldog. They ended up going for the Vandal, so just a single Guardian. A lot of people on light armor. Durka has an Operator on the other side, on the attack side too. Just, again, because G2 have been peaking so much on defense, I assume.
Yeah, I believe there's a rifle waiting for him as well. It's the last round of the first half, so he might as well spend it all.
Seems particularly good against the way that G2 have been playing, because they are finding these opportunities to go for pushes.
G2 with a heavy emphasis out towards sand area. The Armageddon play to try and punish the drone that was coming out wide, but it's a quick step away. Durka's landed himself a bullet to the dome.
Wow, Jonah P. He was doing this in the prior game as well. He is an anti-op missile with the Vandal.
Durka's normally good for that. Nice to spot it out of setup. And choosing to trigger the wall and step forwards into the fight in the fray, but that is going to be an orbital strike, pushes him out wide into the open. He's able to navigate it well enough. No follow-up in terms of what G2 could potentially offload as a plant now coming through, but it's an aftershock to disrupt, and Jonah P.
He has the breach ult.
Could make a go of this one here, but honestly a little bit too late. Trex is going to be sticking this one plant down and out, but do you choose to go off of this? Push forwards outside of triple, there's no follow-up out through heaven, so he's not safe, is he? It's util where that came from. Trex feeling like the issue's being forced, and the molly goes up and over just to buy him a bit of time. He's got an orbital strike in the back pocket. It's an extra layer of defense to try and win this round out! Oh my! Josh got a head on it. Salva's out towards the next layer, but that's only removed one piece of the puzzle. Vitality still in positions to play, and even goes down to the salvos anyway. Orbital strike forced out, but time is ticking. And G2, they need kills, they need to draw the blood, they need to find these players and these bodies. Kicks round to the side, and my God! Wins it out for his team just in time.
A 7-5 half is quite ridiculous. The headbutt at the end as well gave me flashbacks, goosebumps, thinking about champs. Alas, the post-plant utility simply too good for Vitality. I think though, considering the context of G2 having this at some point in the year earlier as their permaban map, and it being the first time they've played this version of the composition, they should be pretty happy with a 5-7 half. They didn't even win the pistol.
No, lost pistol and lost bonus. Still putting up decent numbers.
I picked like a freak.
Like we said at the beginning, a bit of a pick your poison situation for G2 themselves. Still anyone's game, of course. We're going to be sending it down to the floor to hear from John QT about what he thinks about this match so far.
กลับมาอีกแล้วนะครับผมยังไม่ได้บอกชื่อเลยก็กรี๊ดกันซะแล้วนะขอบคุณมากๆนะครับผม And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with John QT. Don't you love the fans here?
I love them a lot.
Wow. But first of all, I would love to. They love you too. But first of all, I would love to know, with the remaining 4 teams right now we're watching here in the stadium, I just want to know your thoughts about the remaining 4 teams and who do you think would win Masters in Bangkok?
I think all 4 teams are very strong. They all have different play styles and comps. But I think if I had to choose a team, I would say EDG. I think they have the most experience out of all the 4. And I mean, personally, I'm rooting for G2 for Americas, our region, obviously, but I think EDG will take it.
Oh, right. สำหรับคำถามนะครับถามง่ายๆเลยครับว่าคิดยังไงกับทีมที่จะอยู่แข่งอยู่ตอนนี้นะครับผมทีมที่จะชนะคือทีมอะไรเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าน่าจะเป็นทีม EDG นั่นแหละนะฮะแต่ว่าก็มี G2 เหมือนกันที่ก็รักนะครับเพราะว่าเนื่องจากว่าเป็นมาจากภูมิภาคเดียวกันเนาะอย่างไรก็ตามครับผมคำถามต่อมาจะถามเกี่ยวกับประเทศไทยสั้นๆ Another short one. I just want to know how has Thailand been so far?
It's been really good. I like it here. People are nice. Food is nice, obviously. The vibes. The weather kind of reminds me of Morocco, so I really like it a lot, yeah.
Awesome นะฮะก็สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับชอบแฟนๆชาวไทยนะครับชอบอาหารชอบบรรยากาศชอบทุกอย่างนะครับทำให้คิดถึงบ้านนะครับ But that will be it for now, guys, and we'll be back to the game.
Well, John QT expecting that EDG were potentially going to win it all here at Bangkok, and G2 themselves as well. They're hoping to win this not opening match, I suppose opening match of playoffs for them. To potentially get that rematch versus EDG after they were ever so slightly embarrassed, and there's a replay of it. We've seen many a team, many a player attempt something like that, but it's hard to pull off.
Yeah, Lotus vindication after all these years, that's all I'm saying. My sights are set on Jorgamo though, the player with the slab head, to pick things up as he goes forwards into this half. He's on the entry.
He's not holding anything back.
Takes
very
point.
much, like you said, takes point. It's the sacrificial lamb almost. Second highest def so far in the tournament, but it's there for a reason. It's trust in the rest of his team to be able to trade him out.
Yeah, and that's why, one of the reasons why G2 are winning so many 4v5s, because they're able to trade out Jorg and use what he's given them. He's playing the mini boost style of duelist at the moment.
Stray shots, less. Chip down. Heal online though, Kix has got that one in his back pocket, so hopefully not too much more damage done. Speaking of damage, Jorgamo dropped into the process, smokes in their faces. G2 looking like they might want to try and go for a bit of a refight. Valin slipping his way in for the side, and Jonah P in the back lines. Salvos drop down, Tempted to buy some time here for G2, and they've got this sight into a vice grip safe, trying to barrel his way forwards, and damage done to a variety of players, unless it's a dead man walking. He should be at this point. Trent, jump spot, less sticks, half earned on the defuse. It's win conditions, and he's a monster player. How is he pulling that off?
He's taken so many rounds away from G2, including both pistols. Every time it feels like G2 are in a position where they've come out with a really creative round, put themselves in a good spot. Jonah P pushes through the smoke, gets in a nice final position, post-plant util all over the place, and Les is there just to drive the dagger in the back. This is the value you get from the roster quality of Vitality, and you see the frustration build from Josh RT. Because what more can you ask for at that point? They're gonna go for the force. They did this as well, playing against EDG on Bind. They found the value there.
Can they do it again? Sting is in hand.
Trying not to give away that they have force just yet.
Bolt line. Unconnects, kicks as blind as anything, man. He's right up into the salvers as well, trying to seek that evacuation. Les cuts it up tight into the corner. That's just only a ghost in hand. We're anticipating some level of this one, and kicks as well, just forcing the issue, pressing the advantage, pushing past them. Gives his team the advantage, at least in the player capacity. So 2v3, and Leaf skipping a hop towards the side here. Risks need to be taken himself, and Leaf just can't quite win that fight out. Taking a bit of a peek there. Trex knows the player's life because that discipline comes through and shines bright in moments like these. And surely spells out the death knell, doesn't it? I think for G2 in this map.
It certainly should do. Considering the Vitality win pistol and then deny the force buy. And it's Les again, by the way, who gets these opening two with just a ghost, like you were saying. You don't feel as bad if you end up dying to the Outlaw or the Vandal that they've got on the other side, but when you lose to Les with a ghost when you had the weapon advantage, you're kicking yourself. G2 have got a very tough uphill battle now to try to upset on Bind. When we saw DRX play with this similar anti-Vitality composition, they didn't really have enough attack ideas. They got smoked. Vitality's defense looked excellent. I think it was 8-4 in the end. G2 wouldn't even get to play out all 12 rounds if that was the kind of defensive Vitality you're putting up again today.
To be forwards and a stun connects, and okay. Wrangle control, Sheriff in hand, as Les going to be removed almost instantaneously. Kicks, stray damage, stray bullet. Shower's control has been given up. Granted, on the opposite side of the map here, Leaf has got a lot of space, and that gives pivot options. They don't take the TP, though. Dog needs to be broken just to deny a bit of that information here for Vitality, going for reclears of their own and the deep push by Safe. Here's one level of the TP. Will he hear the rumble of the footsteps? Yes, he does. Catching a glimpse of it. This could be a brutal one. Backbreaker for G2 because they are not anticipating. Safe himself. Running a mockery over them. It's a three-piece in a round. Whilst there could have been chances and potentially still are, as long as Leaf can hit a few more worldies like that, but hard go of it. Vitality now find themselves up to 10.
I was talking about it earlier, but Safe getting online is such a big difference maker for Vitality, I feel. When he played Bind defense against T1, he had 0 kills across 10 rounds. Not that that's the norm, but Safe has occasionally been putting up some stinkers, and I think there was a lot of people looking at him thinking, well,
Paper X time.
he's had some rough performances at international events before, despite dominating regionally, and the allegations of being a choker are floating around, but he's putting them to rest at least on this map. He's looking good, he's finding his timing, still playing aggressively, and he's always got his team calling really well on the attack side, coming up with good defensive setups, and always keeping the mental and the morale up too.
Yeah.
And there's no reason not to smile for Vitality here.
Drone's broken. Yeah, Durka's, okay, rocking a hard place.
He's
Chooses
stuck.
the TP, and he is stuck with 2 players waiting for him. Okay. Expectation there from G2, and they were thinking one layer ahead, one step ahead. The question is it going to be enough to convert in the round? Because it's a necessary one at that.
If if they do end A, there's so much defensive utility to deny plant. Safe has Salvo, and then Armageddon, and then Trex has a Molly. It's easier to deny plant over towards A than B, and that's what Vitality are gambling on here in the 4v5. And unfortunately, it looks like Valen is walking right into it. There is not going to be very much time on this clock at all. They got to get a move on.
30 seconds left.
One push forwards. Yeah, time is going to be an issue, isn't it? Take's already just priming the salvo as a peek from Les as well. He wants to try and force the issue, force the fight straight to them. Clears the way, most of the way, and it's still an Armageddon waiting into the back pocket. 17 seconds left. What is the call to be made here? Armageddon pushing forwards, but slow going is the ramp up, and Jonah P gets that plan down. Safety in numbers, G2 might have it, but Jorgamo ends up just going down to the straight bullet. Dog in your face, there's no saving that one, but the stun still gets off. And my God, safety with the spam, out from triple, leaves it just to save. 1v3 scenario. Need to ISO these fights, and good luck to you. Deep stun, no peek happening. G2 have got this one in the bag.
Vitality had all of the tools they needed there to create crazy amounts of pressure onto G2, but Save, in his head, wanted to retake through lamps more quickly than he wanted to deny the plant. Maybe just one step ahead of his own win condition there. They did reclaim lamps control and got themselves in a nice position, but the Armageddon just came through a fraction too late. Good work from Jonah P, just sticking it there, knowing that G2 had to get the plant to win.
Let's go, boys. We're gonna win
Durka has picked up the op. Valen might be confident, but Durka's op has done disgusting things in the tournament on defense so far.
The only saving grace for G2 is that no one is going to be making their way over towards showers. They're hoping, I think, potentially that the pit placed layered down out towards B long is going to be pushing them into the direction of Durka. As you said, Josh, he's been doing disgusting things with that weapon.
He's in the wrong part of the map, though, entirely, isn't he? We're looking at the tools that G2 have available to clear the pit, and actually, there are quite a few. Looks like the Tejo's going in the opposite direction, though, and you would want to use Trent's salvos and drone to apply the pressure to Les. The rest of the team, though, is sticking around here. Are they going to use Trent's util to fake? Because if that's the case, how are they going to deal with the pit?
Still a wall down short as well. Yeah, how are they going to deal with the pit is a great question. Fault line's going to be catching onto Octagon. Will it catch onto Les, though? That's the question.
It looks like the gamble's correct. On where to stun.
Yeah, there's going to be a defense, though, surely necessary. Okay, Rolling Thunder's going to be used, concatenated, added on top with the salvos. That is the cherry. Plays straight down onto the site. Aftershock Thorns. Les is lucky to be alive. Armageddon in through the back of the halls, forcing the issue and forcing the players forwards into the open arms of these G2 players. And with the plant down themselves, they've got all the win cons in the world at this point. It's a 2v5.
What a wonderfully controlled round from G2. I mean, that's just masterfully played. We had so many questions. How is this going to work? What kind of timing are they going to be able to get onto Les? But the util was perfection. Kix got killed before he could even shoot a bullet back at them from the anchor position.
And I think he was flashed, slowed by the Thorns potentially. Salvos in his face, Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, utterly brutal. And then you look at what Les is doing inside the pit, and he's caught by the stun, the Rolling Thunder, Aftershock, getting timing by Trent. They really effectively sliced up those Vitality defenders. You give Valen time, and he does call some beautiful rounds.
Yeah, he does.
Here's the stun into the salvo. Catches on both of the defenders there, I think.
Look at
Kicks. How was he supposed to escape? He was going to take
play.
enormous... Oh, that's brutal as well. That's based on the Aftershock. They know that the Aftershock has cleared out Octagon, so the spam comes through afterwards. Durka picked up the operator, and now he's got to try to find some use out of it in this round, because he was completely out of the previous.
Might get lucky. Thrown up. Gonna be hearing that one. Okay, that even gets the tag on top of it. Fault line rounded about. Salvo's out through the back. There's a safety pocket to play in itself. But the auto strike out wide, and Jorgamo, he's just running his way forwards. Gets caught out into the open. Durka finding that value, and here we go. Shotguns in play. Do you dare step in to the nest, which is lamps? Quick maneuvers though, G2 eager to try and take the fight through the back, and that stun does connect, but there's damage done and bodies piling up into that direction. Lamps, there's a bloodbath occurring. Quick reposition as well. It's discipline here. The G2 players are showcasing, making sure that they double up. No ISO fights yet. Less is not given much to work with. Still does the work. Still does the damage. Brings it to a 1v1. Salvo's online. Trex pushed back for about a moment. Smoke still down. Bit of safety to play in and just leaping into the fight. It's Trent who knocks the head of Trex clean off.
Another really well-controlled round from G2. It looked dangerous. They applied crazy pressure onto Durka and won a 3v5 afterwards. A 2v5, essentially, right? Just by having Leaf and Trent work around triple, take the right timings after dodging the utility. And they'd already crunched the rest of Vitality into backside positions. Vitality did a good job of getting value out of the shorties. But here we go, Durka's op, taken away from him, back to rifles on both sides. Economy, though, pinched for Vitality. This can be the comeback here for G2. Heard it from Valen's own mouth earlier.
It's a bait and switch, I think the Vitality are trying to cook up. Yeah, to nade. Durka was holding it over the shoulder, a bit of spam on top of it. They know that G2 have been trying to punish less jump spotting in that position. They make adjustments. Slow going though from G2, especially when you're going to be a player down. Trent has been that heavy hitter so far for them.
Trex is going to have to jiggle for some level of information. No, he backs off into Lamps. He has the orbital strike. That can buy time for the rotates. But at the moment, he looks like he wants to play a little aggro.
What a call. Walk up into the smokes by G2.
No flashes, though. They can't get into backside here.
Happy to play it slow for now. 40 seconds, though. They've got themselves into these 4 positions. Jonah P just hard commits, sticks the plant down. It's Vitality want to try and play this with their player advantage, but Durka's slow going. Off on the flank himself. Thorns, not broken, potentially slowing it down, and it does actually split up these players ever so slightly. The trade isn't there in time, not by Leaf, unless he's doing quick and dirty work. Jorgamo just pulls it back from the brink, but he's just one man now, and he's got to do it against Durka himself. Nade rebounds, pushes him out. He just falls down to it.
How's he gone down to that? He got a triple kill in the round. It looked like his moment. And Durka, even he can't quite believe it. The nade was perfect. The first impulse drops Jorgamo down to 5 HP, and there must have just been a tiny cluster that rolled towards his feet.
I'll have to see that again.
Jorg gets a double defending here. Nice shots. And then being able to kill both players in heaven.
Yeah.
What has happened here? How has that rolled so far?
Yeah,
I don't think he realized it had momentum coming off the wall.
He's taking a gamble in that spot, just walking. He doesn't want to give away any information whatsoever to Durka.
It's a Red Bull clutch for Durka there. One of the easier ones, actually, that he's had at the tournament. And G2 take a tactical timeout. We talked about the economy potentially getting broken for Vitality. Because it was only Durka that stayed alive, their eco actually is not in a particularly great spot. There is a chance that Vitality are going to be coming into this with a very bad buy. They'll be able to salvage at least 3 rifles, but then there could be Guardians or Bulldogs on top of that.
Yeah. Might be a judge jobber for less. Durka drops some. Oh, okay, going for the Bulldog. Okay, Durka drops the rifle to less, so
yeah.
All right.
So it's not too bad at the end of the day. Trex is just coming in without a molly. We'll see whether that makes a difference. Vitality have not been going for these heavy plant denial kind of strategies. In the previous round, you saw just the plant went down, no problems whatsoever. Vitality wanted to play fully for the retake as Durka was pushing.
G2 have no interest working their way over towards A, not early on at least.
Who's next? Durka's playing off sound. He's just rotating based on where they hear stuff.
There's our hookah, spots down 2. It's going to be the fault line, does connect, out through the back. That's Durka. Like you said, he plays off the sound cues, being body blocked into the process as Thorns at his feet. Jorgamo, it's in his own team's Thorns. He's trying to push through into the back. It's into a blender. The rest of his team don't stand a chance, and Leaf can only do so much in a spot like that. It all just goes amiss.
It's a lovely read from Durka, though. he has the showstopper, so he doesn't need to be taking the early fight. He needs to be trying to shut down the exec when it comes. And coming out of a tactical timeout like this, he anticipates Josh RT's giving them a set strat. They're probably going to run something fairly pacey, and he just sits in spawn waiting. As soon as he comes over, he didn't even need the showstopper, by the way. He just hits a 3K, spinning around, head on a swivel. Gets the job done. Eco broken for G2. Map point vitality with ults to boot.
Their map to take at this point. Smoke's primed. Salvos towards your back. TP forwards, and the flash is good. But that connection saves not long for the world. Rocket up and over towards the top. Durka was plucked out of the sky while it was happening. Orbital strike wasted in the process. Trek's not going to have that one to work with a little bit later.
He's buying time, though, for less on the flank. And they're coming back to him.
Yeah, he's just holding the wall. Is there a level of awareness for G2? Do they actually take this clear and still less? Doesn't matter if you're aware of him. He's still going to rip your head clean off. Retreats, backs away. Sky didn't even hear it with the footsteps. Okay, Trent's handed relatively easy one in terms of predicting that.
Trent's also got a nice timing. Smoked off, though. Might not feel confident to go through that, and he isn't. In the meantime, I've had Jorg sat around this position the entire round.
Re-exploration. Re-exploration! It's from both of them. Jorg and Kicks. It's just Jorg who gets the better of it. It leaves Trex in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Salvo's flash play in through the back. Open sightlines onto two of the players, but a trade. It was quick. Trent's able to pull that one off momentarily, so two surviving, keeping the guns going, potentially some ults rolling into the next tier for G2 on top of it.
It's a nice entry, it's a good idea. When you have the lower economy, you want to try to set up your Yoru, close the distance, salvos into the back of lamps, forces somebody forwards or backwards, and Jorg flash teleports in. Vitality's weaponry is not good. There is still a chance for G2 to get this one to overtime, but they are going to have to play perfectly. And they're going to need more good setups and to avoid the stacks.
Flash held, primed and ready. Kicks. Wants to try and send this one. It's a fake flash play! G2 are ready for it though.
Well read by Giacomo there. Still manages to get two after he flicked back away from the false flash.
It's quick reactions. Saw a lot of thrifties just in the game earlier. Not likely, at least for this round.
No, not today. And that big ult cycle that felt like it was about to come online and tip Vitality over the edge, it's starting to swing the other way, you know. Jonah P with that plant. He gets Rolling Thunder. They've got the Steel Garden to work with. Trent's Teo Ultimate as well. There are so many tools here to deal with Vitality and keep this momentum going. Even if less, if you're looking at the ultimates on the other side of things for the defense, even if less goes for his pit somewhere, short, B long, whatever the standard kind of spots, you're going to be running into like Armageddon plus salvos, for example, that are super difficult to stay alive inside of. And we saw how good G2 were at constructing a game plan when they were given the time to do so.
Let Valen take point and hunt the kills there as well. Gets him one step closer.
Yeah, what is he, one away? Two away. Two away from an orbital strike.
Yeah, so the war chest is building. Vitality just need the one. Sometimes the one round, though, can be the hardest one to get.
Enemy spot.
We'll see.
What are G2 pulling out the bank here?
I mean, they're not going towards A at all, are they, at the beginning of these rounds? Full focus over towards B.
Durka's read it, though.
He's making sure to stack it. Plenty of bodies. Durka takes contact. Flash round to the side. That's a quick dodge. Flick of the wrist round to the side. Instant response, though, from Kicks. And instant response from Jonah B. That's a TP. Forced back out into the way. I don't think that was intentional. Flash forwards. Good connection. And putting the squeeze onto the octagon.
Valen's got the read that they can just tear apart these B defenders. And this round, it works to perfection. Durka missing that opening kill. Massively important. And Vitality, I mean, the money is still all right for them. They still can commit to this one. The loss bonus, plus the money they got in the bank.
Slightest of angles that Leaf can play in. Steady hand going to be required, though, for what's coming ahead, because a lot of Vitality bodies, but the damage being done. less dropped. Makes it that much more unlikely as everybody topples on the side of Vitality. As you said, the money might still be good. I think loser's bonus kicking in for Vitality, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Trex was hoping that he could potentially get a kill build, get one step closer to the ultimate.
Vitality have got a large problem with their defense over towards B. Durka tried to reinforce it here, goes for the flash peek, and like you said, immaculate dodge from Trent, who's been playing a beautiful tournament, played fantastically all throughout kickoff as well. Looking like the best player on G2 right now, if you're looking at a larger sample size. And Vitality themselves take a tactical timeout to try to figure out how to close things without going to OT. This is the final timeout available before you get an additional one, should G2 win the round. And they've already tried quite a lot of different things, but G2's, the util that they have available is so good at being able to separate the crossfires from the Octagon player and the player on site. And Vitality can't figure out a good way of adjusting to it. The one thing they haven't tried is some kind of sand crunch. Yeah. Double up towards Hookah, play aggressive short, see if you can crunch on them in sand, and play a bit more of a B retake style.
Yeah.
But there are tons of different ways and a huge amount of experience on the side of Vitality. So these are normally the areas in which we've seen them thrive, coming up with the on-the-fly adaptation. They're gonna need it here.
The one thing that they did try a little bit earlier was, I think, less baiting Durka over the shoulder. He was able to nade when Les was stunned and the salvos came out, but that was when they were kind of opting into the B long fights. At this point, though, G2 have just been putting the squeeze kind of equally, to be honest, out towards Hookah on top of it. But again, no change in the game plan.
Well, Les is going to be ulting, by the look of it, over towards B long. Maybe. Doesn't go for it off rip, actually.
Conventional drift. Gate Crash is going to be making his way up towards B long, gives his team the information. Last time we saw this one, Armageddon in the stun, in through the back, on top of it. Flashes in your face and a spam to supplement. Oh, it drops the bodies and it drops Vitality into that 3v5. Quick on the flank though, that is Durka. And he has to be the shining light for his team at this point, but the options are going to be running short. As the time ticks, the hourglass runs dry. Ults are going to be held. Util out, spraying and praying. That is the hope. And Jogma right from behind as well. He'll grant you no mercy. OT. It's inevitable here for G2 unless Trex can pull off a miracle. With too much to work against. 12-12, OT here on Bind.
4 rounds in a row from G2. 7 out of the last 9 rounds going their way. So many more ideas, so many more beautiful set plays than we saw from DRX when they ran this kind of composition. The Tejo ultimate into the back over towards B, tons of teams are running that. But the coordination to time it immaculately with the salvos and the stun so that there is no exit whatsoever possible.
Wow, they're so lost.
They really were in that round. And actually, overall, Vitality's defense, G2 hit onto an idea and just drove it home. Now, sides swap though. Vitality with their own opportunity to do something. Early round aggression like we saw constantly from G2 in that first half.
Yeah.
Vitality were eating it up though. This time, Jorg sticks around, plays behind the box. He's got 30 seconds with which to do so before the gate crash goes offline, and he does trigger it early, disappearing back into halls.
Slow going for Vitality.
They were trying to pick this angle a ton. They realized that Jonah P does a bunch of jump spotting from truck, from lamps. It feels like Durka knows that Leaf is over there.
Yeah, might have just seen the head there. Nade rebounding. But around here, plenty of players up towards the box, but it makes it a predictable spam angle, and the wall is slippery in itself. Still Vitality making moves. The steady march. Relentless over towards the site, and they do have access at least to the first part of it. The trouble is they're going to try and detangle and get out of the way. It is G2 players. What a reaction from Valin. Get out of here. Pulling off plays like that, and the damage done, softened up kicks. He's going to use that Trailblaze. He wants to carve out a path. Potentially some space. Shower's going to be regained. Control for it. Safe is making sure that Vacuum it all the way up and critical fight! He doesn't win it out!
That's
Leaf
ridiculous.
taking it. How do you get a safe man off now? You're going to try and fight and force the issue. Forwards with it, kicks. He's the one to take matters into his own hands alongside Turka, side by side. The rain supreme, but time is of the essence and kicks. He's got to get a move on, got to get a move on, got to get a move on. Plant down, damage done. Jorgamo, more than happy to clean it all up.
Plays beautifully off the damage already done earlier on in the round from Leaf. I thought for a moment that Vitality had done enough. They're so good at being able to push in the post plant, in the mid round, off the back of a quick flash. But Leaf here, what is that? His peek into showers, it's like the Premier peek, the crouch peek, but he's also almost stumbling over his own footsteps as he goes to take the fight. And Jorg cleans up at the end. Knew that he'd done enough damage to kicks. And also was coming from an unexpected position.
Time to jump.
G2 with a great opportunity to close things out. They were going B time and again during regulation. Vitality have got to expect them to be heading over towards the B site. And there's a double lurk happening in showers. This feels like fake B pressure, hoping to get the pick onto Trex. Is he going to fall for it?
It's an off angle. Lot to do. Perfect. The crosshair placement. Just needs a second one and a stimmy. Gives him an exit if he chooses to take it, but it is precarious at that still. Backs himself out. It's an opening for Vitality, a potential lifeline to stay alive in the map. See what they can do with it. Fake TP in through the corner, safe. Seeing demons and ghosts into the walls.
Fake teleport from Jorgamo. Just wanted to make sure that it was completely clear, but took the risk of getting caught by some kind of util combo. Vitality at this point realized what the game plan was from Valen. Fake B pressure into an end over towards A, but now Valen's calling a mid-round audible. This one wasn't in the cards at the start. He's realized they overstacked the site. Is it another fake pivot onto B?
It's pressure, isn't it? Clear out towards Hookah. They got 3 players up and over towards it. Bullets raining down out towards the back, but
30 seconds
no
left.
G2 players giving up this space over towards A, and they are ready to pounce at this at a moment's notice. Vitality, though, still with a huge player advantage, but it's only 2 waiting to receive, and Trex has to be the difference maker. And he is, at least for the beginning. Leaf round to the side. Trex with 3. Can't land the 4th still. 13 seconds left. Spike out into the open. Now Plan needs to come online. Steel Garden is ready and waiting.
Last track.
Trailblazer. Round to the corner. Not broken. Timing taken. And Plan stuck. 1v2. Flash through. No way. Unbelievable. Moments of brilliance, almost there from Jonah P.
I mean, moments of pure luck. If Jonah had won that 1v2 there, full blind, Vitality would have been sickened. Trex was magical here for Vitality. And that final flash from Kicks could not have been more perfect, wrapping around triple. But Trex did such a good job not getting overly baited by the B pressure at the start of the round, picking up another 2 once they eventually finished on his site. And Kicks is there with a perfect pop flash and trade. Another opportunity. Trex is going to attack side up on Brimstone.
That's a rare one.
No post-plant molly, no armor.
That is a rare one.
Just the spirit of Boaster running through his veins. Maybe this is a call that Durka's made. Like, I once saw Boaster do this, and it worked out quite well.
On bind, out towards showers.
Yeah. He's taking it.
Won the round. Side. Minnie was screaming.
He's taking it over towards B. Maybe just hoping to catch the pick onto Leaf.
Jump spot.
They've been aiming to punish this quite a bit.
Yeah. Leaf's not going for it out. 6th sense or something. Potentially there could be some trouble. He's playing ahead of his util here as well. On top of it, it's an off angle. Drone out wide. There's no way he's getting the hell out of there. Scot-free, but somehow evacuates out towards elbow.
And now G2 have a good understanding that there's an attack op in play. It's going to make the exec slightly more difficult for Vitality. And Jorgamo's going walkabouts. Always got that opportunity to go back to A with the gate crash.
Fades away, that.
Oh, yeah.
He's hard committed out towards the back. He's hoping to catch his eyes onto less potentially here. Lurking player, flash through and around. That's going to be showers, and you hear it. Yeah, here comes the rumble.
30 seconds left.
That's a barrel sticking out, but he hears the footsteps on top of it. And oh, the prioritization of the kills. It's flawless, and it's elite across the board, all from G2. They earn themselves another chance to seal away Bind.
Jorgamo and Leaf are really turning up towards the end of this map. Trent has been keeping them in it, providing big, consistent value constantly. But as we're getting to the crunch time, the big moments at the end are coming from this combo. Leaf zips his way through the teleporter for 3 as Jorgs push on defense, gets them the value. G2 on the attack side, again, they've been heading B almost all the time. They're looking to change it up in OT.
Aggro off angle here by Durka. He's praying anybody wades in front of him, but that's going to be the drone. It spells out doom and defeat, doesn't it? Aftershock on top of it, just in case Jorgamo wasn't enough. TB forward, but my God, man, get ahead of your own util at that point. Trade it out. This Kixer was hard committed onto the corner, and they're going to be glad for it at that point. And okay, Wrangle with a rifle, coverage there into every possible avenue. G2 paved the way to a plant now onto this site, potentially to the map win. It's all down to safe, it's all down to less. 2 versus 4. Good clearance. Clears up the potential question marks, but Valin wins his fight and Les reveals his hand. Molly won't save you there. Valin's feeling it. Puts him to bed. Puts him to rest. Bind is theirs.
Jorg is so excited at the end that he throws a drink all over Trent's lap. They can't believe what they've done. What a blow. What a sick opening blow for G2. Vitality picking this one, thinking it's a freebie, a map that G2 have not been favoring this year, and they come out with a new composition and look sublime.
Let's go! Let's go, Trent. Let's go! Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Holy shit, 17 assists. I'm like Brimstone out here.
Yo, meet me in my hotel room after.
All paths end with me.
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Jen Lee here with Josh RT. Now, Josh, was it fun watching that game?
Of course it was. I mean, this is what we play for, right? Nothing better than have a OT match on a stage game in playoffs. But I'm just so happy that the boys pulled through.
All right, I guess you guys made a huge change on the bind, putting Jogamo on the Yoru, slotting in the Vice. Was this specifically for Vitality series, or talk to us about this change?
We actually had it cooked up for a little bit. We were just waiting to pull that out, and we figured, like, why not this series?
Good choice, and good luck on the next map.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jen. And G2 Esports managed to take, whoopsie, managed to take Bind away from Vitality, but Jogamo so excited.
So nice. He's so nice he even cleans it.
Yeah, look, and then Trent's like, come on, man. But in any case, so welcome back, everyone. Goldenboy here along with Kukuka and Mimi, and what a match that was. But I do want to reflect real fast on what we heard Josh RT say. This was a composition that they were like planning, but they were waiting for the moment to bring it out. Felt like the right one, and the call was made.
Yeah, I think it was really serendipitous to play this against Vitality then, because the active reclears they had on their defense, the executes with the ult combos they cooked up on the attacking side as well. It looked so good, and they won despite how strong Vitality started both halves.
Yeah, exactly. Vitality started off every single half with a 3-0 advantage. In fact, they have won 6 out of 7 of their bonus rounds. That is a +6 just in the overall of rounds. And as you're saying, Mimi, this kind of rounds are so important, especially because of the way the G2 was playing onto the map. Also, I'm gonna call a little bit of BS on Josh right there, because I do think that maybe they had the composition here in their minds.
Well, no doubt.
I don't know how far they were into the predicting that, but less clutching both of the pistols, and then Vitality having this extra proactive plans when it comes to the bonuses.
And this round was such a good example of the way Vitality plays to me. They're a team that likes to spread out a lot, play their individual picks, and control the map for a while. They trust players to be in those solo positions. Like in that round, the pinch back into Showers, back around from Trexer was really, really nice, but they still could not come up with the win. And that was despite a 24-kill performance from Durka. On the other side, though, Leaf had an incredible map, especially in that second half.
So did Jogamo as well.
Yeah, he really heated up the end.
Damn.
But these were some of the rounds I wanted to talk about with G2's read on this map. I think their whole idea with the Teo breach was to go for these active reclear rounds. In this round, they're going to go for 2 separate reclears on this space. Stun, flash, ult comes down, and that space is denied for Vitality. Later in that very same round, stun, Teo missiles, look who's going back in the very same teleporter. This works so well against Vitality that he's going to go for a lot of these slow contact plays on you towards the extremities. So despite the fact that it required a crazy comeback, I did think this was a really good read from G2 coming out with these reclears.
Yeah, and to kind of revisit real briefly that conversation about the composition here and whether or not it was like planned, I 100% agree with you, Kukuka. They definitely reacted because you got to be seeing what Vitality's doing over in EMEA and be like, we might need to game plan against that. And game plan against it, they did. Now Vitality is going to be, well, in a bit of a bad position here, but we'll see how they try and get back into this one as we jump over to Jen Lee, who's standing by with the Vitality coach.
Hello again, and hi Faded. Now you guys are the only team left in the playoffs that haven't really changed anything when it comes to Bind. How hard was it adapting to G2's new comp? And do you feel like that kind of affected your performance and also messed with your preparation a little bit?
We actually played against them with this comp in scrims beforehand, so it is something that we're used to. I think it's just, battle of wits at the end of the day. They have a really, really strong IGL, and, they're definitely a team that focuses a lot on macro. So, it's just, 2 good teams competing at it, so not taking it personally.
How are you feeling about Lotus?
I'm pretty confident. I think we have a really good handle on the map, so again, it just comes down to who's the better team on the server there.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Good to hear from Coach Faded there about how this whole thing played out. And I think, there is something to be said there, right? At the end of the day, you're still looking, Kukuka, at just 2 really phenomenal squads. So it really is just about who's going to hit the right hook first. It's really what it feels like sometimes.
I love the fact that they practice against each other here.
Yeah, that was interesting.
They're in Bangkok, because there's always that risk that you're going to be facing up against this team. And of course, there's such strong squads that only with 8 teams, the chances are extremely high. But as we were saying in the map update, now we're moving on to Lotus. And speaking about comfortability, about roles and everything else for G2, this is their home ground.
It is. You heard Faded complimenting G2's IGL Valen, and for good reason. The last play against their EMEA compatriots Team Liquid, G2 dominated with the mid-round calling on their attacking side. I thought it was an absolute masterclass from Valen on this game, and they've got to be feeling confident after that map 1 comeback.
Agent select coming up here. See what we end up getting. No real big changes, but of course you're going to be keeping your eyes on, you know, those combinations, right? Whether, you know, what you get with the initiator utility on the G2 side of things, but then also how things are going to play out for Vitality. How do they prevent G2 from being able to run roughshod all over them on the attack?
Exactly, and I have some numbers for you. G2 here at Lotus at Bangkok, they've won 12 out of the 16 post plans that they won. That is a 75%. Do not let that spike go down. And in the other side, when Vitality goes into the attack, in the one time that they played the Lotus, they won 100% of the post plan.
Jojima really heated up at that end of the last game. He's back on the Yoru here on a map he's always been good on. GB, he has a chance to get revenge on Durka for eliminating him in the Tokyo finals.
All right, well, let's find out if this one goes the distance and send it back over to my fellow foreheads for the call.
Thank you very much, GB, and the rest of the crew. Yeah, excited to get into this one. Sure there was no ill-meaning comments from the foreheads one.
Yeah, you're about to join the bold crew, I reckon.
Yeah,
give it 5 years.
I'm getting close. It's those British genetics.
Yeah.
It creeps up for us all. It really does.
Let's have a look at this map then. So we've seen plenty from these two teams. Vitality taking a bit more of the older approach, I would say, to the map, but still performing to an excellent level. And they've anticipated this pistol.
It's a 5-player stack. Squeeze occurring though, but held down by Leaf. Okay, Ghost in hand. Short work at Durka. Up through the gut though. Vitality not willing to slow down, but they are walking up into a few of these players, and there's that damage done. Yeah, full line into the salvos. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run if you are Kicks. Drop down, but there's that deep push out, but honestly, might be too little too late.
Vitality are going to need something incredible. It would be this guy on the flank here.
Safe. Okay.
Catches onto Leaf. Now there's going to be pressure behind. Eyes, head's got to be turned from Jonah. Oh no, they take the aggressive option instead, actually. Dominating waterfall control in a 4v2, but getting pinched from both ends.
Definitely one option for you. Jorgamo whips his way around to the corner and turning alongside it. It's clean movement. Brings it to a 1v2 though. Definitely winnable for Safe into this spot, and he's managed to creep forwards past line of sight angles. Trent just jiggling. He knows the win cons. He's running away because he's got the salvos back online. As soon as he hears that first tap, he knows he's going to be able to deny. It's all to play with and all to work with. Safe still. Rocking a hard place is how I described it earlier. Don't think it was for him in particular, but it does mean that G2 going to be able to steal away here. Pistol round. Steal probably the wrong term to use as well. They were looking like they were in control from beginning to end, to be honest.
They certainly were. It was Leaf that opened it. The guy that looked like he came online in the midst of Bind. Found that dominant performance, the form again, that just looks so scary. We've seen outrageous Lotus defense plays. Usually on defense, to be honest, with him being able to find the timings to push out. But here on the attack side, grabs the opener with the Ghost. And that's G2 winning an important pistol. I say important though, Vitality won both of them on Bind. The Des were talking about it, both of the pistols and the bonuses, and G2 still came out the win in OT.
Yeah.
G2 could not win a single pistol against the game they played with EDG. 6 out of 6 went to Edward Gaming. It has been an area they've been struggling a little bit, despite their great rifle performances.
Definitely so. It's like playing Valorant on hard mode. No pistol round win, don't snowball. Keep the momentum going with ultimates, with potential weaponry as well.
You see here Jorgamo trying to get information over towards C. He's using a jump peek technique here. Now drone finds 2 of them.
Lost 2.
Trying to trigger out a trap play. Jorg playing way ahead of the rest of his team. Okay. Just because he's always got the opportunity to escape. He doesn't pull the escape lever. He does end up going down. But I think he's generated an advantage for his team that they should be able to convert. But you'll see a lot of this. If Vitality have got trap plays around the map, Jorgamo goes in first to try to defuse it. And that's one of the reasons, honestly, that he's got such bad first death per round stats.
For sure.
Is because he's playing the bomb defusal agent.
I mean, he's the sacrificial lamb. They send it him, they sacrifice him, and they hope they win the round, usually. ends up being the case here. Vitality have got players tucked down onto the side, and that's a good paranoia at that, and a good swing on top of it. Opening picks found, but these players are weak as anything, and that Marshall in the hands of Leaf will make it look filthy. Still, Guardian, anything could happen, especially if they line up just right. Kicks, smoke off to the side, but we're safe falling. Exchanging the weaponry, trade hands multiple times over the course of this round, yet still, it's G2 on top with 3 players living.
Not quite where Kix wanted the smoke to go. He couldn't get an angle where you could tap and make it really feel believable. G2 still had that line of sight from tree. Doing a little bit of damage though to G2's economy, making the bonus round a tad worse. It's been a hot minute since we've seen a G2 bonus though.
I know.
They've just been struggling with the pistols so much in a lot of their matches here.
Here's a skirmish for you, potentially at least. What to lead with a rubble fight.
It's also another opportunity where you can just send Jorg in, or Jorg and Valin, both, because they have the opportunity to escape.
Kicks. He's gone up top. Hold on.
They don't
flash
know.
into the face. They don't know at all. I mean, either side just unaware of the fact that he was perched up onto the high ground. Valin.
There.
Quick to make himself known to Vitality, and that's a rifle handed over on top of it. And the shot is good. He's backing away, Durka. Couple of cheeky peeks himself, and Jorg, like we said, he's got the gate crash, so gets information, gets out.
Leaf's pushed himself into an aggressive position. Loves lurking on this map. Always got to try to keep an eye on where he is. Calling for reinforcements to go for the B pop, and Safe is here, but gets dealt with so snappy.
Still out wide. It's all on Les to do the most into that spot, and the trade is instantaneous here by G2. Opens it up for an easy plan onto the B side. Haunt, not necessary to be dealt with as well. There was no tags, no connections onto the G2 players, and with Vitality in this spot, Durka Tret's got to be thinking about saving.
Gutting kind of feeling. Durka's so used to having massive impact in these kind of rounds, and Valin has been able to call on their attack side around Durka. We haven't really been saying his name anywhere near as much as I was expecting, and it's not because, in my opinion, he's having a bad performance. I think it's because Valin's finding these gaps, these openings, to try to abuse Vitality's defensive setups. If you think back to Bind, the amount that they were just hammering B, XX with huge amounts of util, but Durka's playing the floater and couldn't quite get in position for early fights. Here, I mean, what is going on?
I don't know.
At this point?
It's a weird round, isn't it?
It is very strange, actually, because if you're gonna do some kind of re-clear over towards Rubble, you'd expect there to be a lot of util used, or some way, someone to help Kix. Yeah. In theory, that should just be an instant death from Kix when he takes that teleport. They must have thought that there wasn't a chance Valin could be across. Don't know how they were that confident, though. Leaf's got an Outlaw staring into 3 people with light armor. Another Leaf classic.
Bottle line though. Les will have to respect it.
Safe has light armor.
Okay. Walls in his face though, so Safe, once he doesn't open himself up too wide here, should be safe. And a bit of B presence, posturing here by G2. Make sure you can vacuum up the orbs. Get a bit closer to the ults.
Vitality need to be doing some hunt the lurker kind of protocols, and here they go.
Oh well, okay, Jonah P. No worries at all, man. Steady hand, steady aim. He knew that the Haunt was going to be dealt with.
Slightly too late on that, or too early, I suppose you could say, but exactly as the rest of G2 were crossing behind.
Thorns down.
ADS up, that's Safe, just trying to answer back in any way possible form that he can, but it's an onslaught that's going to be facing him. Drops himself down. It's a hard anchor position from Safe. He's got to get value into this spot. Util out into the hands, but return of the fire is there. Leaf sees it. It's a tantalizing upgrade onto the floor, and he's going to be receiving the rifle on top of it, but Kicks with the smoke in. He's running rings around them. He's already found himself 2. TP cuts it south across, and surely he's done enough to potentially get this round win for Vitality. He's brought it to a 2 versus 2.
Still have the paranoia to work off as well. Could hit both of these players in tree. Throw the paranoia, allow Les to open door. What are they going for here? What's the combo play?
Shadows traveling.
Splitting up for the time being. Paranoia, that's a double blind. Near sighted as both of them. They're just trying to cut sound cues away. keep a series of unknowns into the play, but Jonah P forced to reveal his hand. It's 3 in round 4, and will he get the 4? Yes, he will!
You couldn't get better crosshair placement there from Jonah. He still had Aftershock and Stun to play off the back of. They're expecting Jonah to be cowering, playing the supportive breach style. No, I must use my util. I must wait for them to tap. Jonah, no. He's going to kill both of the players hunting for him on the lurk, and then he's going to finish out by just holding an angle at the end. His aim's been great this tournament. Been picking up the Guardian in a bunch of rounds and still hitting great shots.
Wake up in the morning,
Don't know whether we announced it, but Jonah P is going to be doing the Champs intro this year. A Red Bull clutch for him.
I think that's incredibly indicative, I think, of just the overall attitude for G2, though, coming into this game.
The thing is, Vitality are the same way. Whenever we've listened to the Vitality comms, Safe is always, you know, doing some kind of tune or hyping up his team, smiling, laughing.
I think that's what you get out of a lot of teams, in our top 4 at least now, is that cold confidence. If the going gets rough, they're never quite worried. I mean, the going is definitely not rough right now for G2. They're leading 4-0 and leading the series 1-0, but I think both of these teams have got that in common, that just trait underlying that they are always capable, and they know themselves that they can win a map, even if it's going poorly for them.
While we've got an eco round here, well, actually, there's going to be a potential skirmish over towards A Rubble. So let's take a look at this first of all, and then I'll tell you my little anecdote.
Yeah. I'm ready for it. If this is a terrible fight, you should just go and just start talking, mate. Just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're not really taking the engagement here. Durka, though, has forced up a Vandal, a Bulldog. Might be looking to try to force the issue just a little bit. It's so difficult to get past Leaf, though, when he has the Outlaw in this spot.
Keep smoke. He just spotted it. Belly a shoulder, and Leaf's out of there, man.
He saves a bullet as well.
He knows that there's danger in the air. Oh my God, just reacts off to the side, but wasn't expecting that one. And okay, Sheriff, quick work. Yes! My goodness!
Where's he pulled that from? He was at 145 range for some of those as well. He wasn't even one-shotting.
That's pure insanity. Straight up the gut, right what Vitality needed.
Leaf was calling for help. Just to clear kicks. And in the scramble, they forgot. They forgot about Les. They thought they dodged this guy when he got exported to EMEA this year. Now he's back to haunt the Americas players.
30 seconds left.
Down to Jorgamo, he's gonna go walkabouts here, but oh my, swarmed quickly.
We're all just waiting for the replay.
Yeah.
It's a MasterCard Thrifty, we gotta see it. What happened there? Leaf's thinking about it for a moment, and then as he walks into kicks, Les walks up. Oh my. Oh! The first and third kill are close enough to be one-shots, and then Valen gets 145.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Disbelief from Valen. How has he done that?
That's what you get from Les. Just talking about it prior. That undefinable element of just, I don't know, being ice cold, I guess. Every round's winnable, they know it. A lot of util, though, is going to be expended.
Huge amount of damage, actually, though, too. Durka dropped down to 20 kicks. He's on 72 health. They got flashed and stunned into salvos.
ADS up safe. There's going to be a wall in his face.
Who's next?
On a tap off instinct. As soon as he hears the ult pop, though, he knows that, okay, well, there's a bit of danger here. One's going to be used to slow them all the way down. And Jorgamo's just hoping and hunting for a bit of information, but he's missed a B main player. And if he wants to go for this one, yep, he's exited out and right from the side. Les strikes back once more. Armageddon paves the way. But Snakebite to slow down the approach. Vitality have got this one under complete control.
But they're going back into kicks here. Softened up from earlier. Only 70 HP. Dies to 2 Vandal bullets and already has taken 1.
What almighty, just ducking his way out of variety of the bullets. Twists and turns into this round. story being told by G2, but they might not like it. Aftershock up close and personal, and Leaf is the one to try and capitalize. Snakebite round to the side and a rolling thunder. Why not? Throw it into the mix, but you've been slowed down to a crawl and creeping around from behind. It's safe. He reveals the hand anyway. Steel Garden, let loose. And random spray paves the way, wins the day. Even a nade running rampant, yet somehow G2. How the hell have they done this? They forced Trex into a 1v2. Lotus to tap, no bullets left. He needs to try and find a fight early on, walking right in, and Jonah P just does not lose these.
The timing fights in the middle of the pit, they just went perfectly for G2. Jonah walked out, took a swing, pushes his shoulder up against the wall, and spots two heads perfectly lined up. And then on the other side of things, a jump through the pit with a shorty manages to find Trent to kill. This is a 2v5. The first death to a nade, that's unlucky. Oh. And then look at that lineup, and this jump through. Crazy.
Absurd work from G2.
And they don't need these. This is one of the first halves that they've been able to get off to a lightning hot start.
When your form's good, you don't slow down.
And they're getting everything.
Yeah.
Every kind of coin flip fight is going their direction. The spams through the smoke.
They've been passing around the horseshoe.
It feels like it. Yeah. Take down Vitality, you got to be good, and sometimes I guess you got to be a little lucky. And G2, they're looking on fire right now.
Got it both. Re-exploration by Les, instant punish with a bullet to the head. Out wide, door opened. And bodies dropped, toppled.
Drone going out.
They are destroying the EMEA representatives here in the first round of the playoffs. This is not like Bind, a back and forth affair. This is destruction.
Yeah.
This is them flexing the superior power of their composition as well, I think. And also Valen being able to make the difference in the IGL department. It's credit to Vitality that we've not seen that at any point so far this year. A reminder that this team is 6-0 since forming this version of the Vitality Super Team. If G2 are able to close this out, and they're looking good for it, it would be Vitality's first loss of the year. The first loss with this roster, with Durka and Les joining the team. Many others have tried. Top teams, top IGLs. It's taken something pretty special today to put the pressure onto them and make it seem like a possibility. Vitality have come back from scorelines like this before, though. I believe it was map 3 against DRX, where they were down something like 6-2 and had to recover, ran it all the way back. So they need to get back on the board early on. Their only round so far is that triple headshot play from Les.
The caliber of players, you're going to get plays like that occasionally, but the trouble is you just need a bit extra against G2 because it's a strategy. They've got them matched.
Well, the two top performing players for Vitality in this tournament so far have been Durka and Trex. They only have 2 kills between them. Here, Durka flies forward with one of only 2 hero rifles, trying to make the difference.
Whole line, salvos, and okay, pulls out the ults, and somehow still gets away with a pick.
That's ridiculous.
The entire premise of that fight by G2 was just, okay, we're going to refight, we're going to posture, we hit the ult, we're going to exit out, we don't want to commit into it. And somehow, they still get a pick.
And they waste the showstopper completely. They have taken 30 seconds in the round, though. And if they head over here towards the C site, it's got some of the Vice util and one of the hero rifles.
Jorgemon straight in there, Les trying to make the most of it with his crosshair placement and precision. It's the name of the game for a player like him. It's good for that one. Found it potentially even footing for his team to walk into this, but not quite in the gun category. And okay, well, leave.
Buying time for Durka's flank.
That's the important thing. Durka wrapping around with that rifle in hand. Might get open access, and yes, he does. So Lee falls, safe, follows through!
2 rounds on the board for Vitality, both off the back of triple Sheriff shots. The Durka flank, though, was expertly orchestrated, and Vitality looked more in control in that round after dropping kicks, despite the fact it is still the MasterCard Thrifty coming through. If these are the rounds that Vitality are getting, it's still going to be a very difficult battle out here. How did they manage to even get this kill? They just did so much damage. Kicks slow to be able to escape, already took the damage from the salvo. But it's Vitality still who come away with the round. Great shots from Safe.
That's beautiful.
Oh! God damn!
And that's what you get with this Vitality team. They've been crafted. It's a bespokely built team for trophies, accolades, titles. Despite the fact that they've got their eyes on the prize, which is Champs itself. That is a fast beginning by G2. Eager to take control towards B main and even potentially flip the door. Get a bit of clearance now going in towards C. Les will have to respect that when he backs away soon enough.
But Vitality have full rubble control here. So if G2 are not planning to do something quick on the early round, which they're clearly not, we're at the minute mark, they're going to find it more difficult.
Bait and switch by Vitality. Leaf's going to hear the jump spot. He thinks it's just the one. Still.
Do not want to give away a sound cue here.
There's thorns, detted, there's spam coming your way, and a wall's dropped down, but luckily, Kix has provided that smoke prior.
Ren, they're about to fight Mount off the horn. No, they decided to back it up.
The difficult one. Is the wall going to be popped open? Somehow Leaf wins out that fight. There's options mounting up. Here for G2, they could take it into many different directions here, but they set the sights over towards C with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and Vitality still have 3 players here. A Vice ultimate, Fade ult.
Here's the difficulty. How the hell do you chew through this? You can't exactly bide your time and wait this one out. Got to try and just send it. Take the fight anyway. Pistols in hand and the timing has been caught. And right there, you're in the shadow arm at that point, Valen. Not ready for the fight that's going to be coming your way. Les, Drex, Safe, all being bought that time to play into the site. And with the Nightfall hot on their heels, Jonah P is forced to try and get that plant down. And you got to win that one out. Drop down with a spike in their laps. This is a Vitality round, all sealed up nice and pretty.
They are starting to come back into this game. Crucially, Durka and Kix having control over Rubble gave them the right defensive read on what was going on. And also, we were kind of focused on the A-Rubble reclear from Leaf, but at the same time, they were thinking about going for a double fight. They had Safe and Les grouped up with a Haunt over the top, thinking that they wanted to go for a Mount reclear. When the Haunt got broken, Vitality called it off. If they'd gone for that, they might have lost the round outright then and there. And instead, they had the patience to hold on, keep the stack on the C site, and win it out through good macro play.
Vitality able to drag themselves ever so close to potentially evening up this half.
This round, though, Vitality not controlling Rubble. Looking over towards Mound instead. So Kix is going to inform the stack over towards B and A.
The refight flash, but well, they're way ahead of it, aren't they? Oh my God, there's defense necessary, and it was ordered up onto a platter. Les is happy to oblige, and that sees his perfection in motion. Safe, happy to slam it down, but caught. Reload out into the open. There was no defense. There's no correction for that one here. It's an open A site with a plan going down now for Valen.
Leafs on the backstab too. Nobody with tracks to try to clear this.
Pocket to play in.
Ideally, you want to go and clear over towards Rubble to start this retake.
Roller Thunder cuts this one up. It's for Leaf to potentially take a peek and fight out towards stairs. Wins it out. It's labored, it's precarious, but he plays his life in the end because he sees it and hears it. Trex in his face. It's a necessary one, but he's causing a distraction and the backstab play. This is off the charts with the game IQ. It's buying time and win con possibilities for Valen, but he's just one man. 31 health. Leaf needs to win these ones out. Clearance, it's all about the timing and takes the peak with the smoke in play. Kicks are sticking all the way. Spam of the run and gun just does not save you.
Great defense from Trex. He played that situation just as well as Leaf did. Waited, did not take a 1v1, pushed Leaf back as far as he possibly could. Both of them playing their life. And as soon as Trex realized that it was a bad fight that he was getting lured into, he calls for the rest of the team to accelerate on the retake and instead go towards site, put that Omen smoke down, start the defuse inside of it. This is now 3 rounds in a row that Vitality have got, and they are back in the game.
Nice! Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go.
And the biggest reason that Vitality are back into this one is because they've been able to lock down one of the sides. A couple of rounds ago, round 9, we saw them hold with Durka and Kix over towards Rubble. Round 10, we see Kix alone holding Mound, allowing the whole of the rest of the team to stack the other side of the map. It makes such a huge difference if they have the macro defense set up. G2 have got to do a slightly better job of being able to push these players back. And now, as they go for this early round map control, they're going to be meeting Durka with an operator who is having a slow map right now, 2 and 8. I was giving credit earlier on to Valen for being able to call around Durka. I feel like at this point he actually has had a lot of these opportunities to get involved, and he's just not quite found his moment.
Struggling.
Bearing in mind he was coming into this looking like the best player in the world.
Might just get his time in the sun here and now. Guess what? A lot of bodies waiting for him on the other side of these barriers.
Jorgo,
we already said he's got the big boy gun.
Jorgo has a Yoru ult, which is
line.
really difficult to op against.
TB forwards. Oh my, perfect peek there from Kix. As soon as the Hordes lay it down on top of it and gets out scot-free. Triple walk up Vitality. 3 players on towards the C site for G2. Need kills, I think, to make this one a bit more winnable. And Durka, it's not one to over-peak. It's an off angle, just being held in case there is that walk-up.
I mean, what's the timing on the haunt here? Prowler sets him up.
Takes a peek. Takes the peek and takes the shot. Almost takes 2 of them out for it.
On the seas.
Oh, my.
Oh, that's so good from Trex and Durka.
You wanted to see more from him. You're getting it here and now. He's tearing G2 to pieces.
There's nothing that Trent can do to salvage this one. Vitality needed that.
Vitality are raring to go. They want to set this guy up for another one. Why not?
4 in the round from Durka, 1 away from a showstopper, and a 5th on the board. Vitality doing such a good job of getting back in the game. And G2 tripping over themselves a little bit here. I think in this round, once Kix gets the opening kill against Giacomo, you could kind of have a bit of a read of, all right, well, we know that the Omen is not posted up towards Rubble. What if we try to accelerate the lurk on the A side of the map? And instead, they just stick to their guns over here. But Durka's so aggro. He disrespects Util so often with his op. He's an incredibly tough player to play against. They're going to do the same again.
Who's next? Incredibly well orchestrated. Dimensional Drift, though, is one thing. And it's going to be spotting out 1, 2 players here. Fault line's going to be coming through. Exiting early. Kix has broken his bloody ankles. It's up to the rest of G2 to see if they can do a bit more with this one. And Leaf does return with that 1 kill. Armageddon. Lay it down a little bit prior. It's going to be wasted, though. Trent not getting too much done with that one.
That is so sick. Kix just TikToked him. He just
really
absolutely owned him. Safe though, go for a bit of a re-exploration here. They lost a lot of information over on the A side of the map, so Safe wants to pick some back up.
And right into his prime sightlines. Perfect timing with all that mid-round information that he gathered. He got a bit more than that, didn't he, though? Not just information. Kills, bodies toppling on the side of G2, and it leaves it just down to the 2, Trent and Leaf. They have the easier side to get themselves into. Kix will at least be forced to respect a bit of this util.
30 seconds left.
That sound cue's made, and now Stampede going to be occurring. Pit lay it down, why not? Might as well just throw everything into the mix to try and win this 1 round out. Up through, snakebite, and Trent spam down, sprayed down, snakebite of his own. Leaf could be a miracle worker, but my God, how the hell do you tangle with this one? It's a Pit versus Pit. Heavy blight now, lay it down over towards the C site. Decay damage to pocket the play in. Players highlighted reload ordered, and Kix eager to chase him down. We end this one at 6-6. Vitality, they pull off absolute heroics to make it even here.
What a magical comeback. What a sick outplay from Kix towards the end. Destroys Jorg. But the story of this is Vitality getting themselves back from 6-1.
Go ahead.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is this where you keep your heart? Locked up and broken apart. Let me in where you're gone. You've suffered enough, it's clear. And if we hold down through the good times and the bad, we'll make it home. And if we stay strong, we can get there, we can rise above it all. So kiss me. Tell me what you gonna do now.
A strong beginning for G2, but an even stronger finish to that first half of Lotus. Vitality just coming out swinging, bringing it 6-6. As you mentioned, Josh, it was 6-1 at some point. And you got to give all the credit in the world here to an individual like Safe, to be honest. The calling was just phenomenal, but on an individual basis as well, being able to step up, dispelling some of the narratives that potentially were chasing him heading into this event.
And heading into this match, like I said, he was the lowest ACS player at the event coming into this game. And there are so many questions floating around Safe because he dominates regionally, and then he hasn't really been able to translate that into success at LAN. A lot of his teams have fallen off once they got to the biggest stage at the global events. And here, dispelling any choking narratives, being able to revive himself, revive the team as the leader and get back into things. What kind of pistol is he going to call here? They're looking to take a bit of mount control.
Oh, he's taking a bullet to the brain.
Trying to set himself up to be the win condition. But they've got double lurkers. Safe and less. Both detected, and G2 are not biting on this. A lot of the pressure was coming through on Mound, but with there being double lurkers, they're pretty convinced it's not going to be a 3-player exec into C. They're leaving Valin alone there.
2 stray shots. Just catching onto less, excuse me. Orbs up. This is Vitality trying to fake. Potentially like the lurker still coming through, but the rest of the team straight back at it. Oh, Trent just sees it. Barrel poking wide. Reveals a hand here for Vitality, and now Util offloaded.
Fake pivot B. See if they can draw something out of Jorg or Jonah.
Players aren't budging though, not for now.
I mean,
okay, Durka.
It might not be a fake if Durka realizes there's no one here.
Hard committing, he's got so much space here. He's going to be calling for the rest of his team to just follow through behind him. Why not? Following the tailwind, because he's got so much bloody space, and Leaf left to see if he can contain and maintain composure. Out towards it, realizing it, they've given up the sight, and there's an angle here. It's a heavy lick Durka gives him, straight to the side of the head. He's going for more, man. Re-exploration, these timings that Durka's taking. Straight out of the page book of Team Liquid, almost. They threw it out. Just gets caught onto the corner there. There's 3 players of G2 eager for a bit of a bloodbath now, out towards it. 1 steps forwards into the smoke. Kicks, trying to be cheeky with it. The shots rattled off. Fire's going to be exchanged. G2, though, are the ones who are slowly edging this one out. Jonah P onto the defuse. Not even getting the half, but surely trust defense necessary. A reload by Trex. He just needs to spam and stray shots to go his way. And it's not happening. Not today, not in that instance. G2 with a pistol round.
Double pistols going the way of G2 here. What a turnaround, what a difference compared to Bind. And it felt like Vitality had the macro. I mean, they completely exposed the way that G2 were holding B. They found that timing, Durka, with a beautiful lurk, but they took so much chip damage trying to hold in the post plan that eventually G2's pack mentality, their spacing perfect to whittle away the EMEA team's defense. And the spike goes down. Durka forces up an Outlaw, been doing this one a lot. G2 should have the read. 4 players buying full armor against this. They've been doing their homework.
Toxins going Going up. Toxin screen down.
There's a lot of the danger of the round they could be facing. As you said, they've done their homework. Jorgum. Oh! Okay, overstays his welcome. Cuts up towards Rubble, and Jonah P very much alone when you're pressing forwards like that. Looking to potentially defend the gun. The Guardian was dropped down. Too late for that, though.
And if you allow Durka to get too many, he's going to be looking up.
Might be getting back in. I'm sure they're all just taking it nice and slow and steady.
Well,
yep,
yeah.
see? Oh, we didn't miss too much.
Thankfully they are.
All good.
Here's a little smoke for Leaf to play inside.
Or just granted him a potential gift. His own teammate is setting that one up, so Leaf dominating it nice and early.
Safe might call the acceleration here, considering that they pushed all the way out through Mound. Should be a timing.
Pixel angle. Jonah P feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. It's definitely being turned up against him now, and he's going to try and hold it down towards the back of the side. And shots fired. Kicks returns it. Straight back at him, straight towards the back of the side, but bullets to the back for Trex. He was just none the wiser into that spot there. And Kicks, head on a swivel, time running short, pushed out into the open, to the arms of Leaf.
A lot of damage done. Everybody on G2 bought into that round, making sure that they would not get caught by Durka's Outlaw. They get the round win, but it's pretty big economical damage that Vitality have been able to do. And Durka's 2 away from a showstopper, so I don't think he'll mind coming into this one with a Bulldog. I mean, it's probably a good idea for someone else to
guys.
drop him a Phantom, but
Safe's done it.
Look at how rough this bonus round is.
Yeah.
Leaf do the same thing, going for the Outlaw purchase. 3 players actually with light armor that you might be able to snack on.
Less. Barely gets a handle on the drone.
G2 playing a bit of a pack system over towards B, leaning A, trying to drive people into Leaf, and that is where Vitality are going.
Oh boy, here it is. Time to shine, son. Step up to the challenge, step up to the mark, and he's not shy, is he? Still, it's Les who takes that swing, and he was the one who was healthy with the armor. The only other player that could have taken that fight. Discipline in the moment, but now, oh, double face, triple face by G2. Trex just catches wind of it, backs himself away. Put a bit of a wedge in through the middle of the map, and Vitality are forced to slow it down and re-clear it because the spike is in the hands of Trex.
Valen's made the right call here.
And walkabouts again. Nice and active. We'll see if Safedo can put a stop to it. He's only got the stinger into his hands. Spike exchange and dropped around. It's going to be the fault line in through the corner. How well thought out is this util?
30 seconds.
Can't step forward too much here, but as,
30 seconds
like you
left.
said, 30 seconds time. Running against them here, giving up a lot of space. It's a angle off to the side, and Jonah B's looking around all over the bloody place. Trent takes a peek from on high. Cuts Durka straight out the picture. 15 seconds. Vitality got to get a move on, and they need to defend this spot and position. It's a safe plan. Enough of the posture, this one back. It's a 3v3, and Kicks are on 10 HP taking this fight. Surely not as ideal. I mean, he's going to be calling now for safe. Joining him. In hands, but listen, bullets answered right back. Through the wall and more. Up through the top, needs to be a defense. Oh, Jog is hitting absolute waldies and a double face. Oh my! It's filthy work, man.
So much damage done at the start of the round. In some sense, it's picture perfect the way that they deal with Leaf's Outlaw, because they allow the 2 players with full armor to tank it. But that drops everybody, like, the 2 players with full armor are then on 10 HP, and you're trying to convert with a player advantage, but with a health disadvantage, and once more getting chipped down by G2.
Round like that, I mean, I'm pretty sure I heard the audience grow.
It's very similar to the pistol, where Vitality get themselves into a good position but can't hold on in the post plan. G2's B retakes have been very slow but very controlled. I wouldn't be wanting to end B if I was Vitality, but they're going to send it again on the eco. Very classic play.
Outlaws rattled off, fired off. Jonah P stands and delivers. Off to the side, TP in, but there's no one else to play off the back of that one, so the damage done, and you can mow them all down. It's too predictable and it's too easy when you play like that into the hands of G2.
The pressure, the squeeze is on Vitality now. It's almost identical to the first half. G2, they've won the pistol. They've won a bonus. They're running away with things. We need to see the same adjustment that we saw in that first half, in the second quarter from Vitality. Where is the adjustment? What kind of attack strats can you pull out of the bag? What kind of big plays can you get from individuals like Les or like Safe to get back into this game? It's a 4-round gap. And Vitality take a tactical timeout to discuss just the questions I've been raising.
How do you find a way back in? I mean, for the first half, it was those hero moments. Les and Safe just going absolutely demonic with the sheriffs in hand. Heavy ass, though.
Durka has started coming online. He's got his head in his hands at the moment, but he started creeping up the scoreboard a little bit. He's 10 and 13. They're gonna need him to be entering like he was earlier on in the tournament. He was lights out, utterly dominant in the first kill department. He was still dying first quite a bit, but he was just delivering them first kill after first kill after first kill. Vitality desperately need it here. It's not an elimination game, but it's a big one. You want to stay in the upper bracket for a tournament like this. There's only 4 teams left in the playoffs. And that double map veto advantage, it might feel like a long way off, but if you're either of these 2 teams, you're wanting to get to the grand finals and you want to get there through the upper bracket so you don't have to face a massive map pool problem.
It's huge. It's going to be on their minds. And a vital one for Vitality. Outlaws revealed. Playing in Jorgamo, bait and switch. Should be a level of awareness here. Yes, there is.
What a flick.
Crosshair placement wasn't quite ideal for Jorgamo to take that one, but you're absolutely right, Josh. I mean, Durka, almost a hospital flick is what it looked like, but
My blind is dead.
definitely adjusted in time. Here's a showstopper. Let's loose and finds a body. Leaf, there's no retreat from that one, and my God! He's running rampant! Seems like every time Vitality get into a timeout, Josh, and you ask for more, you ask for that step up from Durka, he's ready to shut you up!
He did the same thing on Bind, didn't he? Where he needed to come alive, and he instantly responded with a phenomenal round. He's just done it again. It's not the same level of consistency necessarily that we've seen from him earlier in the year, but he's there in big moments to help Vitality muscle through. He's going hunting again, seeing if he can get up to another showstopper.
Yeah, sure, why not?
And any kind of damage here is decent. Safe and Les still have a little bit of money, so as long as they don't lose more than 2 rifles, they're gonna be fine. And you're not worried about doing stuff like building up the Rolling Thunder. Jonah P's already got that one online. Yeah. 7th for Vitality, getting it on the board. Really very precise entry. And then the Horns catching Leaf.
Beautiful all round. Questions were asked of him.
Now Jonah P is coming into the next round, Brent, with an Odin. And that's going to apply a lot of pressure to anybody that tries to lurk over on towards A. Les has been doing this quite a lot. I saw him start the round over there, and then he walked back over to the rest of his team.
G2 eager to draw blood. They want to try and take the fight forwards, but Jordan was the one going to be backing away. Bit of a retreat. Goal hopefully to pull some util out. Force Vitality to clear out towards Mound, which looks like they've done relatively successfully.
Can Vitality re-clear over towards Rubble and push Val and Jonah P away? It's tough. Anytime this Viper Wall goes up, Jonah P is going to be trying to spam it. To be honest, he's running a little short of bullets, though. He'll be able to do 1 wave of heavy spam, and then this Odin's going to be more of a liability.
Attempt to pre-fire onto that space. Conventional drift to re-clear out towards Mound on top of it. So Joel gets the info, he spots out Les.
And he plays Leaf forwards into the corner.
Oh, the bait. That's unbelievable.
Same spot Jorg got cleared from before, though.
Level of awareness still here, but they just take the initiative and they take the fight straight to them still. Vitality of players lagging behind, and they just played anti-flash as a result of the positioning, and Jonah P has got a few more ults to spare. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, offload it, Salvos at your feet. There is no safety. You cannot survive that one. It's an onslaught coming your way, and G2 find themselves with a player advantage now in a potential retake. They're happy to play it with pack mentality, group up together, give Vitality the sight, give them the space,
Turka's actually got great info though, because he controls Waterfall. So as this comes through, they're going to know that all three players are coming from in front.
Might be all on Turka to this point. Nightfall expended, aftershock into the side. Turka draws blood, finds the one. Barrel's poking wide, Trex with the other, and leaves it down to Jonah P. Bit of spam, Odin, not the weapon of choice. Not by any means. But how the hell do you even get into there? You just can't cross past them.
These are the two players from Vitality that were struggling to get started on Lotus. They were like 1 and 8 or something to start the map. And now winning those clutches, playing those situations really beautifully. The aggression, I mean, the trade out through Mound is great, because G2's plan was a pretty solid one.
Yep. Very
tricky. You see what it means there to Vitality. Careful with the PC.
Trust me, I've been abusing this desk. The monitors, they've been struggling to hold up. Don't want to be banging around a little bit too much, but Vitality being in this spot, I mean, listen, they're going to be casting their minds back not too far away, first half of this.
Yeah, exactly the same as the first half of Lotus. They were able to make the adjustments and they came out on top. Or at least they drew it level. I suppose I shouldn't say they came out on top. It was a 6-6 half, which would mean OT would be on the horizon here, just as it was on Bind. I don't think that that's an unrealistic expectation. I think it is possible for Vitality to come out with something like that. It's the final timeout here available for either of these two teams. Last chance for the coaches to get involved.
All out on for Lotus. Can mean the difference here for G2. Sort of nice and pretty, sealing it up 2-0. Eventually getting that rematch against EDG. I know they're hoping for it, they're hunting for it, but Vitality are a different beast, different caliber of team. You kind of need to be honest, to even just be in the top 4 here at Bangkok. But they themselves as representatives now for EMEA in this tournament.
It's going to be a triple fight from G2 over towards Mound. They've tried a bunch of different Mound fights. What's different here? Looking to try to take the engagement instead of tuck somebody behind the box.
One more player as well. Valance joined them.
Well, it's one more player until Leaf starts trickling off. Can't stay here too long.
Panel broken. Ready to util. Potentially clear them out towards Mounds. Vitality.
I do like this though from G2. Early pressure over towards Mound. Make it feel like you're fighting that one on defense. And instead, the stack is now re-exploring B. They could hunt the lurker here.
Yeah.
Or are they just following the noise? It feels more like they're just trying to follow the noise and flood defend.
Still a minute roughly into the round here for Vitality to get the squeeze onto these G2 players. It's a slow burn, as you said.
Look at the call from Vitality going back over to Mound, the area that originally G2 were putting up the most resistance.
Very good.
They leave safe on A.
Safe will be hunting, hoping. Can potentially get that pick. Meanwhile, primed and ready to pounce. That's Vitality.
There's a paranoia here, and Leaf could open the door if he's feeling particularly bold. Safe gets away with it. They're going back into it.
Doors open, doors open. Leaf's forwards! Leaf! God damn, man! Finally a bit of stray spam into the box, but time's running short, and Vitality, they've had thought themselves. They've run out of the options here. 5 seconds, barely enough to get this plant online, but they still need to deal with Safe and just drop down. No free shot. He knows he has to play his life here. Vitality, they go full speed ahead. Give up on the flanking play, and there's a pit in their face to deal and contest with.
The faster you go through the pit, the more chance of a spray down, though.
Congestion already ordered up here from the Vitality players, up and over the top as well. Rebounds away, just dropping into the bodies. They're bumping into each other, man. Into the knives and into the fray. And a fight won out by G2, at least momentarily, but is it even planted for Safe? That is the question. Tucked to the corner, salvos. Just can't quite get his body on it, man. G2. Strogamo with full peace of mind that he's going to be defended into that spot. And that 11th round earned.
Safe. Couldn't get it done there towards the end. The time pressure onto Kicks had forced him to plant in a bad spot. He was worried about just getting it denied. Having somebody spam him through Waterfall, for example. So many pivots here, though. Vitality trying to call a really slow, intentional, intelligent attack macro and getting caught by Leaf, who'd pushed forwards behind the box. Leaf has been a monster this series. They're going forwards into a rubble fight. First one of the game.
Yeah. Explosive. Not what we've been conditioned for, but as the curtain drops, so does Kicks. Conventional drift in through the back as well. That was an evacuation attempt, and he got all the info that was necessary. 2 players immediately out of the picture and out of the fight here. Vitality. It's going to be a scramble to earn your way back into this round. Round 20 for G2. They won that 12.
Does feel like the first nail in the coffin.
Pixel angle. Jonah P. Usually perfect on it. Tracks and less to do it all in this spot. Respect given.
So much respect. In spots like this, sometimes it can be too much. You give the Vitality players a bit of space where they can walk forwards and isolate a 1. But G2, they're known for being disciplined.
Paranoia, Snakebite to respond. Trex, use of his own, waiting into his hands. Forced out into the open, and Zleefa takes that first contact. Skipping a hop straight into their face, Judge and play, and they know exactly where Les is. Another full defuse. They're min-maxing in a moment like this, man.
That's so good. Jonah P and Valen were talking about the first time they ever stepped on stage at a global event. They're reminiscing about Iceland, and they said, yeah, that time we choked a 10-4 lead against Optic. And they were thinking about it, they were like, is there really a way that we could have won that event? And they both decided, no, actually. The first time that we came to a global, there wasn't really any real world where we were winning that one. And now they said, whenever they qualify, they feel like they can win the trophy. And I think you're seeing that quality and that belief in themselves here today. They're on the verge, 1 round away from knocking Vitality down into the lowers, delivering them their first loss with this roster.
Almost unthinkable, I think, for a lot of people coming into this one. There's one thing I know about this Vitality squad. I'm going to be calling it quits until that round reaches 13. Be fighting for every single inch that G2 are willing to give them. Door opened up wide. It's a slow siege attempt at a round. Poking and prodding.
Locating target.
Hoping there's openings. Drum's going to be broken.
I have the spike.
G2 have a date. Have a bracket.
There.
Teleport taken from Jorgamo. The rest of Vitality grouping up over towards C. They have Steel Garden to be able to get in onto the site here. They know that Valen has mostly been anchoring.
Steel Garden. Good pushback. I mean, listen, Valen can't quite run himself out of there, but it's going to be util going to be used to try and push them back and away on top of it. Clone in their face. Have to try and contest and tango at least with that orb, and now it's more time for these G2 players. They're in through and out. Vitality have got to try and force the issue and take the fight forwards, but which direction do you face it in? That is the question. Smokes dissipating, util forwards, flashes are blinding them. And how do you stand your ground against this one? Spraying, praying, winning the day. Shots are fired. It's precise by safe, but he's running rampant, and listen, flicking around all over the place. There's no safety to be found for him, but a concerted Turka deep onto the site. Dodges his way past most of the util. This is cheeky from him, and it's almost necessary as well, yet still Leaf wins it out. 3 versus 3. G2 trying their hardest to not be denied that chance, that date with Destiny, a rematch with EDG. The moments like this, Vitality, they're going to fight for every single possibility. Time ticking. Leaf's on the low ground. He's got to get a bit of a move on, and I think they've done it. Vitality have bought enough time. Still alive.
The plant position, much better this time. Not the same amount of time pressure onto Kicks, so he's able to pop that down in a better position. They even had a deep wall at Waterfall, smoke the cover. A much more composed approach to going for that C execute. Starting to figure out the way that G2 like to hold it with just Valen in the late round alone. 3 more, though, required of that kind of caliber to be able to get us into overtime. Trent is coming into this one, looking to try to close things out with only a Sheriff to his name.
They're expending everything, including the util at the beginning of this one. Rubble fight to be taken. Thorns dealt with. A weapon of choice for Trent, but might be able to do some work with it still. Odin spam, spraying away. Jonah P is going to get pressured now. He needs some bailout. Defense is ordered up, still Kicks his way ahead of it. Jonah P's been dealt with still. Spraying and praying, running rampant into the back of the side here. Jorgamo! He's handed it. Target-rich environment. Potentially the nail in the coffin. Up and over the top. Information. It's granted, it's given over, and garnered. Armageddon forcing them out into the open. There is no comfort, there is no surviving, and G2 get what they want.
The first team to be able to take down Vitality, 6-0 this year with this roster before G2 matched up against them in the opening round of Masters Bangkok. G2 learned from their loss against EDG and their struggles against Liquid, came out here all guns blazing. They were looking for revenge against Durka, who eliminated them at Champions, who took a trophy out of Jorgamo's hands in Tokyo, and they got it here. I mean, they kept him to mortal levels of impact.
It really did. Downplayed the kind of impact he's been having all over the Bangkoks so far. Take a bow, G2, you deserve it as well. They bounced back quite nicely, honestly, after the defeat and lost to EDG. There's been a few series since then in between that, but as we mentioned, they get that dance once more. Them versus EDG is what they've been waiting for, playing for here. And a chance still for a trophy. This wasn't an elimination game at the end of the day. It wasn't really too high in terms of the stakes, but you got to imagine, you got to remember that every single win at this point gets you ever so closer to that potential of lifting a trophy.
And we get to see now whether they've truly learned in a specific way from that matchup against EDG. When we first saw them play against each other, we were talking about it being potentially a grand finals preview. Well, it's certainly going to be at least an upper finals preview. And Vitality are going to try to make the run back through the lower bracket. And if there was any team in this tournament that wouldn't be as affected by the map pool disadvantage, if indeed they do make it to a grand final, it would be Vitality. I feel like their map pool is probably the best out of all of the teams, but that wasn't enough to give them the advantage here today. In fact, even Safe playing significantly better than he has been, not enough for them here today. Outcalled, outgunned, outthought. G2 looks so good.
They truly do. They're coming into this tournament, honestly, cold. Feeling like they can win it all is the major difference, honestly, from back when they have attended international events before in the past. It's a different G2 here today.
At very minimum, G2 are going to equalize their best ever performance, right? Having made third place podium finish before at a global event. And this team is hunting for so much more. They got revenge on Durka today. They're looking for revenge on Kangkang tomorrow.
Oh my God!
What more does the future hold?
Two people can't play the game. Good shit, Trey. I don't know how you lived.
And still potentially up in the air, of course, with Bangkok, as we mentioned. Our games for tomorrow are all going to be decided in terms of how those shake out. Yet to be seen.
What a day from Leaf as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trent was kind of buying time in the first half of Bind for Leaf to come online. And what a performance he's had.
That conclusion, I think, for multiple narratives. Earning a bit of revenge, a chance of revenge as well, coming up next as well. We're going to be sending it down to the floor now as well for that Verizon post-match interview, and I believe we have the professor standing by.
A clean 2-0 for Team G2 against Team Vitality. I'm standing here with Zara and Jonah P to talk about it. Now, first of all, massive congrats, Jonah P. I mean, you guys just beat the EMEA Super Team, and it seems like you guys are growing stronger and stronger day by day. How do G2 keep beating these Super Teams?
สำหรับนะครับผมคำถามแรกคืออยากรู้จริงๆนะครับเพราะ G2 เนี่ยแบบไปได้สุดมากในเรื่องของประสิทธิภาพนะและ performance ของเขาหรือว่าผลงานที่ดีนั่นเองนั่นก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าทุกซุปเปอร์ทีมนะทีมรวมดาวของเขาอ่ะเขาสามารถชนะได้ไงครับ
I think the loss to EDG was a much needed loss. It sounds weird to say, but it was our first loss this year. So we took we took a lot of research from that game and to learn more about ourselves, and it's what we needed for today.
ก็สำหรับการพ่ายแพ้ที่ EDG นะครับเป็น การพ่ายแพ้แรกของเขานะครับซึ่งเขาก็ต้องเรียนรู้นะแล้วก็ปรับใช้นะครับซึ่งตอนนี้เราก็ได้เห็นแล้วนะว่าเป็นยังไงกันบ้างครับผม
So that was the stumble you guys needed. Well, speaking of EDG, you guys will be playing them again. Now, last time, Valorant kind of forgot that you guys won a map, but hey, you only need to win 2 maps to make it to Grand Finals. You think you can do it?
We're gonna have the rematch buff against them, so 100% we can do it. We love our friends at EDG. We're great friends with them. We always do content together, so it's gonna be a great game.
คำถามก็คือถามว่าเจอ EDG อย่างเงี้ยนะครับจำได้หรือเปล่าว่าต้องชนะ2แมปนะถึงจะชนะเกมนะเพราะครั้งที่แล้วไปชนะไปแค่แมปเดียวเนาะก็บอกว่าตื่นเต้นนะครับผมที่ได้เจออีกก็ต้องรอดูครับว่าผลงานจะเป็นยังไงต่อในแมตช์ต่อไปที่เจอ EDG ครับ
Alright, quick message over to EDG.
You guys are amazing. You guys are world champs for a reason, but unfortunately, a tier 2 team coming from Ascension is going to take you down this time.
และนะครับข้อความถึง EDG นะครับคุณคือแชมเปี้ยนครับคุณคือทีมที่ยอดเยี่ยมมากๆครับแต่น่าเสียดายนะครับเพราะคุณน่าจะโดนทีมที่ขึ้นมาจาก Ascension โค่นล้มครับ
Alright, thank you, Jonah P. And I really loved what Valorant was doing on stage, so let's hear it one more time for Jonah P.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, Jen Lee, for that. Of course, great to hear from Jonah P there as well. I love that when he said it, portion of the crowd was like, oh, and then they translated it, and the rest of the crowd was like, oh, snap. I love it. It's good drama across the board.
I love the way you've seen the confidence build for G2 over now the first and second year in the International League of Americas and coming to these global tournaments to be more willing to give it to people in interviews a little bit and also just seeing it on the stage here. A 2-0 victory over Vitality after that impressive map 1 comeback. Truly a statement for G2.
Absolutely, and even in this second one, right? Like there were some moments of brilliance that we were seeing from Vitality. We thought that maybe they could push this a little bit further, but they came back and they did it on style, and I cannot wait to see what they're gonna have ready for EDG tomorrow. We revisited all the stories. Hopefully, we get another banger, we get another 3-mapper, but we have a little bit more of the G2 that we saw today on that last map.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, with day 6 of this competition coming to a close, here's your playoff bracket, and EDG and G2 will move on to our upper finals, and then in our lower semifinals, winner will move on to the lower finals. There will be T1 and Vitality.
That's another rematch.
And yes, it is. And we saw T1 today. Man, they were 2-3 rounds away from being in the position where EDG is right now. It's got to sting. But when you think about it, though, Kakuka, both of these teams, T1 and Vitality, certainly feeling these losses given how things shaked out, right? Vitality been undefeated throughout the start of the year. That's a stinging loss. And then T1 being only a couple rounds away from being in that upper final.
Yeah, absolutely. Now is the time to see if Vitality have what it takes to bounce back and do it in the shortest amount of time possible from today on to tomorrow against an opponent that you have already played up against. And for the first one is the ones that I'm most excited for.
Jonah P said they needed the loss against EDG. I think it's a question of whether Vitality needed that loss today against G2. Like you mentioned, first series that they've lost thus far this year, undefeated to this point. But for G2, I know those guys are going to be hankering for the rematch against EDG. A lot of times you give a little favoritism to the team that lost the first time, having looked back on that game. But EDG, I mean, we were talking about it just before. They're a team that always plays the level of their opponent. They rise to occasions like this.
Oh, they truly do. We were discussing it before because I was like fascinated. I'm like, wait, I remember last season, EDG very much, when they wanted to get in the mud, they get in the mud. When they wanted to play like high-quality Valorant, they'll play high-quality Valorant.
It was muddy, and I think tomorrow they're going to need to lock in a little bit.
And what makes this matchup very fun for me in the EDG G2 match is that it feels like this G2 team has, it looks exactly the same except for swapping out one player, but it feels like it's just a completely different team. So this is not going to be the EDG that, you know, they're familiar with, or sorry, the G2 that they're familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. And for example, they today changed that composition on Bind. Maybe if we're to see the same maps coming in tomorrow, we see a different face also from G2, more willing to not only learn from their mistake inside the game, but also outside of it.
And it is funny what he said there, that they're a tier 2 team from Ascension that's going to beat the world champions. I think that's so interesting because both these teams in their original cores came up at really the same time.
Yeah.
When Chichoo qualified to Masters Reykjavik 2022, that was still before we watched EDG play their first ever international match as a team. And that was, what, 3/5 of what the team, or wait, 2 out of 5 of who the team is today. But still that core of Valen, of Jonah, who and of course Trent as well, so 3 that have been together for such a long time, versus in EDG, who has been on the come up in the same way, but have reached those heights of being a world champions, versus G2 that had to go down to Ascension and prove themselves.
It really does show you how the journeys, how all that really, when it combines together, it does feel like way too poetic, almost as if we wrote it in a script. But I promise we did it. You know, that being said, though, I do want to, at the very least, before we close things out, just touch on T1 real fast, because we haven't really had an opportunity to talk about them coming into this one, backs against the wall. But look, if I'm T1, I know that Vitality have all the pressure on them because they are the undefeated team. That is a crappy situation to find yourself in, losing in a moment like this when you've been clean all season long.
Absolutely. You're the only second seed that is remaining in the tournament. You're going against the strongest out there in EMEA. And also the match was, you know, there has some very close moments. I pray that tomorrow we get to see Fracture again from those two teams, because there were so many tells and so much to learn from it that I really want to see if in such short time they can change those things.
Stylistically, I do think it's a good matchup for Vitality. That got proved the first time around. They're a team that on their attack side takes things very slow. They default to a fault, maybe on the split against DRX in this last game against G2. But they do a really good job of like baiting out the trap plays, baiting out the aggression. And I think T1, with their double duelist comps that they play on 3 of their maps now, they go for a lot of those set plays, that aggro stuff. And I think Vitality does well, not just to match them pound for pound with the aggression, but to also just counter out those plays.
And also Sylvan is much more comfortable.
I believe that
yeah, exactly. And I believe that the first time that they played against Vitality was Carpe still playing. So we still have that change to be seen and how that is going to affect the match.
That's right. Well, you got a little bit of a preview of what is to come, but don't worry, we're going to be diving into all that and more tomorrow, right here, same time, same place for day 7 of Masters Bangkok. We thank you so much for tuning in. What a day it was. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy. And here we go as T1 makes their way out through the crowd here in Bangkok, ready to throw down against the world champions. A big opportunity for this Pacific squad to shock the world.
Good swing onto the corner. IZU's going to be good for a second. Does get traded out. Smoggy able to find one meteor. Way there in the corner. Just doesn't have a hope in health. Smoggy is just ripping people to shreds. Well, all of this chaos is happening in heaven. Smoggy is sending T1 to hell. They look to do it. Sylvan swings the corner, is able to find one, needing to ace clutch to keep them in the map. Avoids the phone line, swings back, finds one! Snaps on a Smoggy! The Rolling Thunder also online. Stealth drone sent from nobody to check out towards me, but Chichoo continues to be the final boss! The Heroics have a limit. EDG, the win for them on this map was inevitable. Comes down to 34 HP, does manage to get the spike planted. Swing out from Buzz, wins the fight. Stun coming through, they want to flush him out, but Buzz, snappy to find them both! Sprays through despite the flash, he's still able to find one. Simon gonna be put down. IZU now having to backpedal, so very low, but still finding 2 kills. Smoggy now with everything to do. His last teammate far too distant. 13-6, T1. They reply on bind. They get that win. And they send us the Pearl. Tagged up, taken down, as they have to try to flood forward. Coming in, Sylvan. There again, but Chichoo, how has he come away with 2? This would be a monstrous round for EDG to try to get the win. Whoa! Chichoo continues to work miracles. T1 wanting to up the pace here against the eco attempt. Simon gonna be the first to fall. Still has the Sheriff, but he will lose his life. Sylvan gets the transition. Gorgeous shots. Almost gets caught. Buzz on the entry, however, gonna be taken down. Chichoo finding 2. IZU also taken out. Meteor falls to the wayside, and Chichoo rips them to pieces. Said, this is my site, my tournament, my round. EDG take control. The defending world champions will not go quietly into the night.
It's going to be a banger. You got G2 going up against Team Vitality, who moves on to face off against EDG.
It's going to be stopping them in their tracks up and over though, and not anticipating the Durka, just them trying to square up and take these fights. Durka, this guy, he's going to try and hold this one down. First line of defense. Oh my God, he might just be the only one necessary.
What an absolute beast.
Quick maneuvers though, G2 eager to try and take the fight through the back, and that stun does connect, but these damage done and bodies piling up into that direction. When here, the G2 players are showcasing, making sure that they double up. No ISO'd fights, yet less smoke. Still down, bit of safety to play in and just leaping into the fight. How do you get a safe plan off now? You're going to try and fight and force the issue forwards with it. Kicks. He's want to take matters into his own hands alongside Durka. But time is of the essence and Kicks. He's got to get a move on. Got to get a move on. Gotta get a move on. But down. Damage done.
What a blow. What a sick opening blow for G2.
Bind is theirs.
Here they go.
Oh, well, okay, Joda P, no worries at all, man. Joda P forced to reveal his hand. It's 3 in round 4. Will he kick the 4? Yes, he will.
Fowler sets him up.
The peek. Takes the peek and takes the shot. Wanted to see more from him. You're getting it here and now. Sometimes are raring to go. They want to set this guy up for another one. Why not?
4 in the round for Circle.
Praying, running rampant into the back of the side here. Jorgamo. And Armageddon forcing them out into the open. There is no comfort. There is no surviving. And G2 gets what they want.
The first team to be able to take down Vitality. 6-0 this year with this roster.